Right. Thank
and
you for
obviously, because of all of this, the macros look a lot better, and we have the financial stocks doing well too.
Right, and viewers, note the new logo of CNBC TV 18 that's flashing on our screens too. So that's another change that's happened for the better. Mangala Malu, thank you. Yeah,
it says upwards and onwards.
Upwards and onwards, like the markets today. Have a great day, Mangalam. We'll try and come back to you in a bit. And viewers, we'll keep the markets update at the bottom of our screen. You'll see that flashing time and again to just keep you in the know of what's happening as far as trade is concerned, both at the Sensex and also on the Nifty. Morning, thank you for your patience. But the Sensex is zooming, nearly a 3.5% bump up, both with Nifty and Sensex in early trade.
That's correct. So ever since the skirmish started, the Nifty had lost about 3,000 points. So it was only fair that at a point when you did see some signs of peace, there would be some recovery in the markets as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And, today is one part of it all where we've seen a big up move of 3.5%, like you pointed out, on both the Nifty as well as the Sensex. But the last 3 or 4 trading sessions, the commentary that was coming around, as the street was awaiting some sort of deadline ending, there was a sense of people buying at lower levels, which told you that maybe a lot of it has been done and maybe we're closer to the bottom than we are to the top. And that's exactly how it's played out. Over the last 3 trading sessions, the Nifty was actually closing positive after 6 weeks of losses. So we had seen a big gash already. And add to all of this, we also got some of the updates coming in from companies as how they performed in the 4th quarter. All these numbers looked a lot better than what the street was fearing. So far, it looks like, the street is looking at going beyond this. Even as the uncertainty around the war continues, the street has put a number to it, and that number on the Nifty is around 22,200. From there itself, we've seen a near 1,700-point rally, and that's exactly what's reflecting in the market. Add to all of this, crude oil prices coming down. The impact that it has positively on our market is the rupee strengthened past 93 as well, closer to 92.5.
True, but where's the money coming in from? Is it all domestic investors, or is there some FIIs also coming in?
Well, it's all domestic investors. Unfortunately, the FIIs over the last 40 days or so on a daily basis have been selling over $1 billion. Yeah. The question is whether the FIIs return after this piece or not. The good part, however, is that domestic money will continue to flow even as, we did see that during bad times. We have around 31,000 crores of capital coming into the market every month via SIP. So domestic money is holding up the market. The fact that markets recovering would only, take away the risk of that money going away as well. So far, it's a foregone conclusion that the FIs have not liked our market for a while right now, but there are multiple reasons for that. This war isn't the only one. Let's see whether they return or not. For them to return, obviously, the economy, has to start doing well. The earnings have to start picking up as well, and a lot of other things have to happen. We have to have an AI play, etc. But so far, the fact that the markets recovered from lows and the things look better going ahead takes away the risk of domestic.
And you see this one grab here, viewers. The edit post is now being reposted heavily, and then Pakistan is being trolled. This could really have been a big diplomatic success, but this is how it played out eventually for Pakistan. He's of course gone on to say how this may be the most honest thing to ever come out of that office. At least now the world knows even Pakistan's diplomacy is copy-pasted, outsourced and uploaded without proofreading. So a mere WhatsApp forward is the sentiment on the internet, and that's exactly why we're seeing heavy trolling take place on the same. Again, you have another meme that's been pulled out, Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X. So that one phrase really repeating itself in all of these memes that you find on social media. We'll try and play out a few others as well. Again, on Taco Tuesday, this says Donald Trump sent Shahbaz Sharif a draft message to send back asking Trump for a ceasefire. So the message certainly has gone out there to the world, and that's exactly why this has become such a huge joke on the internet. It really has stolen also the attention away from the very serious conversation around the 2-week ceasefire and whether or not this was possibly just a dictated version which was forwarded by Pakistan. And that's really the role, the limited role that Pakistan played in mediation talks. There again, you have another media post, embarrassing moment for Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif. He copy-pasted the message on X but forgot to remove the line. So this one line, this one phrase, which was a blunder, has been picked on by netizens. They're all now quoting this one edited post in trolling the Pakistan leadership, including Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif. Edit history reveals the blunder, raising serious questions on leadership and basic communication competence. There's more that's lined up, so we'll quickly take you through this. This is another social media user, again resorting to that same phrase. Yes, Shahbaz Sharif just copy-pasted it straight. The staff would say Prime Minister, but apparently the US and Israel insist on Pakistan Prime Minister. So why is it that his own office would say Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif on something that was supposed to be posted on his official handle? People calling it hilarious, and this really has become the subject of the biggest joke amidst all these serious conversations around whether or not this 2-week ceasefire will hold. We head into a very quick break on that note. Lots more lined up when we return. We'll be right back.
There has been peace that's been called. There are traffic on the streets, cars jammed on the streets. There is celebration, but to a certain extent, many would want to look at it with a pinch of salt, that while there will be thousands and perhaps millions who would come out and say this war ends, this also signal perhaps a certain messaging that will go across to this current regime. There was a big uprising in January, viewers. Those people now have the courage to come back on the streets with perhaps the confidence that they're not going to be shot point blank. So these are questions which will remain. What will happen over the course of the next 60 to 90 days if 60 to 90 days, if this ceasefire holds, if there is a cessation of hostilities from both sides, will there be a transition within Persia itself? The transition from the Republic of Iran to what was erstwhile Persia. These are all questions that remain. There are people who are standing here, they're standing with the flags, but do you see in the body language? Right. No, it was just copy-pasted.
Yeah,
so
copy-pasted. Right.
Technically, it was copy-pasted. Yeah. Somebody had said, and they had said, draft Pak PM. This is what it is. This is Forbes' story, and Tara Karta and Ambassador Ashok Sajanar. Pakistan's plea to Trump draft exposed looks scripted by someone else. Have a look at this. Forbes says, this is the top line, a message from Pakistani Prime Minister requesting that Donald Trump delayed threats to wipe out Iran faced extra scrutiny when social media sleuths showed an early draft of his plea appeared written by an entity outside of Pakistan. Because it says, this is what it said. It said, draft Pak PM's message on X. Now, Ryan Grimm, he is the founder of Dropsite Substack, suggested this message was likely not written by Sharif, noting his own staff would not refer to him as Pakistan PM, and that the post could have been written either by the US or by Israel. It could have been even written by somebody else, we don't know. Other users questioned why the initial post indicated it was a draft and referred to Prime Minister in English, suggesting the message was not written by Pakistani officials. Sharif's office did not respond to a request for a comment from Forbes, but they have, this is no longer there on X, but they have got a screenshot, a grab. This is what is important. Look at this. Draft Pakistan PM's message on X. This is posted on the Twitter handle of the Prime Minister. So clearly this has come from somewhere, or have they used an app or a tool? This clearly will not be Grok or Chat GPT for sure, Tara Karta.
See, at one level, the Pakistanis are pretty desperate because the attack on Jubail in Saudi Arabia, you had the Prime Minister assuring the Saudis that we will do everything we can to, to support you. They don't want to go into that mutual defense agreement at all. They don't want to go down that path. So that is one. Number two, what I heard yesterday was that Munir has been working the telephone.
Yeah.
Number three is that Munir himself is nothing in this conflict. It is obviously he is relaying through to someone else. There's Turkey involved, there's China involved, there's a bunch of people, and he's a kind of a go-between for all that talk. So this is extremely interesting. I mean, I really like. So I think with this, you're very clear that the actual messaging, actual negotiations are going on elsewhere. It's literally a kind of what shall I say? I don't know.
They're not even the poster, the
Yeah, I
post.
was trying not to be
They're not
impolite.
the post people, or they're not the messengers also, because their messages are also being drafted by somebody else. Also, Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar, Trump actually called Munir. That's what reports say. They didn't call Shehbaz Sharif. So, what are the Pakistanis doing? This is one PR nightmare after the other, even if they're trying to an image correction. So, the more they try and correct their image, the more it gets distorted. That's what it looks like. This is the word. See, look at this. There's an there's an asterisk here, and it says draft, and it says Pakistan PM's message on X. So somebody has actually drafted this and sent it across, saying, and somebody who has control of Shehbaz Sharif's Twitter handle or X handle, or Shehbaz Sharif himself, has just copied and pasted.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Anand. You're very right. I think he has been, Shehbaz Sharif is just the cat's paw for the United States. We've known it all along. I don't think he has any, or Pakistan has any independent agency for that matter. They're just trying to collect some brownie points as a result of that. Meaning even as far as the drafting of this message is concerned, it should really read, even the English is wrong, it should really read Pakistan PM's message, not Pakistan.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18. We are now getting a CNN News 18 mega exclusive as learning of celebrations that have erupted in Tehran after the announcement of the US-Iran ceasefire. Iranians in the capital city of Tehran, we're told, celebrated Iran's victory in the American-Israel-imposed war. This is a version that's coming in from Iran, remember, and this is following the announcement by both sides. First by the US President Donald Trump of a 2-week ceasefire, mediated by Pakistan, he says, and then Pakistan also doing that entire faux pas on social media. But Iranians seem to be celebrating. They are very happy that at least this 2 weeks truce has been arranged and arrived at. So then what do you make of this?
Well, that's right. It's definitely an occasion for Iranians to celebrate because till yesterday they were forming human chain around the critical energy infrastructure, critical supply infrastructure, so on and so forth. There were multiple visuals, in fact, of footages coming from Iran where they were forming human chain to protect their important infrastructure. And today, the ceasefire has been announced not only by the United States but Iran. And in fact, now Iran is pushing its 10-point agenda, 10 points peace plan. And Iran says that this 10-point peace plan is the basis for discussion with the United States. And United States accepts this plan, calling it workable. And this includes all those things which Iran has been saying from last 1 month. Enrichment, sovereignty over Hormuz, withdrawal of US forces from the region, so on and so forth. So whatever they have been saying from day one, all those things have been mentioned in this plan. This plan has been accepted by the United States.
But which begs the question, Siddhant, what was the objective of this entire war? On the 40th day, there is an announcement of a ceasefire. And then Trump says it is workable, but not really out there, not really good enough. How do you see this? I mean, another fickle statement that has come from the US president, but talking about an absolute control of the Strait of Hormuz, even that fee, that levy of $2 million to allow the passage of vessels, which they are going to, in fact, split between them and Oman. How does one read these developments?
That is exactly what Trump's critics are also saying, that what have you achieved by launching war against Iran? Because you are accepting the fact that there's going to be enrichment program continue in Iran. You are accepting that Hormuz will be controlled by Iran. President Trump, in fact, tried diluting this entire Hormuz issue by saying that we are going to build up traffic at Hormuz, perhaps hinting that it's going to be US allies and Iran controlling the Hormuz in future, so on and so forth. So basically, he was trying to dilute. Then you have also agreed the withdrawal of the US forces. Iran will not be attacked. So what have you achieved? in terms of substance, like there is no as such achievement of the US forces. On the other hand, the Hormuz, which was the international waters before this conflict, perhaps is now being controlled by Iran.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for that perspective. We'll continue to track every development which is to do with this 2-week ceasefire. Let's see which way is this headed. Right now, we're heading into a very short break.
Right. So, no, it was just copy-pasted.
Yeah,
so
copy-pasted. Right.
Technically, it was copy-pasted. Yeah. Somebody had said, and they had said, draft Pak PM. This is what it is. This is Forbes' story. And Tara Karta and Ambassador Ashok Sajanar. Pakistan's plea to Trump draft exposed looks scripted by someone else. Have a look at this. Forbes says, this is the top line. A message from Pakistani Prime Minister requesting that Donald Trump delay threats to wipe out Iran faced extra scrutiny when social media sleuths showed an early draft of his plea appeared written by an entity outside of Pakistan. Because it says, this is what it said. It said, draft Pak PM's message on X. Now, Ryan Grimm, he is the founder of Dropsite Substack, suggested this message was likely not written by Sharif, noting his own staff would not refer to him as Pakistan PM, and that the post could have been written either by the US or by Israel. It could have been even written by somebody else, we don't know. Other users questioned why the initial post indicated it was a draft and referred to Prime Minister in English, suggesting the message was not written by Pakistani officials. Sharif's office did not respond to a request for a comment from Forbes, but they have this. This is no longer there on X, but they have got a screenshot, a grab. This is what is important. Look at this. Draft Pakistan PM's message on X. This is posted on the Twitter handle of the Prime Minister. So clearly this has come from somewhere, or have they used an app or a tool? This clearly will not be Grok or Chat GPT for sure, Tara Karta.
At one level, the Pakistanis are pretty desperate because the attack on Jubail in Saudi Arabia, you had the Prime Minister assuring the Saudis that we will do everything we can to support you. They don't want to go into that mutual defense agreement at all. They don't want to go down that path. So that is one. Number two, what I heard yesterday was that Munir has been working the telephone.
Yeah.
Number three is that Munir himself is nothing in this conflict. It is obviously he is relaying through to someone else. There's Turkey involved, there's China involved, there's a bunch of people, and he's a kind of a go-between for all that talk. So this is extremely interesting. I mean, I really like. So I think with this, you're very clear that the actual messaging, actual negotiations are going on elsewhere. It's literally a kind of what shall I say? I don't know.
They're not even the poster, the post. They're not the post people, or they're not the messengers also, because their messages are also being drafted by somebody else. Also, Ambassador Ashok Sajanar, Trump actually called Munir. That's what reports say. They didn't call Shehbaz Sharif. So, what are the Pakistanis doing? This is one PR nightmare after the other, even if they're trying to an image correction. So the more they try and correct their image, the more it gets distorted. That's what it looks like. This is the word. See, look at this. There's an asterisk here, and it says draft, and it says Pakistan PM's message on X. So somebody has actually drafted this and sent it across saying, and somebody who has control of Shehbaz Sharif's Twitter handle or X handle, or Shehbaz Sharif himself, has just copied.
What a day it's been, viewers. We've been up since 4 in the morning bringing you this developing story. There is a halt in the conflict in the Gulf. But here are the headlines at 11 in the morning. After warning civilizational end, Iran and United States reach a conditional ceasefire for 2 weeks. Strait of Hormuz to open up. Formalization soon. Iran sets 10 conditions for ending the conflict claims US has agreed on lifting of sanctions against Iran, no attacks on axis of resistance. Iran claims they reserve control over Hormuz to levy fee with Oman to ensure safe passage of ships. Trump says US will help with traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There's disquiet in Israel over the Iran-United States ceasefire. Reports claim Trump dialed Netanyahu to inform him of successful negotiations, but the opposition against Netanyahu asks why Israel was not even on the table. Asian markets trade in green on the back of ceasefire announcement. Sensex surges to 2,600 points. Nifty jumps 750 as oil prices slump below $100 a barrel. The Republicans hail peacemaker Trump, but Democrats skeptical slam loss of face for Trump in the United States. Chorus for his removal continues as Americans pay price of the war. And Pak Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif boasts of mediation in the Iran-U.S. conflict, but technology exposes him. Sharif's Twitter post drafted by U.S. leaves Pakistan red-faced. Pak plays host to Iran-U.S. talks to finalize conditional truce. Tehran confirms meet in Islamabad 15-day timeline for permanent solution. Conditional ceasefire reached. Focus now on in-person talks. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff to hold talks with Iran in Pakistan this Friday. Pakistan gloats, but is China the real mediator? Trump says he believes China was involved in pushing Iran to the negotiating table. Viewers, there have been fast-paced developments in the Gulf. Hours after the deadline imposed by Donald Trump, and viewers, hours after his "we will end civilization" threat, just before the deadline was to expire, the United States and Iran have agreed to pause hostilities for 15 days. Those 15 days, viewers, have been set aside for negotiations. Both sides are seeing this as a victory for their respective stands. Of course, viewers, the facts on the ground, as always, will be open to debate. On the face of it, the United States, while threatening Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, has accepted a middle approach. Strait of Hormuz will open, but Iran will get to levy, yes, levy, viewers, assess on all traffic that is passing through. And also, viewers, it will be imposing the conditions, i.e. being the policeman, literally, for ships going in and out, and will be free to, in fact, veto any movement. Oman is also going to get to basically assess, viewers, on any traffic passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This is because both these nations, it has been deemed, need to rebuild their economies and therefore need some cash. But viewers, net is that Donald Trump has very little to show for his 40-day war. There has been a $40 billion erosion of U.S. taxpayer wealth. There has been a further depletion of U.S. missile arsenal. There has been also, viewers, extensive damage to U.S. bases in the Gulf. But now, viewers, this 2-week pause, ceasefire with Iran, leaves the Iranian regime intact, and it also allows Iran to exercise some amount of control over the Strait of Hormuz. This is a complete shift, a paradigm shift in the way and over the last few years the Strait has functioned. All these decisions have followed direct appeals from Pakistan. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir, who urged Washington to hold back planned strikes to allow for diplomacy to succeed. But viewers, Pakistan's role, while it likes to inject itself as a mediator, may not quite amount to that. We will look at that, of course, in just a few moments, but there has been an untimely and unseemly leak that has embarrassed Pakistan. Shehbaz Sharif's tweet was the dead giveaway. In his tweet, the first line reads, "Draft from Pakistan Prime Minister." Now, viewers, there it is. Draft Pakistan PM's message on X. No Pakistani Prime Minister would be referring to himself and sending himself a draft of what he is supposed to have written. Number two, even if, viewers, it has been drafted by an aide for Pakistan's Prime Minister to see, a Pakistani aide would not have said Pakistan's Prime Minister. He or she would have just simply said, for Prime Minister to see, or PM's message on X. The very fact that these words have been used, viewers, suggests that someone else behind the scenes has drafted this entire tweet or this X post and left it for Shehbaz Sharif or those who manage his Twitter handle or his X handle to post. Now, viewers, this suggests, as has been believed and widely commented, that Pakistan was nothing more than a forwarding office, really, of Washington, D.C. and of Donald Trump. That it was not playing a mediatory role. It was playing the role of a broker, or as Dr. Jaishankar, the EM, said, a dalal. Viewers, of course, that is the sidebar story. The main story, viewers, is the very fact that negotiations have begun, and they have begun in earnest, and they will devolve upon now the two teams on either side, one led by Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and we're told Vice President Vance, and whoever the Iranians nominate to represent their cause. This is, of course, a massive development, a massive day in the Gulf, and also for world peace. It will also, of course, help in stabilizing energy supplies across the globe, even though it will not lead to a full restoration of supplies. But viewers, what I can tell you is, when we can put up those hot boards, as we call them in TV parlance, which will show you the Sensex and will show you the Nifty and track other indices, and viewers, they are all today trading in the green because this has lifted sentiments. Even the RBI has come out and at this moment not tampered with the repo rate, which is a nod to the fact that the fundamentals of the economy are strong and that there is no extra stimulus needed to boost investment. But yes, viewers, the RBI has said that the economic hardships that have been endured over the last 40 days will have a cooling effect on GDP. Perhaps GDP will come down by a few basis points, but not significantly. Donald Trump, viewers, has come out and said the pause in the military action is conditional, subject to Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz for safe and immediate passage. Tehran has agreed to the ceasefire, but with a clear warning, this is not the end of the war. Iran says any violation will trigger a sharp response. For now, there's a tense pause, even though there are reports that are coming in, which seem to suggest, viewers, that at the end of the day, hostilities are still raging in some theaters. For example, there have been a flurry of missiles that have left the Iranian airspace and have been directed towards Israel and vice versa. So those are happening. But viewers, let me give you now the big overview, the big takeaways on the back of this tenuous peace. This is a tenuous peace, but what does it actually mean, viewers? That high-stakes brinkmanship as a diplomatic tool by Trump sets a very dangerous precedent. What it does is, viewers, it brings in that nuclear threat as a bargain. Remember, nuclear weapons by policy were only for deterrence. Today, of course, viewers, that has changed. Let's look at that important takeaway. Yes, The US has agreed to a ceasefire on Iran's 10-point terms, also accepts the veto over ship passage to the Strait of Hormuz. So this really is a bit of a climb down, viewers. Let's look at the next takeaway. And there are quite a few of these. The Hormuz remains the heart of the deal. The strait is reopening, but it will be Iran that will determine whether the ceasefire holds or collapses, depending on the response, viewers, to some of its terms. And of course, viewers, the Hormuz will hold the key. If Iran doesn't come to the party and allow ships to go under any conditionality, we are back to square one. This is a tactical pause, not peace, which is absolutely easy to infer because it's a 2-week window, pressure valve for negotiations, not a resolution. Let's look at the fifth takeaway, which is very, very important, viewers. This is a big question. Yes, US has paused operations, but uncertainty over how fully Iran will comply. Will the Iranians use this also, viewers, to regroup? Have they signaled tactically a retreat, but are actually positioning themselves for an offensive? Will this also be used this period by Israel and the United States and perhaps even some of their Gulf partners to shore up their defenses? We don't know. This war isn't over, it's paused. Israel's endgame dilemma, already domestic pressure is beginning to weigh on Prime Minister Netanyahu. Yair Lapid has come out, who's the opposition leader, and has accused Netanyahu of a sellout, saying it's remarkable that Israel, whose principal security is at stake in this war, was not even at the negotiating table when decisions were taken. So it remains to be seen. As of now, Tel Aviv has been remarkably and ominously quiet. We'll have to see substantively how invested they are in this US-Iran peace effort. Pakistan's moment, well, Pakistan will like to position itself as the fulcrum, the pivot around which global diplomacy is revolving, but an embarrassing gaffe by Shehbaz Sharif has exposed its centrality and its claims over its centrality, in fact, in negotiating this settlement. Was it just a forwarding office, really, for President Trump, an ashtray, so to speak? And the oil impact. Prices are softening, but not to pre-war levels as production infra needs repairs. So yes, there's been a cooling of oil prices, but are they to the place where they were before the war began? No, they're not in the low 70s, viewers. Oil is still trading at around $90 a barrel. It's oscillating between the late 80s and the 90s. We are going to go across to Siddhant for more on this story as this envelops viewers, the world now, as the world wakes up, specifically viewers in the Mid-East and of course in Europe. Let's bring in Siddhant. Siddhant, lots happening. I believe that Yair Lapid, who is the opposition leader in Israel, has questioned Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's try and pull out that tweet and put it out here. But we are hearing that it's not going too well as far as Israel is concerned, or at least the government there is concerned, selling this deal, selling their quiescent agreement on this deal.
Well, that's right, Rahul. So there is a silence on the part of Israelis. In fact, that's the
This
post.
is the Shehbaz Sharif one, of course. This is the rather strange one. We've come to that in just a few moments.
Copy-paste diplomacy.
Yes, copy-paste diplomacy.
But yeah, so Rahul, I was pointing out that that there has not been statements coming from the Israeli leadership since the announcement of the ceasefire. Maybe one or two statements which we are aware of. Their objectives, as far as Lebanon side is concerned, perhaps is still yet to be achieved. They want to create a buffer zone, expanded buffer zone, as a guarantee for Israel's security. There is ground invasion being reported, and even the Israeli forces are present there. Millions of people have got displaced. So that objective is perhaps paramount importance for Israel at this point in time. Also, it's President Trump who is White House is telling the journalist in the United States that President Trump spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu before announcing the ceasefire. So let's wait for Israel's perhaps view on this entire ceasefire being announced between United States and Iran, because there's a lot of point of contention, Rahul. Which,
viewers, what we're going to be doing over the next 1 hour is going to all our principal reporters, analysts, and correspondents who are going to be bringing in points of view. With Akanksha, I'm going to bring in the diplomacy angle, the winners and the gainers. With Shivani Gupta, we'll talk a little bit about the US response, what's happening politically in the United States. She will be bringing us those inputs. And with Akash, we're going to really look at the situation on the ground, the depletion of US stockpiles, where Iran stands, how badly hit it is, and of course, the role of the proxies. So we'll discuss all these angles. Of course, there is also the big Pakistani angle that the director here wants us to get onto, because it's actually the most salacious part of this story, but we'll come to that, viewers. I want to bring in Akanksha in just a few seconds. Viewers, we're going to look at the big gainers and the big losers. Thanks, Siddhant. I'm just going to look at the big gainers and the big losers in this conflict. Or let's say those who actually haven't gained, where there's been zero gain. So here we are, viewers. Iran, a gainer. Survival for it is now a strategic win. So the IRGC remains in place in Iran. There has been no regime change. It's quite possible that even more hardline elements have now come to rule Iran, and their grip is firmer and their position is rock solid. So Iran retains leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, which is unanticipated. Russia, energy gains, US distracted globally. It's minting money once again, viewers. Remember, this was not supposed to happen. Putin was supposed to be starved of resources, so he cannot no longer wage an expensive war in Ukraine, but here he's making money and he's selling oil at boosted prices. So this has been a net gain for Russia. Let's look at China. Again, its strategic space potentially expands, viewers, because US credibility is down. The US is bogged down. It's distracted. Could it open another front? We don't know, viewers, but fundamentally that's an issue. And Akanksha, let's talk a little bit about these instances and all these scenarios that are building. Akanksha joins me. Pakistan, diplomatic profile is up. A bridge to the ceasefire. Of course, this is all very debatable, isn't it? This Pakistan angle is debated.
Absolutely. We'll only know on Friday if we do see the Americans, whether it is the Middle Eastern envoy Steve Witkoff or say the US Vice President J.D. Vance, because more importantly, Iranians have been wary of Pakistan given the security pact they have with Saudi.
Let's
but
look
they
at
have
it
played a role.
They have been a facilitator.
Absolutely.
But whether they have been a mediator, as they want to position themselves as the fulcrum and the pivot around which diplomacy is sort of revolving, I think that is very, very tall.
Go by the last 60 years. The history itself has been so dubious. They have a checkered past when it comes to mediation, whether it was China and the United States. And now let's see how far they can go. They've been relaying messages. There's no doubt about that. But very important points you touched upon, Rahul, which included the role that US has played in sort of giving an upper hand to all of these countries. China is already looking towards now trading in yuan. They have already challenged the dollar. Russia, it's made a mockery of US sanctions.
So, let's quickly go through some of these. We'll also bring in Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat. We're also going to talk to you a little bit about that post. I'm really excited about that Shehbaz Sharif bloomer. But hang on, just stay with me. There's UAE, trade and infrastructure risk. So these are those who have lost more than they have gained, viewers. Allied with the United States, saw a lot of their gains, their financial gains erode as businesses flew out. And again, the United States, militarily dominant, no doubt about this, but no decisive end. No objectives have been attained. As I said, the IRGC is in place, they remain a threat. And of course, let's keep me in the frame. Let's also look at the one other major fact, which is that the Strait of Hormuz, viewers, remains under quasi-Iranian control. In fact, in a complete break from international law, Akanksha, you have the Iranians now going to be imposing cess through a route which is a natural one.
Now
it's a natural geography.
by the US president himself,
Can
Rahul.
you believe it?
It's a big victory for them.
Can you believe it, viewers? So they entered into a war with America, and we will all be paying for their reconstruction. I mean, this is completely inexplicable. Israel, tactical gains, yes, massive, because Iran is depleted. It is weak. I don't know if the Iranians will ever want to strike Israel again for the next 5, 7, 8 years. But who knows, viewers, because, again, incomplete outcome. What would they have wanted? They would have wanted those enriched uranium stockpiles in their pocket. But Iran gets to keep them. which means over a period of time they can redevelop their capabilities and refit their missiles, and this time give them a nuclear edge. So Israel is one of those who's lost more than it has gained, viewers, and that's unfortunate. Let's have a look at Saudi Arabia next, and this is very, very interesting, viewers, because it's weakened by Iran, yes. Iran has definitely become weaker in proportion to Saudi Arabia, but Iran has also weakened Saudi Arabia a little bit. And there's a security risk which remains, because any day the Iranians could send across drones or other projectiles and constantly irritate, even through proxy militia, Saudi Arabia and perhaps others who are sympathetic to its cause, specifically because it's a Muslim country. Nonetheless, viewers,
and Saudi also widens the overall ambit because of Pakistani involvement and the defense pact.
Absolutely. And let's have a look at the next one, which is very, very important. We're talking about Qatar and Oman. Weakened by Iran's security risks remain. They have been the net losers. One of them, in fact, was a friend of the Iranians, but in this particular war has lost credibility with both DC as well as Tehran.
But Rahul, don't you think that Oman also stands to gain if indeed the toll is split between Oman and Iran?
The only reason I'm sort of not second guessing that right now is because the UNCLOS outlaws any nation from applying cesses on natural passages.
That to international waters.
And that international waters. So this sets a very bad precedent. So will it be actually acceptable in law? We don't know. Is this just a give to Oman? Yes, possibly it could be. But let's see if that actually translates and who actually raises the first red flag in the international courts. So fundamentally, that's one of this entire thing. We'll be looking at the American picture. We'll also be looking at the defense picture, viewers, on militarily how these various players stand now with Akash and our guests. But I want to go across to Rajiv Dogra, who is with us. He's a former diplomat, very experienced analytic expert, Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who is also, of course, there's a security analyst with us, needs introduction. Major General Bishambar Dayal is a defense expert. So, Mr. Dogra, this has been a dramatic day of developments. We've all been up since 4 in the morning. We work to Trump time. I'm not even saying that we work to US time anymore. We work to Trump time. But fundamentally, the bigger picture is that the world will breathe a little easier for 15 days. What do you make of all of this?
Firstly, good morning to you, to Akansha and all your viewers and my fellow panelists. Your eyes show that you've been up since very early in the morning. And I think in a way it was worth it because the world was tense. We probably, the entire world thought that hell is going to break loose as Trump had warned. But fortunately, he stepped back for whatever reason. One of the reasons which General Pandey had mentioned earlier in a show on your channel was what happened in Isfahan, because that was a big blow to the American military, both to its assets as well as to its personnel. So I think Trump got a real shock about the size of losses that America had to suffer in that misadventure. So finally, some better sense seems to have prevailed because the army generals who had been against this war right from the beginning finally sort of brought home to him the message that this is not going to end very well for America. Now, as far as the other question which has been doing the rounds is why Israel is not on the table. Why is it not involved in the negotiations? For the simple fact that Iran does not recognize Israel, nor does Pakistan for that matter, so it has some back channel contacts. So Iran was not going to accept any messages coming directly or indirectly through Pakistan or any other source from Israel. So that is why it is basically between America and Iran via Pakistan, which is acting like a courier service, but I would give some more credit to Pakistan because I think it has also been trying diplomatically at least to try and tamper down the extreme position of the 15 points that America first had. Iran has also given a 10-point proposal, which America may have some issues with, but that is what diplomacy is about, and that is where the Friday talks will take place. As far as the world at large is concerned, including India, we were all affected by this 40-day war.
Yes.
There was a lot of concern as to where it was going and whether economy, Indian economy and others will hurt and to what extent. Fortunately, for the moment, that pause has started, and let's hope it continues. But Trump being Trump and Israel being the instigator, you never know whether the passage would be smooth. But we have to hope that talks somehow bring about a lasting peace.
Very, very interesting, viewers. Very, very interesting point of view there. General Pandey, how do you assess this? If you talk about winners, losers, gainers, etc., how do you assess this?
Very clearly what has happened is, Rahul, that the people who are totally lost in this game is the Gulf and the region, right? Because now after this, how much ever degradation Iran may have suffered, but there's one thing very clear, and please understand the religion part in this entire thing, the ideology part. They understand that asymmetry will always bring down a more powerful country. And the stalemate or defeat, both ways, even as a stalemate, is a great, great victory for Iran. It's an ideological victory. The challenge for Gulf is not about terms of winning or losing in anything. It is monarchy versus the people. And throughout the war, the people of Gulf were with Iran. And all Muslims around the world were with Iran. Very few were not with Iran. And this widens that gap. The ideological gap, alliances will shift. Monarchies are going to be in some degree of trouble, and I think Ambassador Dogra will have much more better view on it. So this is a huge damage. The second is the credibility of Americans. That without taking into consideration of the alliances, in last 1 year, Europe has been sidelined and left aloof, allowed. What they have done to Venezuela and people on the south have been left on one side. In this conflict, the Gulf has suffered the maximum, but truly their considerations have not been taken into account when they have gone for the ceasefire. But I will not like to believe. Yesterday I had tweeted and I had already said that ceasefire will happen in 12 hours. But the game is in play because you cannot trust what is happening in the back channel. And I firmly believe that there is some discussion which is happening which Pakistanis don't know, which nobody knows in terms of breaking the regime, taking over charge of Iran, because that will be the only gameplay. And 10 days were taken to allow that talk to happen. There are another 10 days, 14 days being done for this. And mark my word, maybe a day before or 2 days before or any time in between, there will be a very, very considerable strike, because when the final ceasefire will happen or truce will happen, the previous 12 hours to 24 hours are going to be very, very violent from both sides. That has not yet happened. I thought when the Kurd Island got struck, maybe something much more will happen, but it's going to be there. The last point I just want to mind up here is that Israel will continue to go on its path. For Israel, it is essential. We may not like what Israel is doing and world may not like. But the fact is that till the time the proxies remain in the proximity of Iran, of Israel, and Hezbollah remains alive in Lebanon, I think even if 2 million Palestinians have to be moved out, this strike will continue, and this is one part which will never be accepted by Israel. And of course, US and Israel have gone into this conflict with two different political objectives. Their political objectives and aims were totally different. Yes, the targets remained same, right? So there is a difference between targeting, but political and military objectives being different is the thing which I am stating. and most of the military objectives are yet to be achieved in case of Israel. And Israel will continue to do what it has to, because this is once for the lifetime. They got this opportunity on October 7th to start rolling back what was existential threat to them, and they will continue on this path. I am not very sure what Saudis are actually thinking right now. They are the most in trouble at this time. The world is at peace, but region is not.
Region is not. Yes, the world is at peace, the region is not, and that really remains the unquantifiable. General Bishambar Dayal also there with us, but before that, let me just quickly bring you up to speed, viewers, with developments in the United States. It's nearing midnight or past midnight there now, but what we can tell you is just about an hour back, President Trump issued a statement, and I'm going to try and pull out that statement and bring in my colleague Shivani Gupta on this. Let's go straight across. Let's go first of all to this breaking news. Hormuz jitters, US claims free passage, Iran cites passage toll, and there are the shipping companies who are feeling the heat. They are caught in this particular bind to give money or not to give money. Shipping companies are wondering whether this is all legal, whether this is an extortion by another means. But let me bring in Shivani here. Let's go straight across to her. In fact, Shivani, let's talk a little bit through the statements that Donald Trump has been making. Come, let's go straight across to her. Shivani, this statement that he has just issued was a clarification pretty much under pressure, wasn't it? He was being sort of beat up, as they say in the Americas,
yes,
by the opposition for conceding too much. So just talk us through this.
So in America, there is a lot of skepticism, there is a lot of caution as far as this conditional ceasefire is concerned. Obviously, some sections of the Republicans are trying to project it as a considerable win for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They're obviously saying that, we have been able to hold Iran accountable, and with the negotiations that will now take place, we will be able to do more of that. So, this is, of course, what Trump has said.
Yes.
That a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action, big money to be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that they follow what we want them to follow. But very quickly, in America, there is a lot of criticism of the fact that actually Iran has a bigger weapon than it used to before this war, which is the Strait of Hormuz. And we still don't know what the negotiation on this is going to be, because Iran is sticking to its point that they want control of the Hormuz. They also want money off the Hormuz. So where do we stand on that? We don't know. There is also criticism and sections of the Democrats, for example, asking for the 25th Amendment of the Constitution to be invoked to impeach Donald Trump because of the quote-unquote genocidal, threat that he made to the Iranian public in that tweet late last night, where he said a civilization.
So here is something else that I hope that we can put this up. This is a tweet by Danny Kemp, and let's put this tweet up by Danny Kemp if we can. There it is by Danny Kemp. We're going to pull that up. Trump calls in with AFP tonight. Basically, Trump called a news agency. He's been taking these calls straight off the bat. Anyone can dial him. Most people in Washington who are connected and covering the White House have his number, and they call him. And what he does is simply picks up the phone and he talks to anybody and everybody. And it's quite informal, but he does say a lot. So according to Danny Kemp, this is the news that is coming out, isn't it?
Yes, Trump has called the ceasefire deal total and complete victory for the United States. Trump says he believes China was involved in pushing Iran to the negotiating table, says Iran's uranium will be perfectly taken care of under the deal without specifying how. So uranium is that other aspect, Rahul.
Yeah.
We don't quite know what happened to the already enriched uranium, 400 kilograms of it that Iran has. And Iran is also sticking to the point that they will not completely abandon their enrichment program. So these are some of the details we still need to know more about. There are contradictions between what Iran has said and what America has said. There are gaps in between as well. So maybe the 2-week period will now be used to, of course, work those out. But there's a lot of skepticism if US gained anything from this military offensive, or whether Iran has gained an upper hand instead.
And there's the Prime Minister of Israel. His office has also put out a
He's
post.
upset.
Let's pull that up also on the wall. If the Director Saab can do that right now. This is the Prime Minister of Israel. The United States has told Israel that it is committed to achieving these goals. There it is. This is very interesting, isn't it?
Yes, achieving these goals shared by the US, Israel and Israel's regional allies in the upcoming negotiations. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Another flashpoint, Israel is not in agreement that they will cease their operations in Lebanon, but there is the opposition, mind you, in Israel that is already beginning to mount pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu, saying this is humiliating for us that Israel was not even on the negotiating table as this ceasefire was
But if you read the IRGC statement, it seems to suggest that this is going to be a cessation even against its proxies, its friends. So that would include, of course, the Hezbollah and others in Lebanon. So there is a mismatch
like
already.
I said, 3 to 4 points where there is no understanding or clarity of what will transpire. Strait of Hormuz, whether it will be free, who will control it, and whether it will be taxed. Lebanon, what happens to enriched uranium, and what happens to Israel's offensive.
So here, of course, viewers, is the biggest point of divergence, because we don't quite know how Israel is going to react to all of this. There is pressure already coming in from people like Yair Lapid, who are, of course, the opposition leader in Israel. He's the one who also met Prime Minister Modi just a few days before hostilities broke out, about 45 days ago. About 4 or 5 days before the war broke out, and supported the Prime Minister and the entire speech that the Prime Minister gave in the Knesset. At that point, of course, there was a bipartisan support for Israel's position in India. But here, with its own ally, there could be some big differences. And I want to bring in General Dayal. General Dayal, before I bring in my colleague Akash, to really break down the war militarily with General Pandey, I want your view on this. How do you see Israel playing its cards going forward? Is it going to be a part of the problem, or is it going to be part of the solution?
Rahul, thank you. Firstly, Rahul, in a T20 match, you have played the power play so well that there's very little to say. Hats off to your introductory, such an eloquent, perspective that you have given with everything, that I think we can only substantiate it, right? Now let me come to the word, and you took out a beautiful word, thunder out of my word. See, present wars are actually contactless wars. They are actually not so human resources, but they are wars which are being fought technologically. And these wars are also the decisive outcome of these wars, or the military aims or politico-military objectives are also unquantifiable. The word you used was unquantifiable. They're really unquantifiable. If you really look at it, nobody can quantify how many Hezbollah, Hamas you have decimated, how many IRGC top leadership, what would mean which is the threshold of mean that the moderates are in control of Iran and not the hardliners. You see, these are all unquantifiable issues, but behind all this, there are conducive aims, and I'm sure America had a lot of conducive aims starting this war. It didn't come here just because Israel forced it. Now, let me also close the chapter of Pakistan, which you all have been mentioning. See, Pakistan is is not an interlocutor. He's just a facilitator. And I've been saying on different channels, unfortunately, I'm coming to you after a long time, that Pak Army chief is the only guy, Pak Army is the only guy which has got open channels with Islamic Republic Guards, the top leadership. No other military has that sort of a leeway, which can, because they're not only neighbors, they may have differences, they may have animosity, but they have channels and open. And if somebody could reach IRGC and whatever level was required, I think it was only Pak Army. So they have been communicating, and they are facilitator. And actually during the interlocution, if somebody will have some point of view, I think it is only China which may probably somewhere during backdoor channels pressurize Iran on something,
because it has
or convey to America something emphatically. Rest are all players. Now
and
let's
don't
come
forget
to
that there is a summit planned between Trump and Xi Jinping
in
the next few days. So that is also,
So the conducive aim, if it was there to contain, to contain China ultimately after Venezuela, to restrict China free on the energy sources, the way China was having a free with yuan and all those things. Probably there America has failed. No. So ultimately America had to recognize that China exists and China can also one part of the world. Right.
Okay.
Now let me come to Israel. Israel is not part of the solution. Israel is part of the problem. Israel is part of the problem. Israel, see, there was an agreement between the Hezbollah and Israel agreed in 2024, and it was being monitored by United Nations, and it was being monitored by America. It was under the American influence. And was this required at this juncture when you were fighting Iran? You were to start this war. So Iran is so you started because you have your objective. They have their clear military objective. They want to reach the Mediterranean on one side. They have reached the Mediterranean. Gaza has no relevance. Hamas was an excuse, and they wanted to take entire Gaza. The population also completely under control. So no question now they can make a proper. I'm of the opinion they can make a proper.
Well, that's debatable. That's debatable. What you're saying fundamentally.
Yes.
What you're saying is that Iran's military objectives are still, Israel's military objectives, you think, are still a bit incomplete. I want to bring in Mr. Dogra on this because it's an important
point.
They
will remain debatable because you have never, because these are not quantifiable. Can you ever eliminate a thought, an idea, an ideology?
Sure.
You can never.
Sure. So you're saying that Israel will always have a stake in upending the peace because they are very conscious of the fact that the IRGC, which is really an idea, remains in power.
Till Netanyahu is the prime minister, this is a reality. This is what he has been
let me
doing
just bring in Mr. Dogra on this. Mr. Dogra, how do you see it? I mean, do you think that the Israelis have said, look, we've achieved what we had to? Yes, there might always be the odd aim. You know, you can wish for all you want, but wishes don't become horses all the time. So will they be pragmatic? Will at some level Tel Aviv be pragmatic here?
Well, if one goes by the speculation and things which have come out off and on during the last 40 days, it seems quite clear that Netanyahu had a personal stake in starting and continuing with this war because there was a lot of opposition building up against him. And there was talk also that he'll be imprisoned as soon as he is out of his position as the prime minister. Now, that is in the realm of whispers and conspiracies. But it is also, without doubt, a fact that Israel has been wanting to punish Iran to a point where it is pulverized. That has not happened. In fact, Iran has given it as much as it has received. So it's a stalemate as far as Israel is concerned. And people in Israel are also troubled that for last 1 year plus, first Hamas has not been eliminated. Now Hezbollah has been very active in pounding Israel. So what has Israel gained by this war and its continuation against Iran? The other point really is the role of Russia and China. They have gained much more than even Iran through this war because they have come out stronger. They have come out as facilitators of Iran in this war against America and Israel by direct and indirect means, by satellite technology and by transfer of missile and other technologies. As for Iran itself is concerned, I think America has succeeded and Israel has succeeded in uniting the people of Iran against a foreign enemy.
Okay, on the point of Iran, sir, just some breaking news coming in. The Embassy of India in Tehran has issued an advisory just about 5 minutes back saying that in continuation of the advisory of 7th April 2026 and in light of recent developments, Indian nationals still in Iran are strongly advised to expeditiously exit Iran. Remember yesterday, viewers, the same advisory issued by the same authority had said, stick in your places, do not move out of your spaces, be sure to in fact take shelter. And today, after this particular ceasefire, or let's say pause in hostilities has come into place, the language has changed. Indian nationals are being strongly advised now to expeditiously exit Iran, albeit there should be no attempt to approach any international land border without prior consultation and coordination with the embassy. So whatever you do, Indian citizens in Iran, contact the consulates, contact the embassy, and then coordinate your exit, but do it quickly because you have a strong advisory to act expeditiously. So this is the big news. Here are some of the emergency numbers on which the embassy can be reached, and they're right at the bottom of your screens. I just want to quickly bring in also Akash, but we're going to take a very short break. General D.P. Pandey and Akash will take us through the military aspect of this campaign. We'll be right back, viewers, in just a few moments. Stay with us, don't go away.
Morning, thank you for your patience. But the Sensex is zooming, nearly a 3.5% bump up, both with Nifty and Sensex in early trade.
That's correct. So ever since the skirmish started, the Nifty had lost about 3,000 points. So it was only fair that at a point when you did see some signs of peace, there would be some recovery in the markets as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And, today is one part of it all where we've seen a big up move of 3.5%, like you pointed out, on both the Nifty as well as the Sensex. But the last 3 or 4 trading sessions, the commentary that was coming around, as the street was awaiting some sort of deadline ending, there was a sense of people buying at lower levels, which told you that maybe a lot of it has been done and maybe we're closer to the bottom than we are to the top. And that's exactly how it's played out. Over the last 3 trading sessions, the Nifty was actually closing positive after 6 weeks of losses. So we had seen a big gash already. And add to all of this, we also got some of the updates coming in from companies as how they performed in the 4th quarter. All these numbers looked a lot better than what the street was fearing. So far, it looks like, the street is looking at going beyond this. Even as the uncertainty around the war continues, the street has put a number to it, and that number on the Nifty is around 22,200. From there itself, we've seen a near 1,700-point rally, and that's exactly what's reflecting in the market. Add to all of this, crude oil prices coming down, the impact that it has positively on our market is the rupee strengthened past 93 as well, closer to 92.5.
True, but where's the money coming in from? Is it all domestic investors, or is there some FIIs also coming in?
Well, it's all domestic investors. Unfortunately, the FIIs over the last 40 days or so on a daily basis have been selling over $1 billion. Yeah. The question is whether the FIIs return after this piece or not. The good part, however, is that domestic money will continue to flow even as, we did see that during bad times. We have around 31,000 crores of capital coming into the market every month via SIP. So domestic money is holding up the market. The fact that market's recovering would only, take away the risk of that money going away as well. So far, it's a foregone conclusion that the FIs have not liked our market for a while right now, but there are multiple reasons for that. This war isn't the only one. Let's see whether they return or not. For them to return, obviously, the economy, has to start doing well. The earnings have to start picking up as well, and a lot of other things have to happen. We have to have an AI play, etc. But so far, the fact that the markets recovered from lows and the things look better going ahead takes away the risk of domestic money not coming back as well. I mean, this 31,000, this fear was if that starts to dissipate, then the markets could have gone lower. But that's not happening now, and that's a good point.
What's pushing, or which stocks are pushing up this surge? Oil cos, or are there others too?
No, it is largely a lot of the companies which saw the biggest cuts during this skirmish. So obviously, it's the oil and gas companies, the oil marketing companies which are doing extremely well because they see some of their under recoveries coming off. We have Interglobe Aviation, Indigo. So we have airline companies doing extremely well. The large stock that was the worst hit during this issue was L&T because nearly 30-35% of their orders come in from West Asia. That stock's up around 10% as well. And then you have a bottom list of a tail of all the stocks which would be impacted by higher crude oil prices now.
Welcome back, viewers. We are continuing with our rolling coverage of a story that we broke 4 in the morning. The pause in hostilities in the Gulf is well and truly in place. But just before the pause, viewers, a large number of fiery exchanges took place. Iran was busy targeting Tel Aviv. There you can see, viewers, as also Al Jubail, which is a very important installation, energy installation, viewers. There were also attacks on other infrastructure in the Gulf that was energy related. We also know that there have been several hits on various US bases, and I really want to talk a little bit about the damage right now, the depletion that has taken place in the military resources that are available to the Americans. So we were getting to a point, Akash, thanks for joining me, looks after defense for CNN News 18. Akash, many people were saying that pain points were escalating also on the American side because a large number of aircraft, a dozen personnel unfortunately, and there were several injuries and wounded. So just give me a rundown really of what has been happening on the American side. How badly were they actually hit by this war? And General Pandey will also weigh in. Yes.
So Rahul, this was a war, at a time, at an era where we are dealing with a lot of kamikaze drones, loitering munitions. From US side, of course, they had pitched their advanced aircraft like F-15E and F-35 as well. They were using KC-135, that is a tanker, and then A-10 as well, which is a support aircraft. They normally try to destroy the sort of tanks that we have on the enemy side, and they have used this aircraft in the past as well. Starting from F-15 to A-10 to KC-135 to MQ-9 drone as well. These are the sort of losses, that US forces have suffered. Of course, the troops, they in fact carried out this daring operation where, they claimed that they had destroyed their deactivated aircraft. On the other hand, we had Iran claiming that how we have destroyed their Black Hawk helicopters. Black Hawk, remember, is the backbone of their helicopter fleet. They had used, the Black Hawk for a number of missions in the past. Of course, for the Osama bin Laden as well. And, these are the advanced aircraft and the helicopters that they have. And all of these helicopters and aircraft were destroyed with what? With the sort of, kamikaze drones or the loitering munitions that they have.
Yes.
And, Rahul, when we talk about the sort of damages that they have suffered, so it is not just limited to it. They have, in fact, lost their air defenses, the THAAD system, all the Patriot that they are using. They have lost a variety of resources that they had, in fact, deployed in the West Asia or in the Gulf nations. And at this point in time, while they are somewhere, going to culminate or somewhere negotiating to culminate this war, there is a discussion as to what you have achieved. And, as far as your terms are concerned, so what you had started this war for, and what is the kind of achievement that you have at this point in time, Rahul?
So let me also bring in General Pandey, and come along with me, Akash, because we're going to analyze this. General Pandey, had we come to a point where it had also become a little difficult for the United States to continue this particular onslaught, so to speak, because there was a depletion and many people have remarked on the number of missiles, etc. So there was an attenuation, and beyond a point to reach a level where the gains outweigh sometimes, or the losses outweigh the gains. Had we come to that point? Had we come to that pain point?
Yeah, so a major lesson for Indian policymakers and a lot of believers on only tech superiority on expensive platforms, will achieve results. Yes, they can, but as Akash is so very wonderfully wound up, I'll just keep on rolling out a few things. The bluster of US and Iran, both sides, need to be seen not in terms of bluster, but also the pain points. $40 billion counted and much more than that has already been expended, which is direct content, and indirect cost to America is unknown, has already gone down the chute, actually in terms of chute. The more part is the issue of resilience. Please understand that entire military power of US has not been brought to bear upon it. A portion of Central Command has been brought to bear. They have been into this fight for about now 50 days and preparation of about a couple of weeks before this when they started moving from variety of places. So when you look at it, this whole endurance part of the forces which have been involved, is a major issue and challenge. So the degradation is not only in destruction, but it is also in terms of endurance. People have been in the fight non-stop. Only 2 aircraft carriers, one has gone back, one is available, and these fighters have been taking out flights not of 1 hour worth. They are flying distances of about 1,500 kilometers across the region, 400 to 1,500 kilometers, to be able to cover entire Iran and carry out those operations, which are extremely difficult. So credit goes to the fighters and everybody who's been fighting on behalf of the Americans. So that degradation in terms of human endurance.
Let's also, General Saab, just hold your thoughts because we're getting big news, and I want Akash's input on this. We are hearing that the Raksha Mantri will be holding a meeting today at 3 p.m. So that's the big news. Defense Minister calls meeting over the West Asia war very significant because, Akash, we know that the Defense Minister has been actively taking a great interest not only in the theatre of operations but also in the munitions that are being used, and has been reviewing, in fact, the battle as it has been unfolding. What's happening here?
Right. So, Rahul, you see, India has got its stakes as well. We have got a number of vessels in that particular area. And you must be remembering the day when we reported that how, a US-UK base in the Indian Ocean region was attempted by Iran. On that particular day, in fact, the first meeting happened. In fact, we are learning about this meeting that is about to happen, where Defense Minister is going to, in fact, review the situation. Of course, it's a concern for us because it is happening in our neighborhood. And there are a number of things where Indian Navy is involved or Indian Armed Forces are involved. And then we know that how we have got our adversaries too.
Very quickly, I also want to ask you, yes, on that point of adversaries and, of course, of the munitions and tech use, will this influence perhaps the way India procures equipment going in the future?
Of course, because you see, there are a number of countries on which, we are dependent as far as our procurements are concerned. We are, buying jets from France. We are, in fact, you must be remembering S-400. We were about to receive S-400 in April only, but then it got delayed, and a senior official told me that, the West Asia impact is there, and that's why we are going to receive the S-400 in May month. So, of course, our procurement, since we are dependent on a number of countries, even when we are focusing on Atmanirbharta, Rahul, we know that how we are dependent on countries like France. So, of course, these conditions are going to impact us as well in terms of procurement.
And we'll also have to modify our purchases because we are seeing the efficacy of certain weapon systems, viewers, which have worked better in certain theatres. And perhaps we'll also have to build that learning into the way we are going to be addressing our own strategic needs. We leave it at this, viewers. Lots more coming up, including the headlines, and there are big developments which we will be reporting. Stay with us. Don't go away.
To the newsroom, Anand Narasimhan is joining us here. Pakistan being reduced to a WhatsApp forward of diplomacy is the buzz really on internet. And remember the kind of posturing Pakistan was attempting, Anand. So it becomes very interesting in the larger scheme of things with the Pakistan Prime Minister completely exposed with this draft message.
True, and also Kanchan Gupta taking a pot shot saying that External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was right in calling Pakistan a dalal nation because they are pimping out to put food on their plate. That's the kind of language that's being used, and I'm quoting Mr. Kanchan Gupta, who's come out and said that a state given to Dalali Aka pimping out to put food on its plate, no PM of a half-decent country would put out a public statement, a post on X, whose draft clearly came from someplace else. And that was because, viewers, that draft said Pakistan's PM message on X. So there was an error there also, which was pointed out by some of our guests. How would you do that if you have allowed the Prime Minister's X post handle to be given to somebody else to cut paste and cut copy paste? So this Control C, Control D, Control V, all of that has only got Control E for, that is embarrassment for the Pakistanis, and that's clearly being highlighted at this point. And there's one after the other. It's missteps by the Pakistan leadership, be it Asim Munir or be it Shehbaz Sharif. Every time they try and project Pakistan as playing an important role in the region, they shoot themselves in the foot and expose themselves all the more that they are nothing but doormats or messengers which are being used by those to whom they are subservient to. China on the one hand, and here US Israel on the other, because Pakistan is a nation which was caught in the bind because it was trying to express solidarity with Iran while it had a security arrangement with the Saudi Arabian, and Saudi Arabia was very, very upset. The language they used against the UAE, also one of its leaders, has also not done it any favor in that particular region, and everybody will remember. They don't forget so easily the utterances. But this act itself shows that Pakistan has not only outsourced its diplomacy to somebody else, it's outsourcing even basic posts of the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
No mind of its own is really the message that's come out, and that's what critics are pointing to. Thank you so much, Anand, for that. Let's give you an idea of how the internet is responding. Those are the messages that have been coming in on social media since the last few hours. So we'll try and pull out some of those messages for you. This is an American journalist, Brian Grimm, who's taken to social media, and look at this, he's actually quoted this edited post. So you see at the bottom of the screens, there is that word draft, that phrase draft, Pakistan's Prime Minister a message on X. Now he says, this is unbelievable. The edit history on this tweet shows that Pakistan Prime Minister originally copy pasted everything he was said, including this remember phrase, viewers, is really the biggest talking point as far as the story is concerned. Draft Pakistan's Prime Minister message on X. The question being asked by netizens is, why is it that if this was being posted by the Prime Minister's official handle, would it say Pakistan's Prime Minister? And the other, of course, the key word being cited is the word draft. So this is the edit post. We'll try and go back and pull out a couple of others. This is, of course, the meme fest, as it turns out to be. Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X, the translated version, Dalal, as we were just discussing, with something which is something that India has also highlighted, or rather criticized in the past. All right, there's another meme there that you see, possibly AI-generated meme, explanation of Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's draft tweet, and you see how the internet is really cracking on this one as well. We'll go over to more.
An 11th hour ceasefire has been brokered in by the United States and, of course, Iran. What we are being told is that there is going to be a meet in Islamabad on 10th of April, which is Friday. Remember, Israel has already declared that they will continue to target Hezbollah in Lebanon. Is the ceasefire going to hold is the big critical question. Who stands to gain? Who stands to lose? We'll be breaking that down for you in the next half hour. But first up, the headlines. A very warm welcome to all our viewers. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's get started. After a warning, civilizational, in fact, the US president has said that there is going to be an end to Iran's civilizational bullying, and United States has now reached a conditional ceasefire for 2 weeks. Strait of Hormuz to open up. Formalization expected soon. Iran sets 10 conditions for ending the conflict. It claims US has agreed on lifting of sanctions against Iran. No attacks on axis of resistance. Iran claims they reserve control over Hormuz to levy fee with Oman to ensure safe passage of ships. Trump says US will help with traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz, which will also perhaps help Iran in generating income to pay for the damages. The Strait of Hormuz jitters are on this as shipping companies seek guarantees. The US claims a free passage. Iran cites passage toll. Meanwhile, the German Chancellor has said appropriate measures will be taken to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Disquiet in Israel. This over Iran-United States ceasefire. Reports claim Trump dialed Netanyahu to inform him of successful negotiations. Israel's opposition leader Yair Lapid has called the ceasefire a political disaster. Israel issues evacuation warning to residents of the city of Tyre in southern Lebanon and says it will launch strikes. And And this is how the markets are reacting. Nifty tops 24,000, Sensex surges 2,900 points on US-Iran ceasefire. European gas prices have dropped by a sharp 20% decline after US-Iran two-week ceasefire announced. And as after Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, Indian embassy in Iran has released an advisory asking Indian nationals to exit Iran at the earliest. And this is what the US Congress has been reacting like. Republicans are hailing peacemaker Donald Trump, but Democrats are skeptical. They have slammed loss of face for the US president. There's chorus for his removal, which continues as Americans are now paying the price for this fall. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has boasted of mediation in Iran-U.S. conflict, but technology exposes him. Sharif's Twitter post, drafted by U.S., leaves Pakistan red-faced because you can see on that tweet, draft for Pakistan Prime Minister. Pakistan plays host to Iran-U.S. talks to finalize conditional truce. Tehran confirms meeting in Islamabad. A 15-day timeline for permanent solution as well. There's a conditional ceasefire reached. Focus now in-person talks. Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, even the Middle Eastern envoy Steve Witkoff are all set to hold talks with Iran in Pakistan this Friday. Pakistan is now gloating, but is China the real mediator? Because the US president said he believes China was involved in pushing Iran to the negotiating table. All right, let's quickly go across to Poonam, who will share all the latest developments with us. Poonam, it's over to you for what's happened in the hours before the ceasefire was announced and what to expect.
Absolutely, and it's been a rolling coverage here on CNN News 18 since this morning, since the news broke out about this pause that has now come to the fore. There was only a few hours that were left before that deadline ended for Donald Trump, for Iran. But a ceasefire came in. In fact, it was just about 90 minutes or so before that deadline ended when the announcement of a ceasefire came to the fore. This, of course, is conditional. It comes with some terms and conditions. The two-week ceasefire with Iran is in place until negotiations further formalize that particular decision. This follows direct appeals from Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir, as has been claimed by United States, who urged Washington to hold back any more strikes. Now, moments after that announcement, Donald Trump struck an optimistic note. He called it a big day for world peace. He said Iran has had enough and wants the conflict to end. Donald Trump said that this pause in military action is conditional, subject to Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz for safe and immediate passage. Tehran, meanwhile, has agreed to the ceasefire, but not without sending a clear warning. This is not the end of the war, is a clear message that Tehran has sent, claiming that any violation will trigger a sharp response from their end. For now, there is a pause, but it's tense, and this entire conflict could unravel any minute. We are as close to escalation as we can be, but will this truce last? That's really the big question that everyone seems to be watching out for.
All right, on that note, let's quickly get our viewers the breaking inputs that we are getting in, because remember, a lot hinges on the markets and how the markets respond. Many are saying that the US president is also buckling under pressure because of the stress on the global markets, and this, as we are being told, US crude oil price is down by 16%. While Brent crude oil is down by 15% after a two-week ceasefire. Remember, markets seem to be bouncing back. For how long? All depends and hinges on for how long the ceasefire is going to hold. But more importantly, we've seen a sharp decline in the prices, which were hovering around $118 per barrel. They've gone sharply down to over $91 per barrel. Reports are indicating that this is the sharpest decline one has seen in Brent crude prices ever since the time of COVID. But as of now, US crude oil price down by 16%. This could indeed mean good news for Americans, but will that have any impact on what the US thinks about their president? Let's quickly go across to Poonam.
And we'll continue that discussion with my colleague Akash, who's joining us from the newsroom here, getting us more details. Now, we've seen how the entire oil market has been seeing the sign of seesaw since the war began. 38 days in, there seems to be some relief coming in as far as oil prices go. For the first time, they have come down below the $100 barrel a mark. Akash is joining us, getting us more details on this front as well. And when we dive into this conversation, it is important to note that yes, those prices have slumped, but they're not back to pre-war levels. And that's something that is keenly being watched out for. Akash, as far as oil prices, crude prices are concerned, advisors, analysts are going to be looking at it, but it's going to take some time for it to come to pre-war levels because there has been so much destruction at all the production facilities.
Of course, and Poonam, you see, energy is one thing, that has seen the maximum impact of this war. We know that how Strait of Hormuz, in fact, has been a contested area. And in fact, from the beginning, we have been seeing that how Iran has said that they are going to block it. And because of which, because of the blockage as well, we have been seeing that not just India, but other countries, which are in fact dependent on the particular route, are impacted. And yes, after the announcement, we are seeing a dip. And, it is below, in fact, $100. But experts say that, if you want a normal condition, then you'll have to allow some more time. And for that, you will, in fact, require the cessation of the activities, at least, if not permanently, then for some time at least. And this is the reason why, in fact, we have been, seeing a sharp decline in the prices. Since morning, we have been tracking this. And Strait of Hormuz and the entire route has been the biggest reason for it, Poonam.
Absolutely. So will that settle down from here on? We don't know just yet. But Akash, there is hope, at least as far as normalizing is concerned. And that's exactly what we've seen in terms of markets as well. Not just Indian markets, global markets have also jumped on the fact because oil prices have gone down.
Oh, yes. And in fact, just a little figure, Strait of Hormuz is an area, from where around 130 ships used to pass. And these 130 ships used to, in fact, go to countries like Pakistan, countries like Bangladesh, countries like India. And now, during the war, we have seen that how this number, dropped down to just 6 or 7 ships on a daily basis. So one can, in fact, understand the situation. One can get an idea as to why these prices are going up to a level, and then why suddenly, when the acknowledgement has come from both US and Iran, why we are seeing a sharp decline as well.
Akash, for the moment, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. So whether these prices will stay or not, whether they'll go down further, well, that's anyone's guess, but that's really what the world is hoping for. Akanksha, my colleague, getting us more updates coming in from the CNN News 18
Well, absolutely, because Poonam, let's also break it down for our viewers in terms of whether or not this ceasefire is going to hold. But as of now, let's go by facts. What does it mean? To begin with, this threat to pause the high-stakes brinkmanship has been used as a diplomatic tool by the US president himself. But remember, this is also going to set a dangerous precedent, because every time Donald Trump doesn't get what he's looking for, he is going to threaten complete decimation or annihilation of a state. Secondly, Hormuz has been at the heart of the deal, which means that they've agreed to a ceasefire also on Iran's 10-point terms acceptable. Is it going to also lead to a veto over the ship passage? That is something we will have to find out. Trump, of course, has lost more than he has gained. You're also looking at other factors. Let's quickly go across to what Hormuz means over here, because the Strait of Hormuz and the reopening is going to decide the future negotiations, or the possibility of negotiations, as has been indicated that it will be happening this Friday, whether the ceasefire holds or collapses. Because remember, the assurance coming in from the Iranian foreign minister is that they are now prepared to coordinate with the IRGC to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. 2-week window, it's a pressure valve for negotiation, not a resolution. as many have been talking about, how this is indeed the gateway to peace, but not the destination itself. You're also looking at the big questions. The US pauses operations, but uncertainty still looms large over how fully Iran will comply. Will Iran continue to target? Because remember, soon after that announcement was made, there were missiles targeting UAE and even Israel. At the same time, there's domestic pressure being built on Netanyahu. Israel's endgame dilemma is that should they participate in this negotiation or not, if it continues to back the pause or not. For how long is the big, key, critical question. At the same time, Pakistan's movement, it has, remember, also positioned Pakistan as a bridge to de-escalate. It's also a big win for them. Also a global brownie point as far as Pakistan and the appeasement with the United States is concerned. Then you're looking at the overall impact on the markets, which we are already seeing happen. Prices have softened, but not to the pre-war levels, as production infrastructure still needs repair. Also, for how long will these prices hold if the ceasefire holds or not? Much depends on that. Let's quickly go across to Poonam, who will share more details with us. Poonam.
And speaking of those markets, Akanksha, in fact, we do have an update as far as Indian markets go. Nifty has topped 24,000. Sensex has surged about 2,900 points. This is on the back of the announcement of the ceasefire between the two countries, United States and Iran. In fact, CNBC TV 18's Mangalam Malu is now joining us, getting us more details on this. Mangalam, as far as markets are concerned, it seems like all sectors are rallying over this particular announcement.
Obviously, across the board, there has been a fair amount of a rally that we've seen in the last two trading sessions, most in today's trading session. If you notice, over the last month and a half, ever since the skirmish started, there was a lot of fear, uncertainty and bearishness, which was bottled up. And now with this sort of ceasefire that has been announced, at least for the next 2 weeks, that bottle has been opened, and there is a gush of liquidity going into the market. Though, two things we need to know: whether this gush of liquidity sustains or not. Secondly, what's the color of this liquidity, whether it's coming in from the foreign institutional investors or it's coming in from domestic institutional investors. But just again, to put things into perspective, before the war started, the Nifty was around 25,500. It fell 3,000 points all the way down to closer to 22,500 points. And now it's recovered about 1,500 points from there. It's at 24,000. Before the war started, actually, oil was around $67 per barrel, went all the way up to 120, and now down to around 93. So yes, the new normal is a little above the previous normal, and as a result of which, the stock market, while it has recovered, it has not gone back to its all-time highs because fear has just dissipated, not disappeared. But good going for the markets. Nevertheless, a lot of these oil marketing companies, which had seen a big decline, have now started to see some buying come back. Companies like L&T, etc., which had some exposure to West Asia in terms of orders, they had fallen about 30-35%. They are bouncing back as well. And in the interim, we saw all the safe haven stocks, which are the consumer stocks, the pharmaceutical stocks, as well as some of these IT stocks, which saw some purchases, have now started to underperform, largely because other parts of the market are doing well. So people are unwinding that risk-off trade and going risk-on.
Mangalam, is it also true that this is a record decline in Brent prices, which, remember, have seen a 20% decline? Many are saying that this is the sharpest decline since COVID times.
Well, this is the sharpest intraday decline that we've seen since COVID times. But then again, we'll have to put into perspective, the kind of rally that we've seen already. And remember, the ceasefire is a binary agreement, right? It's a binary event. So up until, the war was on, the crude prices rose from $67 all the way up to $120. So a near doubling of crude prices. And as soon as the ceasefire has been announced, it's down 20% from the peak. So just on a day's basis, it looks like it's the sharpest decline that we've seen since COVID times. But we're still a good 50% above pre-war levels. So let's not look at just today's move and, extrapolate that, because over the last 6 weeks, it's nearly doubled.
Absolutely. Mangalam Malu, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18 and putting that in perspective for us. We'll, of course, keep a track of what transpires, not just in the realm of Indian markets, but the Asian markets are also rallying. We'll have the Western markets up in a few hours from now as well. But whether this peace is going to be a lasting one, is there going to be tension and uncertainty over it, and for how long that's going to last? We'll try and put that in perspective here. Joining us on this broadcast, our former Foreign Secretary of India, Shashank. Milad Rabbani, our former Iranian diplomat, is with us. Regional affairs expert Brahma Chalani is with us as well. Let me begin by asking Milad Rabbani, what are your hopes from the negotiations that are going to take place in person? There is a 15-point agenda that has come in from the United States' side. There's a 10-point agenda from the Iranian side. For now, they seem to have agreed to negotiate, which is why this 2-week truce has come in. But there is common ground to be found. Is that what you believe?
What I can tell you is even before we observe some craziness in the foreign policy of the United States, and if I want to give you one example, they spent billions of dollars and 20 years to replace Taliban with Taliban in Afghanistan. And now this is exactly what I'm seeing in Iran. They spend a huge amount of money and killed many people, and even they suffered many casualties. And for what? Really for what? The conflicts between Iran, the Iranian regime, and Trump administration is huge. And I believe it's very hard for them to reach any conclusion by negotiations, especially the Iranian regime now is the winner of this war. And this war was a gift from Trump to Iranian regime. And I don't know really what kind of advisor and chancellor are surrounding Donald Trump and for what they are. And no one warned him about the consequences of this war. The consequences, just look now what's going on. The Iranian regime becomes stronger as the upper hand. And I believe it is an important task for American civil society to investigate Trump, to hold Trump accountable for this craziness.
Professor, okay, I want to quickly bring in Professor Chalani on that note. Professor Chalani, the big question is, now that we are looking at 40 days of this war, whether or not the ceasefire holds, we'll get to know in days and rather hours from now. But more importantly, who has gained what? If you were to look at sort of a scorecard that we've been calling on both sides, break it down for us in terms of the US gains versus the Iranian gains.
For Trump, this is a major strategic defeat. He will be facing nagging questions as to what he gained by launching this war of aggression. This was a war that was launched without any provocation, and it has undermined US credibility internationally. This was a very unpopular war internationally as well as within the US. The war has left the same regime in place in Tehran. That regime, before the war, appeared quite weak, but thanks to the war, it has become stronger. Then the war has left the Gulf states, the Gulf Arab states, reeling from the destruction and the damage to their energy infrastructure. It'll take a long time for example, Dubai to regain its reputation as a playground of the world's rich. But not only has the energy infrastructure in the Gulf been damaged, but even desalination plants have been hit. For the first time, water became a weapon of war. And then the third thing is that Trump's own political base at home stands fractured because of this war that he launched. There is a divide within the MAGA base of Trump. And I think that is quite ominous given the fact that the midterm elections are looming large and the danger that the Republicans may lose both houses of Congress. If that happens, then there would be a fresh move to impeach Trump. In fact, just yesterday, hours before Trump agreed to the ceasefire, more than 50 Democratic members of the US Congress asked for his removal. That was extraordinary that so many members of Congress sought removal of Trump because of the kind of statements that he was issuing. He appeared quite unhinged in the eyes of most people. And I think his own credibility has taken a beating because of this war.
In his approval or disapproval ratings, as you would call them, and going into midterm elections, that's perhaps one of the pressure points or the pain points that Donald Trump felt, that it was time for him to take a step back about where this war was going. But Ambassador Shashank, I want to ask you, as far as both sides holding up their end of the bargain is concerned, do you think when they do meet face to face, if those talks happen on Friday in Pakistan, that this could yield results that will actually amount to something, or do you think that actually might make matters worse?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
We don't know as yet. For the time being, we can only conclude that the American democracy has finally won, and the kind of statements which had come from the American president lately showed that they were reaching almost the same stage as at the time of President Truman when atom bombs were used on Japan. And we felt that here we had reached once again, after so many decades, a stage where the American democracy will not be able to put pressure on its president to take into account the wishes of the people, the mothers, children, and all kinds of people in America and in the world. Second thing was also, while President Trump was not that much bothered about the Arab states, but perhaps there is a lot of friendship between him and the Field Marshal Munir and the Prime Minister of Pakistan. But I'm quite sure Pakistan must have told them that if you do anything in Iran, Pakistan would definitely get affected because these westerly winds move from west to east. And India will not be affected as much. It will get affected, not as much as Pakistan. So I think President Trump is very, very mindful of the welfare of the Pakistani military leadership. And I think that also has maybe the second reason.
Okay.
But I don't know, the question which you have asked me, I don't know where does it lead to.
So,
will it lead to a peace completely or not? I'm very
you
sure
know, the Iranian perspective also will decide that, for which I will quickly bring in Milad. But Milad, just hold on to those thoughts, because we are also getting in a CNN News 18 mega exclusive. Poonam will share the details with us. Poonam.
In fact, what we're learning right now is that Pakistan's announcement of the Islamabad upling it and the hosting of US-Iran talks appears largely a damage control tool under American pressure. This is what intelligence sources here in India are indicating, that it was under pressure from the United States that Pakistan came out to gloat that they were the mediators in this particular case. US wants to step back from this particular conflict, while Iran is leveraging the situation. So this is what we're learning from our sources here in India, of what exactly this picture is, of why it is that Donald Trump announced the ceasefire about 90 minutes or so before his deadline was to end. Remember, he had promised or vowed for an entire civilization to end before he actually came to the negotiating table and agreed on this truce. So how is Pakistan playing into this entire scenario?
Yeah. Right, absolutely. Poonam, you know, more than Pakistan, it's also the US that seems to be rather looking bad with this entire negotiation. Because in these exclusive inputs that have been brought to us by investigations editor Manoj Gupta, what we are learning is that this was a US-induced ceasefire. They, in fact, asked Pakistan to act as mediator. That entire tweet, which says draft for the Pakistani Prime Minister, is already doing the rounds. It's going viral on social media platform X. And this is not really putting Pakistan in a good light. But look at the cost of this war for the United States of America. Against the asymmetric warfare of IRGC, of Iran, America has been sending a lot of money out, shelling a lot of money out, whether it is about their defense, whether it is about the Tomahawks, anything that is against that asymmetric warfare really is that added cost for America. And that's why possibly this ceasefire has been arrived at. And also one must look at the 10-point peace plan that has been sent out by Iran, that is inclusive of the fact that they will continue to enrich uranium, that is also talking about a straight transit from that Hormuz choke point, with a levy, with a fee that was decided in the Iranian parliament, by the way, on the 31st of March, which suggested that they have, in fact, spoken about new rules for passage of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, which is completely opposite of what UNCLOS suggests. They will be charging that levy of $2 million. US doesn't seem to be saying anything about it, Poonam. And the fact that they have now said that we will probably get in every guarantee that is there. They could be talking about security cover. They could be talking about the vessels being escorted by the US. But they have said nothing about that fee that Iran claims will be charging for the passage of the vessel, which they will be splitting with Oman. So what does it suggest? This is basically saying that United States of America wanted an end to this entire war, but everything is in the hands of the IRGC. It's and in fact, the Iranian president has come on record, and he in fact has said that it's the IRGC that's calling the shots, and that's what the suggestion has come about. So what happens after these 2 weeks, we do not know whether this peace plan really lasts, and that is really the big question, because if at all things do not come to the table as has been planned, IRGC might continue the attack. Retaliation again is going to be coming in from America and Israel, because Israel definitely is not standing down. They are not liking these negotiations, whichever way they are headed, Poonam.
Absolutely, Griya. Thank you so much for getting us the latest on that. So when, if at all, this truce falls flat, it is not egg on the face of Donald Trump, perhaps on the egg on the face of Shahbaz Sharif. Is that how this was guided to be? That's a question many are asking and looking out for. We'll keep a track of that and much more here on CNN News 18. But for now, time for a quick break.
To the newsroom, Anand Narasimhan is joining us here. Pakistan being reduced to a WhatsApp forward of diplomacy is the buzz really on internet. And remember the kind of posturing Pakistan was attempting, Anand. So it becomes very interesting in the larger scheme of things, with the Pakistan Prime Minister completely exposed with this draft message.
True, and also Kanchan Gupta taking a pot shot, saying that External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was right in calling Pakistan a dalal nation because they are pimping out to put food on their plate. That's the kind of language that's been used, and I'm quoting Mr. Kanchan Gupta, who's come out and said that a state given to Dalali aka pimping out to put food on its plate. No PM of a half-decent country would put out a public statement, a post on X, whose draft clearly came from someplace else. And that was because, viewers, that draft said Pakistan's PM message on X. So there was an error there also, which was pointed out by some of our guests. How would you do that if you have allowed the Prime Minister's X post handle to be given to somebody else to cut paste and cut copy paste? So this Control C, Control D, Control V, all of that has only got Control E for, that is embarrassment for the Pakistanis, and that's clearly being highlighted at this point. And there's one after the other. It's missteps by the Pakistan leadership, be it Asim Munir or be it Shehbaz Sharif. Every time they try and project Pakistan as playing an important role in the region, they shoot themselves in the foot and expose themselves all the more that they are nothing but doormats or messengers which are being used by those to whom they are subservient to. China on the one hand, and here US, Israel on the other, because Pakistan is a nation which was caught in the bind because it was trying to express solidarity with Iran while it had a security arrangement with the Saudi Arabian. And Saudi Arabia was very, very upset. The language they used against the UAE, also one of its leaders, has also not done it any favor in that particular region. And everybody will remember. They don't forget so easily the utterances. But this act itself shows that Pakistan has not only outsourced its diplomacy to somebody else. It's outsourcing even basic posts of the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
No mind of its own is really the message that's come out, and that's what critics are pointing to. Thank you so much, Anand, for that. Let's give you an idea of how the internet is responding. Those are the messages that have been coming in on social media since the last few hours. So we'll try and pull out some of those messages for you. This is an American journalist, Brian Grimm, who's taken to social media, and look at this, he's actually quoted this edited post. So you see at the bottom of the screens, there is that word draft, that phrase draft, Pakistan's Prime Minister a message on X. Now he says, this is unbelievable. The edit history on this tweet shows that Pakistan Prime Minister originally copy pasted everything he was said, including this. This, remember, phrase, viewers, is really the biggest talking point as far as the story is concerned. Draft Pakistan's Prime Minister message on X. Why, the question being asked by netizens is, why is it that if this was being posted by the Prime Minister's official handle, would it say Pakistan's Prime Minister? And the other, of course, the key word being cited is the word draft. So this is the edit post. We'll try and go back and pull out a couple of others. This is, of course, the meme fest, as it turns out to be. Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X, the translated version, Dalal, as we were just discussing, with something which is something that India has also highlighted, or rather criticized in the past. All right, there's another meme there that you see, possibly AI-generated meme, explanation of Pakistan Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's draft tweet, and you see how the internet is really cracking on this one as well. We'll go over to more. There's another interesting comment that's coming from Mahesh Jethmalani. He again says Pakistan's Prime Minister didn't just post on X, he accidentally posted the instructions too. And you see this one grab here, viewers. The edit post is now being reposted heavily, and then Pakistan is being trolled. This could really have been a big diplomatic success, but this is how it played out eventually for Pakistan. He's of course gone on to say how this may be the most honest thing to ever come out of that office. At least now the world knows even Pakistan's diplomacy is cop.
This election season, the biggest voices, one platform.
राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि आपको अरेस्ट करेंगे।
राहुल गांधी का बाप भी मुझे अरेस्ट नहीं कर पाएगा, वो पागल है।
It's a Tamil Nadu versus NDA fight. It is not a DMK versus NDA fight.
Today a voter, he's fed up of the CPM, he's fed up of the Congress, he will vote for the NDA.
There is a huge anti-incumbency. Now we are confident that we will come back with 100+ seats.
രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ BJP-യുടെ ഒരു B ടീമായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
ரெண்டாவது முறை ஆட்சிக்கு வந்து காட்டுவோம். ரெண்டாவது முறை தொடர்ந்து திமுக தான் ஆட்சி வந்து கொண்டே இருக்கும். அதான் உண்மை.
Exclusive interviews, unfiltered conversations, sharpest analysis. Battle for the states, only on CNN News 18.
Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. We're getting you the latest as it is transpiring since the conditional ceasefire was announced a few hours ago. The world is still on tenterhooks because nobody quite knows the exact contours of this conditional ceasefire and if it will hold for too long. But in the meantime, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, has made a major faux pas, has embarrassed himself and his country yet again. He has unintentionally spotlighted the behind-the-scenes nature of the diplomatic push for this ceasefire. An early version of his social media post shows supporting this extension of Trump's deadline and urging a ceasefire was briefly published with a visible line which said draft. So this is that post that we're talking about. This was the original post. It says, between asterisks, draft Pakistan's PM message on X. Now, yes, your office could be drafting your tweets, etc. But the fact that it says Pakistan's PM message on X seems like there is an external entity or agency or country that has been involved in drafting this message for the Pakistani PM. So where did it come from? That's the big question. Exactly who was dictating, if at all, the line to be taken by the Pakistani Prime Minister on X. Of course, he corrected it later and then, of course, removed that draft line, and it just had the text of his tweet, which, of course, was talking about the immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. He said, with greatest humility, I'm pleased to announce the Islamic Republic of Iran and USA, along with their allies, have agreed to this immediate ceasefire. But the damage has been done. In a way, the cat is out of the bag, and it is clear that Pakistan is trying to project a greater role than it possibly played as far as these quote-unquote negotiations are concerned. Yes, it has been publicly trying to posture that it was involved and it was the mediator party between the two countries that were possibly not talking directly to each other. But why was a message drafted for him, and why was it supposedly drafted by an external agency is the big question. Let's go across to our guest joining us, Anand Ranganathan, author, Sushant Sareen, senior fellow, ORF, both joining us. Sushant Sareen, you see this as a clear faux pas on the part of Shehbaz Sharif and his office letting the cat out of the bag?
Yes, look, it was very clear that Pakistan was playing the messenger boy. There was no doubt about it. And I think from all accounts, it seems that these are the things that the Americans told them to write, and then the Pakistanis must have been asked to draft a similar message, and they sent it across to seek approval of the Americans. So something like that must have happened. Obviously, this is quite an embarrassment for them to put this on air, and of course they will become the laughing stock. But look, as of now, I think they seem to be basking in the glory of having managed a ceasefire in which the Americans have thrown in the towel and completely bucked pressure, have lost this conflict. The Iranians have won virtually everything. I don't think even the Iranians can imagine how much they could have won and how much they have won. They've virtually gotten away with everything.
And more, including now a different situation as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, which was open and free before this conflict began, but now seems to be conditional to Iran's negotiations. But I'll come to that in just a bit. Anand Ranganathan, I want to take your first views as well on, Pakistan Prime Minister's faux pas, this whole attempt that Pakistan has become synonymous with of trying to project more than its boots. I mean, there is a limit to this. There is a limit to how much you can do this and for how long. And it seems like, certainly the faux pas today on Twitter has kind of exposed them to a certain extent.
I'm afraid there is no limit to it. So you're absolutely wrong there. Every single day, both Trump and his cronies in Pakistan wake up and say, how will we make up more fools of ourselves than we did yesterday? You can see it from the screenshot that you're showing of the Pakistani Prime Minister. Look at what his handle is called. It is still CM. He's not yet even bothered to change that to PM. So, and the fact of the matter is, obviously, it is not the Pakistani administration, establishment, or the PMO, or whatever it is, equivalent of, that has done this. Because let's look at it this way. If a message has to be posted by, let us say, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the PMO drafts it, I'm sure there are many things that are drafted for him. Yeah, the PMO will never say from Indian Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I'll say for our PM.
Yes, yes. Or just Prime Minister.
Or just Prime Minister. So obviously this has been done by the Americans. But the fact of the matter is, even if it was done by the Americans, I don't know why, for heaven's sake, Pakistan is trumpeting this, because at the end of the day, Trump has accepted a deal under which Iran will control Hormuz, except that it will tax passing ships now. Iran will enrich uranium, except that it will speed it up now. Iran will build missiles, except that it will stockpile them now. And Iran will choose its leadership, except that it will be more hardline now. So, kiya kya change kya kiya hai Trump?
Exactly. Mila kya? That is the big question. Has US lost more than it gained? There is also domestic opposition in both America and Israel now to contend with for the leaders of both of these countries. But first up, let's go across to some more breaking updates coming in. Advisor to the President of the United Arab Emirates, Anwar Kargash has said that the UAE emerged victorious in a war that it sincerely sought to avoid, adding that it now heads to navigate a complex regional landscape with a solid capacity to influence and shape the future. That's what the word from the UAE is. This is the advisor to the UAE president. But of course, they're accepting that this is a war that they sincerely sought to avoid, but it now heads to navigate a complex regional landscape with a solid capacity to influence and shape the future. Sushant, how do you read into this message that has come in from the UAE top brass?
No, I think to be quite honest, the UAE is putting up a brave face
Hmm.
because frankly, they've been left in the lurch. I think UAE, Saudi Arabia, all the Gulf countries, the GCC countries, are left without any feet to stand on. Their apprehensions vis-a-vis Iran are now going to be peaking because, as Anand was just saying, Iran has virtually become the regional hegemon. They now control the Strait of Hormuz, which means that the Persian Gulf is like their private sea now, in a manner of speaking. Uh, the Iranians might act a little. Look, remember one thing: the Iranians have always treated the Arabs with a lot of contempt.
Hmm.
Iranians might now play like the big brother in the region, which the Arabs will not like. I'm sure the Arabs are seething. I'm sure the Arabs would also be seething with the role that Pakistan played
Hmm.
in getting Trump to agree to this kind or exchanging these messages without informing the Arabs about what exactly was being offered by the Americans
But that's
to
not
the
clear, right? Sushant, that's not clear, to be honest. I mean, the American conditions or preconditions to a ceasefire versus what the Iranian conditions are to a lasting ceasefire or cessation of hostilities, they're still quite different. So we don't quite know what happens with the Strait of Hormuz.
How are they different? Look, in the post, although he's quite unhinged, but in the post Trump has put out, where he said that they were agreed to an immediate opening of the Hormuz. Has he said that Iranians will not tax whatever moves from there? Has he said that it will not be under their supervision? He hasn't said that. What is he going to do? Start bombing them again? Does he have the stomach for that? Having seen what has happened to the Americans, the kind of beating that the Americans have taken, Trump used to keep poking fingers at us about how he made peace between India and Pakistan,
Hmm.
and how many planes got shot down. Uh, let's talk about American losses now. It's been an ignominious defeat for the Americans. Ignominious is the word. Yeah, they might have done a lot of wreaked a lot of havoc in
Iran.
Iran,
Hmm.
but at the end of the day, they have literally given the Iranians everything. They've given the Iranians more than what even the Iranians would have expected. Maybe the Iranian demands were their maximal demands. The Americans agreed on them.
Yes,
What are the Americans?
so what Donald Trump indeed say on the Strait of Hormuz was also quite complex and quite
It made sense when he
confounding.
lived there.
He said there is money to be made. Now, what does that mean? Is America going to be partaking in whatever tolling is going to happen at the Strait of Hormuz? He said we're going to be around. We're going to be quote unquote hanging around. That Iran follows whatever terms the Americans will set for them. None of that is clear. None of them is emphatic. It's actually, as Sushant is putting in, a little bit of a backtracking, and taco is the word that comes to mind. But before I go to Anand, also we have some more updates coming in. Macron, the French president, has urged the need to respect the ceasefire deal terms fully across the region. He says a ceasefire must include Lebanon. Now remember, it's not just the Strait of Hormuz, it's also what happens in Lebanon and its proxy Hezbollah versus Israel is the big question, because Israel was not part of these ceasefire negotiations. It's not very happy with it. Reports are suggesting so. Opposition in Israel is up in arms that this is humiliation for Israel, and they're charging on the Israel Prime Minister, the Israeli president, and also there is, of course, no confirmation of what happens in Lebanon, because Israel has just a short while ago announced an advisory for citizens to move out of a certain area in Lebanon because there are strikes coming. So Anand, there is much more to be known right now. We don't quite know what is this ceasefire contour and how much of it will be adhered to, because every different side has a different view.
No, and not only that, Shivani, I feel bad for, I think the world is beyond the stage where it can feel bad for Trump or America. But I feel bad for Israel. Because the fact of the matter is, Israel has always acted responsibly, has always been seen as a brilliant strategist when it comes to escalating militarily or defending itself. It's got an egg on its face. Let's be very blunt about this. And the fact is, as far as the ceasefire is concerned, here was America that wanted to blunt or dismantle an unstable nuclear power in Iran. And it's gone to an unstable nuclear power of Pakistan to broker peace. I mean, the irony itself is just delicious. But at the end of the day, what did America or what did Israel get out of this? As I said on day one, unless there is a regime change, they would get absolutely nothing. They might restructure the nuclear deal. They might restructure what Iran has to do, how you will monitor Iran. But at the end of the day, as long as there is a despotic regime that kills its own people in place, they will never ever be able to change anything on the ground.
Yeah.
And that is what has happened. Deal or no deal, ceasefire or no ceasefire, a new mechanism or no new mechanism, because the regime is same. In fact, it is much more hardline now because
than it used to be.
Yes, I mean,
Absolutely.
the feeling of revenge is seething right now in Iran.
Yes, and possibly another cycle of violence that has been initiated because the quote-unquote, military objectives, political objectives of this conflict have not been achieved, either by Israel, which is very open about it, that they still want to continue, or by US, because they still have a son of Ali Khamenei now in helm, who's not, willing to budge from Iranian position. You've got no clarity on enriched uranium as is. You've got no clarity on whether Iran would be allowed to continue to enrich uranium, which they seem to be insisting upon. Strait of Hormuz, we don't know what happens to it, how soon it opens, and actually who controls it. Lebanon, the proxies of Iran, if they are also allowed to get away scot-free, then what has either America or Israel gained? We're in fact getting more updates now. Sources close to the terror group Hezbollah have told Reuters that they have halted their fire on northern Israel and Israeli troops in southern Lebanon as part of the US-Iran ceasefire. This is what they're saying right now. But again, as I mentioned, Israel doesn't seem to be fully on board with what has transpired. It's kind of keeping its cards close to its chest. It doesn't want to spoil the party just yet for America. Of course, it's a key ally, but there are already domestic rumblings starting. So Hezbollah says they have halted attacks in northern Israel and parts of Lebanon where there are Israeli troops. Will that mean that Israel will also be forced, coerced, convinced to come on board to say, okay, halt your attacks and strikes for 2 weeks at least till some final resolution can be worked out? So Shant, I want to come back to you one more time. How do you read this situation? Because all reports indicate Israel wasn't part of these negotiations and isn't happy with what the end result is as of now.
Look, it was not just Israel that wasn't part of these negotiations. Even the Arab states were not part of these negotiations. They were not in the loop. And frankly, if you look at both Israel as well as the Arab states, they would, of course, be seething with anger because they have been, none of their concerns are going to be met. Now, in the case of Israel, for example, let's say that this ceasefire lasts, you reach some kind of a deal in which you say, okay, fine, no more firing will take place. Will the Hezbollah stop building up its stockpiles of missiles and rockets? Because eventually they will attack Israel because they cannot countenance the existence of Israel. The Americans have now gotten their fingers so badly burned by the stupidity which this Trump administration, he tweeted this in the morning. It seems like Donald Trump is a cross between Yeltsin and Gorbachev. And America has got somebody who is as dissolute as Yeltsin and as clueless as Gorbachev, and in the American system, there is no resistance to this kind of a character running amok, who threatens genocide, who threatens to wipe out a civilization, who buckles up, buckles under, and goes on his knees to look for peace. Uh, you have to be utterly unhinged to be doing something like this. But will the American system now back Israel the way it used to back Israel?
Yeah.
We be sure about that. In the Arab states, for example, there'll be deep sense of insecurity because if nothing else, they will have to kowtow to Iran. Can you imagine for the Arabs, very self-respecting people, to have to pay a toll tax to Iran to get their oil and gas out of the Persian Gulf?
So could there be more? Sushant, could there be more? Could there be behind the scenes something else being worked out, some other plans being made? Because that is also a theory floating around.
What are the plans?
Well, there is a 2-week cessation of strikes, but anything can happen. We've seen what ceasefire, quote unquote, means in the past.
No, look, we know, but we've also seen what America can do and what cannot do. We've seen the limits of American power. We've seen the fact that the Iranian capacity for retaliation and causing damage in the rest of the region has turned out to be very successful. Initially, when they started attacking the Arab states, one thought this is a strategic disaster what the Iranians have done, but it turns out that they had understood the region much better than anybody else. They understood that the Arab states will not want to escalate matters, that they will keep taking the blows that Iran is administering to them. And frankly, to their credit, the UAE, the kind of, projectiles and missiles and drones that were flung at the UAE has performed rather well. I think credit needs to be given to the UAE.
Okay, so most of the American Israeli allies would be wondering what the hell happened here. You know, why did we do what we did? Israelis are wondering this. Many Americans are wondering this themselves. And there has been criticism and pressure on Donald Trump. It's just that the way his administration is currently functioning, there's not much else that anybody can do or say. But I'll leave it at that. I do thank both of our guests for joining us. There is, of course, some amount of relief as far as what has transpired because continued hostility strikes was keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, making it very risky for ships to pass. Yes, India had some success in getting as many as 8 to 9 vessels cross for its immediate needs, but that was not going to be sustainable. So, with now a suggestion that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open, India has been one of those friendly countries to Iran. In the past, Iran had said that they're not going to tax or stop India-bound vessels. So what does this mean for India? One, of course, is that it eases some of the energy pressure as the Strait of Hormuz is expectedly about to open, but we still don't know how it will function. The uncertainty around LPG supplies in India could possibly end. Imports bill will also come down because already we've seen a crashing of the crude prices and maybe it will go to its pre-war level as well. Lower rupee volatility as far as the dollar is concerned, that will also reduce, hopefully. Trades may get costlier if Iran imposes Hormuz levy though. That is why everybody is a little relieved but still on tenterhooks on what happens. We'll continue to get you the latest. Stay with us. Time for a very short break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
The date of poll is 9th April and the counting.
When states turn into battlegrounds, only one team leads the charge.
Political moves from the halls of power.
The largest deployment of reporters on ground where issues hit harder.
India's most incisive analysts.
The most powerful technology.
Turning signals into sharp insight.
Because when the stakes are this high,
there's only one place to be.
Battle for the States, only on CNN News 18.
To the newsroom, Anand Narsimhan is joining us here. Pakistan being reduced to a WhatsApp forward of diplomacy is the buzz really on internet. And remember the kind of posturing Pakistan was attempting, Anand. So it becomes very interesting in the larger scheme of things with the Pakistan Prime Minister completely exposed with this draft message.
True, and also Kanchan Gupta taking a pot shot saying that External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was right in calling Pakistan a Dalal nation because they are pimping out to put food on their plate. That's the kind of language that's been used, and I'm quoting Mr. Kanchan Gupta, who's come out and said that a state given to Dalali aka pimping out to put food on its plate. No PM of a half-decent country would put out a public statement, a post on X, whose draft clearly came from someplace else. And that was because, viewers, that draft said Pakistan's PM message on X. So there was an error there also, which was pointed out by some of our guests. How would you do that if you have allowed the Prime Minister's X post handle to be given to somebody else to cut paste and cut copy paste? So this Control C, Control D, Control V, all of that has only got Control E for, that is embarrassment for the Pakistanis, and that's clearly being highlighted at this point. And there's one after the other. It's missteps by the Pakistan leadership, be it Asim Munir or be it Shehbaz Sharif. Every time they try and project Pakistan as playing an important role in the region, they shoot themselves in the foot and expose themselves all the more that they are nothing but doormats or messengers which are being used by those to whom they are subservient to. China on the one hand, and here US Israel on the other, because Pakistan is a nation which was caught in the bind because it was trying to express solidarity with Iran while it had a security arrangement with the Saudi Arabian. And Saudi Arabia was very, very upset. The language they used against the UAE, also one of its leaders, has also not done it any favor in that particular region. And everybody will remember. They don't forget so easily the utterances. But this act itself shows that Pakistan has not only outsourced its diplomacy to somebody else, it's outsourcing even basic posts of the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
No mind of its own is really the message that's come out, and that's what critics are pointing to. Thank you so much, Anand, for that. Let's give you an idea of how the internet is responding. Those are the messages that have been coming in on social media since the last few hours. So we'll try and pull out some of those messages for you. This is an American journalist, Brian Grimm, who's taken to social media, and look at this, he's actually quoted this edited post. So you see at the bottom of the screens, there is that word draft, that phrase draft, Pakistan's Prime Minister message on X. Now he says, this is unbelievable. The edit history on this tweet shows that Pakistan Prime Minister originally copy pasted everything he was said, including this. This, remember, phrase, viewers, is really the biggest talking point as far as the story is concerned. Draft Pakistan's Prime Minister message on X. Why the question being asked by netizens is, why is it that if this was being posted by the Prime Minister's official handle, would it say Pakistan's Prime Minister? And the other, of course, the key word being cited is the word draft. So this is the edit post. We'll try and go back and pull out a couple of others. This is, of course, the meme fest as it turns out to be. Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X, the translated version, Dalal, as we were just discussing, with something which is something that India has also highlighted or rather criticized in the past. All right, there's another meme there that you see, possibly AI-generated meme explanation of Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's draft tweet, and you see how the internet is really cracking on this one as well. We'll go over to more. There's another interesting comment that's coming from Mahesh Jethmalani. He again says Pakistan's Prime Minister didn't just post on X, he accidentally posted the instructions too. And you see this one grab here, viewers. The edit post is now being reposted heavily, and then Pakistan is being trolled. This could really have been a big...
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. We are keeping a very close watch on what happens as far as the conditional ceasefire between US and Iran is concerned, but lots more lined up on the show.
Absolutely. I am Griha Atul. Let's first begin with the headlines. After warning civilizational end, Iran and United States reach conditional ceasefire for 2 weeks. Strait of Hormuz to open up, formalization soon.
Iran sets 10 conditions for ending the conflict, claims US has agreed on lifting of sanctions against it, no attacks on axis of resistance.
And more claims by Iran as they are talking about reserving control over the Strait of Hormuz to levy fee with Oman to ensure safe passage of the vessels. Trump says US will help with traffic build-up in the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, the jitters around the Strait of Hormuz continue as shipping companies seek guarantees. US claims free passage, Iran cites passage toll. Meanwhile, German Chancellor says appropriate measures will be taken to ensure freedom of navigation.
And what's happening with Israel? We are learning of disquiet over the Iran-United States ceasefire. As far as Israel is concerned, reports claim that Trump dialed Benjamin Netanyahu to inform him of the successful negotiations. Israel opposition leaders called the ceasefire political disaster, and Israel has issued evacuation warning to the residents of the city of Tyre in southern Lebanon and has also said that it will launch strikes.
Nifty tops 24,000. Sensex surges 2,900 points on US-Iran ceasefire. European gas prices dropped 20%.
And hours after Donald Trump announced the ceasefire, Indian embassy in Iran released advisory asking Indian nationals to exit Iran.
Meanwhile, back home, there's a political storm between the TMC and the Election Commission in Bengal over a get lost versus shouting claims. All right, let's begin with that big update that we're getting. The face-off between the Election Commission and the TMC has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint. Sources say TMC delegation led by Derek O'Brien that met the Election Commission. The meeting lasted only less than 10 minutes and quickly turned heated as Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar began to respond to TMC's concern. Derek O'Brien reportedly interrupted, saying the delegation was not there to listen.
We're also learning about what followed. It turned out to be a rather ugly exchange with both the sides allegedly losing their cool and sharp remarks that were being traded before the TMC delegation walked out eventually. Election Commission has since issued a strong message promising that West Bengal polls will be free and fair and also fear-free, violence-free as well. Are they preempting something disastrous? That also is something that is doing a lot of and generating a lot of chatter. But TMC leaders are pushing back. Saket Gokhale has called the Election Commission's version a lie, claiming that the Chief Election Commission told them to get lost. And he's also challenged the Commission to release the meeting transcript. For now, all we see is claims and counterclaims and a fresh political confrontation ahead of the crucial polls in the state of West Bengal.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner, Chief Election Commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the Chief Election Commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. Nikal jao yahan se. निकल जाओ यहाँ से, ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में, तो हम निकल जाए, हम लोग निकल आए.
Let's go across to our colleagues joining us. Joining me is Arunima, tracking what is happening as far as that meeting claims are concerned. Arunima, this has become he said, she said. But what is it that you are learning? What actually transpired? And if that meeting ended on such a bad note, what led to it? Who's to be held responsible for, the meeting transcending to a point where allegedly the election commissioner said, get lost?
See, one thing is very clear, whichever side you want to believe, either TMC or Election Commission, what is very clear is that even basic civility, basic cordial behavior that is extended to either opposition MPs or to constitutional functionaries like election commissioners, that seems to be a thing of the past. It is very clear that TMC wanted to press forward with their point. The sequence of event, as we have been told by sources within the Election Commission, is this, that once the meeting began, Derek O'Brien, who was leading the TMC delegation, he pressed forward the issues that they had. These issues were pertaining to the election CEO, the CEO of West Bengal. There are allegations that he's hobnobbing with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that was the primary accusation that was leveled by TMC. There were other allegations that we have been communicating, writing letters to EC. They're not being responded to. And third was their overall concern about the manner in which SIR and election process is being conducted. So when we are told Ganesh Kumar, CEC, after taking down notes, tried to respond to what Derek had said, the allegation is that Derek O'Brien turned around and said that we are not here to listen to you. We don't want to hear what you have to say. To this, it seems, and this is an allegation from TMC, CEC lost his cool and the get lost jibe was made. And that is when the TMC delegation stormed out of the room. We are told that the Election Commission members present there told TMC that to maintain the decorum of the place that they were in. The Election Commission's decorum is a constitutional position that should be maintained, but TMC was very upset. They stormed out, and it is being alleged that while storming out, Derek O'Brien apparently looked at Ganesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, and said, "I hope you sleep well." That is being seen as a threat towards the CEC by the TMC. So it's back and forth and looks like complete breakdown as far as basic civility is concerned.
Right, absolutely. Arunima, do stay on with us. We are now getting some more breaking news on the broadcast, and this is as per the Election Commission sources. During this briefing of the observers by the Election Commission of India, it was observed that Mr. Anurag Yadav was the general observer of Cooch Behar, Dakshin, did not even know the number of polling stations in his assembly constituency. He has been immediately recalled by the order of the commission. My colleague Arunima with that detail. Arunima, what is going on over here? Because this is coming in at the backdrop of several letters that were sent out to the election commission, and now we are learning about how the observer of Cooch Behar did not even have the basic stats right. Arunima? All right, we seem to have lost that link with Arunima, but that's her information. We'll try and re-establish that connection. But Pallavi, would you want to weigh in? A lot of drama that has ensued. Now we are getting this latest details that Anurag Yadav was the general observer of Cooch Behar Dakshin, did not even know the number of polling stations, basic maths is not right. So direct accusation, counter accusation that is coming about, Derek O'Brien saying that EC chose not to respond to several of the letters that we sent out to them, and that's why eventually we had to storm in, and then this really ugly spat and confrontation really broke out.
So is that question for me, Shivani?
Yes, yes, Pallavi.
Okay, so Shivani, in fact, you're seeing immediate posts, one after another, being put out by the Trinamool Congress, and the latest one of them being in Bangla. So it is very clear that as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, they certainly don't want to be caught on a back. They don't want it. They certainly do want this to become a political issue. The fact is that Derek O'Brien going inside, telling the Election Commission that I hope you sleep well tonight, and also those points coming in that, you know, they shouted and there was no civil exchange of words, and the TMC trying to come out with their own version of things. Right from the word go, it was TMC which really wanted to take on the Chief Election Commissioner. In fact, the architect of that impeachment notice against the CEC and calling him Mr. Vanish Kumar, who according to the TMC is going to vanish once the electoral results of Bengal come out, was the Trinamool Congress. In both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, it was their endeavor to ensure that the opposition parties, despite their many differences, come together on this topic. It failed because, as we all reported, the impeachment motion was rejected by the Vice President as well as by the Speaker Om Birla. And even now, there have been press conferences after press conferences, and there's another one around 4:30 where a long list of political parties in the opposition spectrum has been given. So the TMC certainly would want to make this into a poll issue. They already have. And why are they doing so? Because what they're trying to tell the voters of Bengal that this is a BJP who wants to come to power in Bengal because they misuse all the institutions. They're so desperate for power, and that is why they're even using the Election Commission to come out with an election which is not going to be free, fair and non-partisan. And that is the reason it's very strategically timed. The entire TMC delegation going to Nirvachan Sadan was not sudden. It was very much well-planned, orchestrated to try and make the larger point that even as Bengal prepares for polling on 23rd and 29th, the Trinamool Congress is prepared to take on the EC because they want to try and convince the voters over here that elections are not being fair over here. The SIR exercise, the EC being very selective, clearly helping the BJP. So therefore, the voters of Bengal must be on guard.
Yes. And you know, Aman, there's been a very uncharacteristically strong reaction by the Election Commission officially through their X handle. Never before have we seen situation like this prevailing ahead of an assembly or any election. But the EC going on to say that they've given quote-unquote an ultimatum to the TMC, that these elections in Bengal are going to be fear-free, violence-free, that none of what used to happen is going to happen is the message. And we've never really seen them responding to a political party quite like this.
Characteristic tweet by the Election Commission of India. Certainly, you know, the tweet saying that ECI did some straight talk to the Trinamool Congress that this time election in West Bengal must be fear-free, inducement-free, violence-free, as well as intimidation-free, because what has become a hallmark of West Bengal elections of the past is that, you know, certain parties' voters are not even allowed to come out and vote. There have been repeated complaints, and that is why this time over 2 lakh central forces have been posted in West Bengal, because ECI has made it clear repeatedly that it wants a free and fair election in West Bengal and no violence will be tolerated at all. But Shivani, at the center of what has happened today at the ECI, this exchange, I think, between both the sides is also the deletion of the 90 lakh voters, 90 lakh in West Bengal. You know, they may be dead voters, they may have moved out, they may be voting in different places now, but the number 90 lakh is something that I think Trinamool Congress is extremely bothered about. There are about 60 plus seats in West Bengal in 2021 assembly elections, which the Trinamool Congress had won with a margin of less than 10,000 votes. What impact will the SIR 90 lakh vote deletion have on those 60 to 70 seats would actually determine this election? And I think that is why the TMC has been extremely upset with the Election Commission of India, calling it even the B team of the BJP. But now I think the Election Commission of India has also had enough of these TMC's charges, and that is why we are seeing these uncharacteristic tweets even coming from the ECI, where they're clearly saying this election would be without any chappa, any booth jamming, any source jamming. People should be allowed to vote free and manner, and that is why so many central forces said. So I think swords are drawn out between the Trinamool Congress and the ECI over especially the 90 lakh SIR deletion which has happened in the state.
Yes, and Mamata Banerjee, after filing her nomination, has also addressed this very deeply. She has accepted almost that she's concerned about what has happened. But keeping our focus on what we're learning from the Election Commission sources, during the meeting of the observers by the Election Commission of India, it was observed that Mr. Yadav, General Observer of Cooch Behar Dakshin, did not know even the number of polling stations in his assembly constituency, and he has been immediately recalled by the order of the commission. My colleague Arunama is joining us with more on this. Arunama, just explain this to us. Why would a General Observer be unaware of these details, and what has merited this action against him?
So like what we just put out for our viewers, Election Commission officials say that when this observer was asked about the basic details of the constituency under him, it seems the observer was completely clueless, and Cooch Behar is one of those constituencies which have become like battlegrounds. There are a number of constituencies in West Bengal which are being treated as a battleground constituency by the TMC and the BJP. Cooch Behar, it seems, is one of them. So after taking in its view about the observer not being qualified enough for this duty, EC has decided to go ahead and make this change for Cooch Behar. Overall, if you see, this was in fact one of the concerns raised by the TMC delegation, that when they're about the kind of decision that EC is taking for moving out staff members, a number of transfers have happened, a number of officials have been moved out from their respective positions, and TMC feels that this is only to help the BJP. When they made that allegation, when they met the Election Commission, the full commission today, EC of course rejected it, but soon after came this decision for Cooch Behar. EC is adamant, and it has put out in its tweet also that it will do whatever it takes to ensure that these elections are violence-free, inducement-free, chapa-free, booth jamming-free, and is irrespective of the criticisms, irrespective of the impeachment attempt that was made by TMC and other opposition leaders. EC says we are going to stick to these 7 points that have been decided.
Right, absolutely. Arunama, do stay on with us. We are now getting some more breaking news on the broadcast, and it does seem that after that massive showdown, Trinamool Congress is choosing to play to the galleries, because this time there is a post by Mahua Moitra that has been put on social media platform X, and this is what it reads. Ultimatum by the ECI to the Trinamool Congress is like Trump's ultimatum to Iran. and we all know who won that round. Mahua has posted this after the Election Commission's post to the Trinamool Congress, and this is what we are picking up. So they are not backing down after this alleged shouting match that had happened inside this chambers with Derek O'Brien allegedly shouting at the Chief Election Commission. Now this tweet by Mahua.
Yes, and why this response? Because remember, as we said, Election Commission had posted on platform X earlier, and this is a translation of what they have posted in Hindi as well. Straight talk to Trinamool Congress. This time the elections in West Bengal would surely be fear-free, violence-free, intimidation-free, inducement-free, and without any raid, booth jamming and source jamming. Very, very unequivocal words there, a warning of sorts to the election by the Election Commission to TMC. And Pallavi, as we were talking about this earlier, we've not seen this before. This is unprecedented times and unprecedented language and posture by the Election Commission to a political party.
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, Shivani, when was the last time round when we saw elections being also where the Election Commission has become the main fulcrum? And this is exactly what has happened in the seesaw between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress, but over the Election Commission. So very quickly, the entire SIR exercise was mooted by the EC to ensure that it's the legitimate voters who get to vote. And it is not just about Bengal. Many other states have also gone through. But Bengal faces a problem, especially in the border areas, which are very porous to Bangladesh, Dinajpur, Malda, Murshidabad. In those areas, it's a fact. For many of us who have visited there, we actually have seen for ourselves that there were people who were crossing over from the border. They were getting the right to vote. They had rights to ration cards. They were given Aadhaar cards. And according to the BJP, this was legitimized by the state administration or the Mamata Banerjee government. Well, the Election Commission stepped in as a part of the SIR exercise to ensure that those who are not a citizen of Bengal, who are not Bengalis, they are the ones who are weeded out. So the whole mantra became the one who is a Bengali is the only one who deserves the benefit of the schemes of the state and the central government. Now, the BJP put that point of view across very strongly. The Trinamool Congress did not see it from that prism. They saw it as a prism of systematic targeting of the traditional vote bank of the TMC, which is the minority vote bank, because that is what the EC was being used by the BJP to do so. And that is why today Ganesh Kumar has become the man who has now become a person who's become a, kind of a symbol of tug of war between the two sides. So when you see these scenes being played out inside the Nirvachan Sadan, I'm not too surprised. I think in the days to come, it's likely to get more and more vociferous and more aggressive.
Right, and also Aman, if you go back to this Mahua latest tweet that has been put out by Mahua Moitra, do you think it is just bringing down this entire gravity of this situation? Because on the one hand, there are several of those allegations that are coming to fore by the EC, and this is what the tweet is suggesting. Derek O'Brien, we are told, allegedly even shouted at the Chief Election Commissioner, Ganesh Kumar. And now this by Mahua Moitra, trying to, in fact, draw parallels with what's going on in the world to what's happening in West Bengal.
Well, yes, it is definitely stretching it a bit too far by Mahua Moitra. But, what is happening here also is, Shivani, that, that the TMC is also trying to tell its voters that, it's really going to Delhi, it's meeting the ECI, it's creating a scene because it's standing up for the voters whose votes have been cut. For example, when the violence happened in Malda, I remember speaking to Saugata Roy, senior TMC leader, and he said, this is the natural reaction of common people whose votes have been cut. If your vote is cut, how will you react? And he said, this is illegal cutting of votes. And that is why TMC is also trying to tell its core constituent voter that, look, we are fighting for you, we are going to the ECI, your votes have been unjustly cut. And it's also trying to consolidate the rest of its voters under one forum, that, whose votes have not got cut. TMC is trying to tell them, look, you all should consolidate and make us win, because Mamata Banerjee soon after the Malda violence had also said that this violence is being engineered. People should not protest violently because the centre may put president's rule. Even that she has alleged. And let us quietly win this election. That's what Mamata Banerjee had issued a statement then. So I think it's all at the crux of all this. As I said, it's a 90 lakh voter deletion. The TMC is worried about that. The TMC feels that the election could change because of that, because the bulk of the voters could be of the TMC, and that is why TMC is creating such a hue and cry about the SIR exercise and taking it to EC, and even the kind of scenes we've seen inside the Nirvachan Sadan today morning.
Yes, and why is that crucial? We'll, of course, keep breaking that down here on CNN News 18, the districts that are most affected and how many deletions have happened. For example, in Murshidabad alone, there are 4.5 lakh people who've been struck off. the voter rolls. And there are many such districts with over 2 lakh such numbers. But we are getting more responses from the TMC now. They have posted in Bangla now a response to the Election Commission. We are also speaking straight to the Election Commission in a straightforward manner. They say this time the elections must be free from Delhi's control, free from political bias, free from targeted persecution of anyone, and certainly free from double standards. This time the elections must be free from Delhi's control, as they're saying, and political bias. And Pallavi, interestingly, they're saying free from selective targeting of anyone. They're actually not naming minorities. In the last few recent days, I've sensed that there's a change of tactic from them where they don't want to make it about one community alone. They're just saying the most marginalized are getting struck off the rolls and they're being inconvenienced. But clearly, the TMC taking to platform X as well to say the EC is just a stooge of the political, powers that be in Delhi.
Shivani, one writing in Bangla is obviously a clear-cut reaching out to the Bangla voters of West Bengal, and you're going to see Mamata Banerjee in the next couple of days. In fact, even now, even as we speak, after filing her nomination, wherever she's going to be going, she's going to raise a larger point that these are the outsiders who are coming in, and they're those so desperate to win power that they're using every institution, ED, CBI, as well as Election Commission. Second, frankly speaking, Trinamool Congress has a reason to be worried about if there is a division of the minority vote bank. It is a huge population over here. Malda, Dinajpur, Murshidabad, Nadia, which happens to be Moitro's area. Krishnanagar, she's a member of parliament from there. That has always voted Mamata Banerjee back to power. She has very much depended on it, so much so she never had any qualms about the fact that she was very openly indulging in appeasement of the minorities. And she has often been criticized for this. Now it is this which is being shaken for two reasons. One, because of the SIR exercise, a large number of them who are illegal immigrants who are coming in from across the border, they have been weeded out, so they won't get a right to vote. That's one. Second, politically speaking, the entry of Owaisi, Humayun Kabir, then there's Abbas Siddiqui of the Furfura Sharif, all of them are small players, and one may be cynical about them, about being a factor, but that could end up polarizing or division of the minority vote. So if you combine these two factors together, Mamata Banerjee has a reason to, kind of sweat, and that's the reason why she's repeatedly trying to appeal to what is being called the Bengali Asmita or pride, that here are the Bohiragatos, the people from outside who are coming in. They're so desperate, they want to use the Election Commission, and they are weeding out your own people who are the minorities who are being targeted. It's the women, it's the minorities who are being targeted, and therefore she's trying to ensure that her so far staunch vote bank doesn't turn its back to her, or she doesn't lose out on that vote bank.
Right, Pallavi, Aman, do stay on with us. We have Kamalika also joining us with some more breaking news. Let's take a look at that. We're now learning that the Chief Election Commissioner has put out this word to the observers that violence in West Bengal will not be tolerated under any circumstances. He's also said that those against whom there are allegations of involvement in previous violence instances, past violence, they must be placed under preventive detention. This is a big development, ladies and gentlemen, because this comes with a surety of arrest. Police observers have been directed to actively enforce this, and individuals with prior allegations of spreading violence must be bound down. These instructions were issued by the CEC, Gyanesh Kumar, during a meeting with the observers, and this is what Kamalika is bringing for us. Kamalika, more on this. What are the changes that you have begun seeing on ground as well?
See, EC has been very tough from the very first day, and EC has been very much committed that there is going to be a fear-free and intimidation-free election this time. For that, we know that every day meetings are taking place. Today, Gyanesh Kumar had a meeting with all the observers. And let me tell you, which is there, that the Kuch Bihar observer has already been asked to come back because there were certain questions which were asked to him and he failed to answer. The Election Commission is very tough. We have seen suspension of police officers, those who were trying to control the situation. That is a very important point, and there they have clearly said that history sheeters, troublemongers, troublemakers, everybody has to be behind jail if there is any problem, anything there on ground. So definitely violence will not be tolerated. That's a clear message. The message has been given time and again to the administration. This time the EC has communicated this to the observers that even if it is anything even if it's a small violence, even if it's a scuffle, case should be registered and immediately arrest should take place so that those troublemongers are not there on road. That is the main motive of Election Commission. That's what we are having it from the sources. But having said that, this election is also about a big war that has come up between ECI and TMC that we have been discussing. And today on the Twitter handle, we have seen how the tutu meme has taken place. But EC, very strict on the observers. No type of violence or any intimidation. We have seen that in 6 instances till now there has been intimidation and that person of TMC has been arrested. Not only that, Ratna Chatterjee, who is a sitting MLA, is also a candidate. There has been an FIR against her also.
Not surprisingly, this stance by the EC, because these elections are almost a litmus test of the Election Commission and its capabilities and its own integrity, its own public image as well. Because if things are the same on ground, despite such efforts, that it will fall into the court of the Election Commission. Aman, very quickly, you've been talking about those deletions ranging up to 90 lakh in West Bengal. It's making the TMC allegedly very nervous. Anywhere from 60 to 80 lakhs have been deleted in other states as well. We've seen in the past in Bihar, in Tamil Nadu, the numbers have been ranging between 60 to 80. So why is the number of 90 lakhs being looked at so, with suspicion in West Bengal?
See, Shivani, last time as I was saying, there are about 55 to 60 seats in West Bengal won by the TMC with narrow margins of less than 10,000 votes. And if you extrapolate this entire 90 lakh number across West Bengal, certain seats could become really close. And that is what the TMC's fear is, that, through this SIR, is the BJP trying to make this election very close and get an unjust advantage in certain seats and win them. And that is why TMC could lose power. And what I've been speaking to the top BJP leaders, in fact, as you correctly say, in other states also, the number has been big, 60 lakh, 70 lakh. So the BJP says that actually the problem of the TMC is not the SIR. The real problem they have is that there is very strong anti-incumbency on the ground of the last 15 years. There is the issue of lawlessness, there is the issue of corruption, there is the issue of women's safety. And this is what the people are starting to talk about, all this in the election campaign. And that is why the TMC would lose this election, not because of the SIR.
Right, important point there. Thank you so much for that, Aman. So, anti-incumbency sentiment being cloaked in the garb of having this wrath for the SIR. That's what is coming about from the state of West Bengal. We'll see about more developments that emerge out of West Bengal on the other states that are going into polls. But right now, we're going to a very short break.
National ambitions, regional pride, high-stakes alliances, and leaders battling for every vote. CNN News 18 brings you the ultimate election battleground. Battle for the states. The road to power begins here.
To the newsroom, Anand Narasimhan is joining us here. Pakistan being reduced to a WhatsApp forward of diplomacy is the buzz really on internet. And remember the kind of posturing Pakistan was attempting, Anand. So it becomes very interesting in the larger scheme of things with the Pakistan Prime Minister completely exposed with this draft message.
True, and also Kanchan Gupta taking a pot shot saying that External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was right in calling Pakistan a Dalal nation because they are pimping out to put food on their plate. That's the kind of language that's being used. And I'm quoting Mr. Kanchan Gupta, who's come out and said that a state given to Dalali aka pimping out to put food on its plate. No PM of a half-decent country would put out a public statement, a post on X, whose draft clearly came from someplace else. And that was because, viewers, that draft said Pakistan's PM message on X. So there was an error there also, which was pointed out by some of our guests. How would you do that if you have allowed the Prime Minister's X post handle to be given to somebody else to cut paste and cut copy paste? So this Control C, Control D, Control V, all of that has only got Control E for, that is embarrassment for the Pakistanis, and that's clearly being highlighted at this point. And there's one after the other. It's missteps by the Pakistan leadership, be it Asim Munir or be it Shehbaz Sharif. Every time they try and project Pakistan as playing an important role in the region, they shoot themselves in the foot and expose themselves all the more that they are nothing but doormats or messengers which are being used by those to whom they are subservient to. China on the one hand and here US Israel on the other, because Pakistan is a nation which was caught in the bind because it was trying to express solidarity with Iran while it had a security arrangement with the Saudi Arabian, and Saudi Arabia was very, very upset. The language they used against the UAE, also one of its leaders, has also not done it any favor in that particular region, and everybody will remember. They don't forget so easily the utterances. But this act itself shows that Pakistan has not only outsourced its diplomacy to somebody else, it's outsourcing even basic posts of the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
No mind of its own is really the message that's come out, and that's what critics are pointing to. Thank you so much, Anand, for that. Let's give you an idea of how the internet is responding. Those are the messages that have been coming in on social media since the last few hours. So we'll try and pull out some of those messages for you. This is an American journalist, Brian Grimm, who's taken to social media, and look at this, he's actually quoted this edited post. So you see at the bottom of the screens, there is that word draft, that phrase draft, Pakistan's Prime Minister a message on X. Now he says, this is unbelievable. The edit history on this tweet shows that Pakistan Prime Minister originally copy pasted everything he was said, including this. This, remember, phrase, viewers, is really the biggest talking point as far as the story is concerned. Draft Pakistan's Prime Minister message on X. Why the question being asked by netizens is, why is it that if this was being posted by the Prime Minister's official handle, would it say Pakistan's Prime Minister? And the other, of course, the key word being cited is the word draft. So this is the edit post. We'll try and go back and pull out a couple of other. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Walia, keeping up with the latest updates coming in from the West Asia conflict. The 11th hour, two-week ceasefire, which, remember, is the biggest talking point. There's more breaking news coming in, so let's quickly start with details. We're learning of External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who's all set to visit the UAE to meet his Emirati counterpart and other senior officials between the 11th and the 12th of April. UAE Minister of State for International Cooperation, remember, was on a quick visit to India to meet the External Affairs Minister during the conflict and to discuss really the ongoing conflict in West Asia. And India and UAE have remained in touch at the leaders level and at the level of foreign minister. But this is big news coming in. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will visit UAE on the 11th and 12th. I do want to go across to Siddhant Mishra, who's joining us here in the studio. Siddhant, a quick update on why this is significant. Of course, it involves the presence of External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. He's going to be in UAE, and UAE, remember, has been unrelenting in calling out the Iranian regime. Right. In fact, they've not so far trusted the entire ceasefire process as well. They say much more needs to be done to take into account what Iran has been doing to maintain its dominance in all of Gulf.
Yeah, that's right. So this is a very, very important relationship, partnership between India and United Arab Emirates. In fact, all throughout the conflict, at the leaders level, at the foreign ministers level, both countries were in touch. In fact, Prime Minister Modi was the first few world leaders to be calling up the president of UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to condemn the strikes on the civilian infrastructure in UAE. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi also thanked the leadership of UAE for the safety of the large Indian diaspora living in UAE. In fact, very interestingly, Kritsween, during this conflict, there was one high-level visit to India from UAE. UAE's Minister of State for International Cooperation was on a very quick visit to India. Perhaps we still don't know the details of that visit. Yeah. She was only here to meet EM S. Jaishankar, and the same day she flew back. Now, as I said, that this relationship, partnership is very, very important. Earlier, this was a buyer-seller relationship. Now, the UAE takes care of our energy requirement. India takes care of UAE's food requirement. this relationship has been elevated to strategic partnership.
Yeah.
And perhaps this visit is coming at a time when ceasefire has been announced. UAE and India are on the same page as far as the Hormuz crisis is concerned. Prime Minister Modi made India's position very clear the other day in the parliament that the Hormuz closure is not acceptable. And as I said, that both sides remained in touch. In fact, the president was in India in January. There was a special meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Al Nahyan. And in fact, this is also happening, Kritsween, at a time when the neighboring country, the other country in the region is perhaps mocking UAE for asking the money back, the money which UAE gave them to stabilize their economy. Now UAE wants that money back, so they are mocking UAE and perhaps humiliating the people of UAE.
So that
Emirati
UAE
people.
was in fact one of the few nations who were willing to step up and support the United States in the mission in its entirety, especially as far as securing Strait of Hormuz is concerned. And that is going to be crucial because remember, there is still a big question mark over the smooth functioning of the strait given the conditions that have been put forth by Iran. To what extent has the United States admitted to those conditions? Those questions are not fully answered yet. So that could be a crucial piece to the conversation that brings the External Affairs Minister and his UAE counterpart to the table.
Absolutely. So we are still awaiting official response, but what I could manage from my sources is that this visit is a recent addition to EMS Jaishankar's visit to Mauritius for the Indian Ocean conference. And as I said, that since EM is going to be in UAE, he will be meeting his Emirati counterpart, the other senior leaders from the UAE government. And as I said, Kritsween, friend in need is a friend indeed. India is not a friend, who backstabs or leaves a friend or a partner in times of crisis. India has stood with UAE all throughout this conflict. And in fact, as I said, the ceasefire has been announced. The first visit of EMS Jaishankar up there after the announcement of ceasefire is going to be to UAE.
Okay, Siddhant, stay on with us. There's more breaking news coming in and we're going to pull up these visuals of that official statement that's come in as well from the Ministry of External Affairs. On your screens, this is the statement. We welcome the ceasefire reached and hope that it will lead to a lasting peace in West Asia. As we have continuously advocated earlier, de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy are essential to bring an early end to the ongoing conflict. The conflict has already caused immense suffering to people and disrupted global energy supply and trade networks. We expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz once again gaining a lot of traction in these official statements.
Right. So big statement coming from Ministry of External Affairs, perhaps the first response coming from the Indian side on the ceasefire announced by United States and Iran. Perhaps India going by its stated position says in its statement, and I quote, as we have continuously advocated earlier, de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy are essential to bring an early end to the ongoing conflict, unquote. In fact, the statement, as I read the statement from the statement, India says, we expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. India has made its position very clear time and again in last 1 month, Kritsween, that the closure of Hormuz is unacceptable. India was perhaps the first country to be establishing direct contact with Iran to get its energy vessels past. India maintains civilizational ties with Iran. India also maintains strategic partnerships with the United States and Israel. So this is
well, the keywords here are de-escalation, dialogue, diplomacy.
Dialogue and diplomacy. Perhaps India has always advocated for dialogue and diplomacy. Even Kritsween, at a time when the other Western countries were mulling over the options of sending a navy to the Hormuz, to open Hormuz or carry out security operations, maritime operations in the Hormuz. At that time also, India said that dialogue and diplomacy could be the solution to the Hormuz crisis. And perhaps the same has been reiterated today in this statement. India welcomes the ceasefire reached between United States and Iran, and India hopes that it will lead to a lasting peace in West Asia. Also, it says, it talks about the statement, in fact, talks about highlights, conflict has already caused immense suffering to the people and disrupted global energy supply. Global energy supply is a paramount concern for the Indian government, that 60% of LPG comes from West Asia, crude, petrochemical products, fertilizers, so on and so forth. So India has also spoken about the disruption of the global energy supply and also the suffering to people. In fact, many Indians have also lost their lives. Many have got injured in this conflict, and there is a large Indian diaspora living in West Asia. Katsween, from the very beginning.
So there's remittance inflows. That's been one concern.
Correct.
There's also been several Indian nationals who continue to work in the Gulf. They keep sending money back to their homes, which indeed adds up to India's economy, its GDP. All of those factors, remember, are very crucial to India's interests. But when India says, and it has reiterated in multiple ways, be it through the External Affairs Minister or from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we've heard him stress on these words. Dialogue, diplomacy, he has said, is the only way forward. And that possibly, if we just take this to the story that we're going to witness in the next 2-3 days of the External Affairs Minister going to the UAE, that's going to be another emphasis possibly that we'll see coming from the EM.
That's right. So from the very beginning, Kritzween, India never had any ambitions of joining this conflict in any form, be it mediator or combatant. India's paramount interest perhaps was the safety of the large Indian diaspora living in West Asia and the energy supplies. And perhaps India has remained in touch with all its partners in West Asia to make sure that India keeps receiving uninterrupted energy supplies. In fact, India got 9 of its energy vessels passed in last 1 month from the Strait of Hormuz. And Prime Minister Modi spoke with all the West Asian leaders, heads of states, heads of governments, many times, and in fact thanked them for the safety of the Indian community extending.
So if we fast forward a little bit, and of course we're going to have to make this guess in the realm of speculation, freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the one. That's the expectation India is setting. Now, how do you see this play out given the terms set by Iran, possibly to an extent also given in by the United States, because they seem to be suggesting that even though we will reopen the strait, we will levy a certain toll. So the ships passing or transiting through the Strait of Hormuz will have to pay, and reports suggest that amount could be anywhere between $2 million. That's going to be huge money that Iran will make. Where do you think India stands as far as this one issue is
So India considers Hormuz as the international waters, and not only at the level of the spokesperson of the foreign ministry, but Prime Minister Modi himself made India's position very clear in the parliament that India does not accept the closure of the Hormuz Strait. And in fact, the same is highlighted here in India's statement, where India says that we expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail throughout the Strait of Hormuz. Also, very last point which I would like to make here, Katsween. Foreign Secretary also participated in the halt by United Kingdom the other day. Foreign Secretary reiterated India's position. EMS Jaishankar is going to UAE. India will perhaps has remained in touch as far as the Hormuz crisis is concerned. Remain in touch with all the partners and friends in the region. So, in fact, that is exactly what has been highlighted in India's statement. So, first response coming from the Indian government.
Okay, can we also then expect India to, let's say, play a mediator's role when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz issue? We've seen Pakistan play a larger role. Overall mediation talks, they're going to be in fact shaping up in Islamabad on Friday. But this one aspect alone of Strait of Hormuz, which many have not agreed to, with Iran imposing some strict conditions, especially Gulf nations, they would not want to pay money for their ships to transit through the strait. Do you think India can then play a huge diplomatic role just in navigating this one challenge?
That's right. Look, Pakistan had no other option but to be the mediator, because Pakistan has remained as a very reliable asset of US CENTCOM from a very long time. They have been doing this from a very long time. Point number one. Point number two, as far as India's case is concerned, India has made its position very clear as far as the Hormuz crisis is concerned, that the closure of Hormuz is not acceptable. Foreign Secretary attended the conference with the group of countries hosted by United Kingdom. In fact, UK Prime Minister is going to visit Gulf soon to solve the Hormuz crisis. But India was never in favor of militarily doing some action in the Hormuz to open the strait. India has always opted for diplomacy, to open strait, to speak directly with the Iranian. And at that time also, Kritzween, India presented this model to the world, that instead of carrying out operations in the Gulf, you can speak directly with Iran and get your vessels past.
Well, India has leveraged the diplomatic position it enjoys with both Iran and America so far. But this is what makes India's position amply clear, Siddhant.
Right.
We expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. This indirectly means India may not be in the favor of paying that levy, that toll that Iran is looking at imposing in all of those vessels from across the world that transit through the Strait of Hormuz. And that could be, and this is just, again, in the realm of speculation, could be one of the talking points that surface when External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar visits UAE.
Of course, because UAE plays a very critical role when it comes to Hormuz Strait. And as I said, that India has made its position very clear as far as the Hormuz crisis is concerned, that the closure is unacceptable, and the same has been reflected here in India's statement. So India stands for freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz. So the message is very clear from the Indian government. In fact, there is a lot of sketchy details as far as the Hormuz issue is concerned, because Iran says that Iran is going to control it along with Oman, and US finds that solution workable, so on and so forth. President Trump today says that we'll do traffic buildup around Hormuz, and once President Trump said that it's America and the new Ayatollah who will be controlling the Hormuz Strait. So talking about the reality also, Kritsween, right now, these are the basis on which the negotiations will take place. It's not that US has accepted all the terms and conditions what Iran has put forth, right? So, still things are not clear.
And there is a lot of trust deficit.
All we know is that Iran controls the Hormuz Strait, and there's going to be 2-week time where Iran is going to allow the vessels to pass. So in a way, Indian government is expecting. Iran is doing that, because next 2 weeks there's going to be the free flow of navigation and free flow of vessels and global flow of commerce.
There is still going to be an apprehension there in the minds of insurers, in the minds of all of these countries that are looking at transiting their vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, because remember, this is a volatile situation still. So let's see how this plays out. India making its position amply clear. Thank you for that, Siddhant. We need to quickly talk about more breaking news coming in, and I'm coming right back to you. This is Iranian mediating Iran's parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who says he will lead Tehran's delegation in talks with the United States on Friday. So we have an Iranian name as well, because remember, we've been talking about the US representatives who will head to Islamabad, who will be sitting across on the negotiating table across the Iranian leadership. In attendance, of course, Pakistan's top leadership. I do want to bring in Siddhant on that note into the conversation once again. All right, this is going to be interesting. Let's not forget, here's one figure, the parliamentary speaker of Iran, who's been spoken of as a reliable leader indirectly by many US officials. So he's going to be a man who's going to be representing the Iranian agenda in Islamabad when talks commence on Friday.
That's right. So his name for the first time emerged about a week back, or maybe 15 days back, for the first time, when Israeli media started speaking about him being the key person from the Iranian side, mediating with the Pakistanis. In fact, he's very close to Mojtaba Khamenei, a close aide of the Supreme Leader's Secretariat. He is currently the Speaker of the Parliament. Israeli media published his name. In fact, President Trump once announced that we are in touch with the person. We can't reveal the name. But right after this statement, his name was released, and then he was on back foot. He had to perhaps at that time issue this statement that there's no negotiations taking place. We are not talking with any of the mediators, not to the United States, so on and so forth. At that time, he denied those stories about him. But now we're getting to know. In fact, this is what international media is reporting, that he is going to lead the delegation and perhaps will be speaking on behalf of the Iranians. So he could be in Islamabad on 10th of April if going.
Okay, very quickly before we move on to more breaking news, let's also give our viewers a lowdown of the US officials who will, in all likelihood, be in attendance.
J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, perhaps these are the names which Pakistanis have been floating, Kritsween, from last 15 days. They have put J.D. Vance thrice on flight to Islamabad. He's landing now he's landing tomorrow, those kinds of things. They were floating in media. But finally, today, after President Trump's post that Shehbaz Sharif and Asim Munir played a role in mediation, so on and so forth. So one can expect that now meeting could take place. But as I said, that Pakistan is the most reliable asset of US CENTCOM. They work for the US intel community from a long time. If you remember Khwaja Asif's famous statement that we do dirty work for West, if you remember those. So we can draw references from that and perhaps their history and how the former prime ministers and the army chiefs have been doing the same.
And the Friday meeting is going to be very important, viewers, because that's going to be the first face-to-face interaction between officials from Washington and Tehran. So far, they've not directly engaged. They've only sort of forwarded each other's messages through Islamabad. Thank you so much for that, Siddhant. We'll come back to you in just a bit. There's more breaking news coming in. Iran also hoping at the moment that China can be a security guarantor in the Middle East. This is envoy to Beijing who's confirmed the same. Iran envoy to Beijing making this big statement. Iran hoping at the moment that China can play a bigger role. We've already heard through the course of the conversation we've been having around what really led to this 2-week ceasefire announcement, the kind of role China could have played in all likelihood, because many believe, experts who've been closely watching the negotiations unfold, that China was the one to nudge Iran to sort of come down to the negotiating table and agree to some of the demands at least that were being put forth by Washington. So this is Iran at the moment hoping for more from China, how China can play a greater role, can also be a security guarantor in the Middle East. This big comment coming in from envoy to Beijing, who has made it categorically clear that China could be playing that role. At least that's what Iran is hoping for, that they can be a security guarantor in the Middle East. Let's look at this picture or scenario overall, viewers. Look at how this has played out so far. When it comes to mediation talks, the neutral, so-called neutral mediators, namely Turkey, let's say, to an extent Oman as well, do remember much was being hoped at that end, but finally seems like China did also at the end of the day play a big role, and that seems to be a conversation that Iran at least is expecting to take forward. I do want to go across to Rahul Shivshankar, who joins us with more. Rahul, we've been discussing this, the role China possibly has played so far and could play in the future. What do you make of the statement?
Well, let me go straight across to Iran's supreme leader, envoy to India, Abdul Majid Hakim Ilahi Sahab. Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help of Pakistan. What are your thoughts, sir, on the terms of the agreement?
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to congratulate all of you for having such very big victory. When they started and created this aggression against Iran, they said within 3 days they finalize everything, they pressure Iran, they damage Iran, and they will bring big regime change, as they mentioned. And also they announced that after the war, the map of Iran will be different, and the map of Iran will not stay at the same was before. And they claim a lot. Then finally they said they are going to kill this 7,000 civilization of Iran. And they tried as much as possible for them. But finally they understood that this was a big mistake from them, and they were defeated. They couldn't win anything. They didn't have any achievement, but they lost a lot of their general and soldiers, and they lost a lot of their weapons. They spent more than $30 billion without any reason, without any achievement. So they understood if they continue this war, their damage will be more, and it will be more shameful for them. Because of that, they accepted the conditions of Iran and now we have ceasefire.
Your Excellency, when you say they accepted the conditions of Iran, what are some of these conditions, Your Excellency? And what brought Trump to bow, as you're saying, before Iran's demands?
Actually, do you know, till yesterday night, Iran didn't accept anything, although America offered some conditions for ceasefire, but Iran rejected and wasn't agree with the American ceasefire and American conditions. Yesterday at night, America was ready to damage all Iran or civilization of Iran, and all Iranians gathered to the street and to our historical places in our universities, hospitals, mosques, and some other places, which they announced that they are going to damage it and attack it, but the people are gathered there. And they realized that they cannot do anything, and they accepted the conditions of Iran.
Your Excellency, Iran has effectively made the Strait of Hormuz the pivot of this ceasefire understanding. What really is the way forward on the Strait of Hormuz?
As you know, before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. No one got any problems through the Strait of Hormuz, and we hope that the Strait of Hormuz also will be open forever, and everyone, any country benefits from the Strait of Hormuz. But due to this war, we got a lot of problems and crises to this Strait of Hormuz, and because of the security, for some countries this strait was closed, but some other countries like India were benefited from this Strait of Hormuz. We hope that in the future also they will benefit from it, and there is no any final decision for controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Your Excellency, Iran will be now imposing a toll on passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Will India also be included in that? Or does this toll only apply to countries that have aligned with the United States or are enemies of the Iranian regime?
Actually, Iran wants to have very good relationship with and friendship with all countries. And as before he has this relationship, Iran also will continue the same relationship. We hope that by leaving America from this region, everything will be okay and no one will be suffered more.
Your Excellency, is the control now over the Strait of Hormuz the principal part of this agreement? Is it integral to the agreement?
Actually, yes, some conditions of this agreement is having some new conditions for controlling this Hormuz, but this is negotiate. This is the first negotiation between Iran and some other countries. Is not the final decision.
Your Excellency, if I could ask you, and this is an important question, Israel has said that it is under no obligations to halt attacks against the Hezbollah or other forces that are aligned to Iran, even though one of Iran's principal conditions is that its allies and friends, there should be a cessation of hostilities towards that. Is this now a condition which is absolutely insurmountable as far as Iran is concerned?
Yes, actually, you know, and everyone knows that this regime is not under control of any international law and is not under any commitment, this country will do whatever it wants to do, but the time is over and it cannot do whatever it wants to do more. The time is different completely. And I think maybe 2 days ago, a professor from one Indian university said something which is interesting. He said, the world will be different after this war.
How do you see the region changing, Your Excellency, after this war? And what role will Iran play in the region?
I'm sure that the region will be more safe, more peace, and more relationship and friendship between Iran and its neighbors, and between even in Middle East, including all countries. Because the conflict was created since United States of America came to this region and wanted to sell its weapons to our neighbors, and created a lot of problems for getting more benefit and interest from these countries. But they understood that America didn't bring for them security, didn't bring for them peace, and just only they spend billions of dollars.
Your Excellency, the administration in Tehran had earlier said that there was no mediation, that Pakistan was not playing a mediatory role. So who actually bridged the gap between Tehran and Washington?
There are some countries, they have come together and they put their voice together and they want to try to stop this war. And they tried several times. And finally, yesterday at night, as we heard, that America accepted our conditions.
Your Excellency, President Trump says that China played a major role in the background. Could you confirm that, Your Excellency?
No. This only just accusation.
Okay. Is this truly now a step towards de-escalation or simply a pause? What do you think, Your Excellency? Is it simply a pause before a new round of hostilities, or are we now looking at lasting, endurable peace?
Actually, Iran wants to have very good relationship and friendship with all countries, and also doesn't want to be any conflict and crisis in the region, as well as these conflicts and crises. By these conflicts and crises, all countries will be affected. As we know, due to the price of oil and shortage of gas, a lot of countries, world leaders come together and they don't allow again the United States attack any other country.
A couple of final questions, Your Excellency. I wanted to ask you, what are Iran's red lines going forward in these negotiations? Trump, the President of the United States, has come out and said that he wants Iran to cease uranium enrichment and so on and so forth. What is your view on this?
Please, they know that they are just only say something, even themselves don't believe on it. From the 30 years ago, Iran said we don't want to have nuclear weapons. Frankly, several times our late Supreme Leader said that. Our officials, our President, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our spokesman of the Parliament, all of them announced clearly that having nuclear weapons is not part of our doctrine. And according to our religion, Islam, having nuclear weapons is haram, which is forbidden completely. We don't want to have it. Never we try to have nuclear weapons, but just they want to get some justification for attacking other countries. Otherwise, exactly, and they know that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons and Iran doesn't want to have it. As you know, for Iraq, in the year they attacked during this administration of George W. Bush. They attacked Iraq for nuclear weapons. Finally, they said Iraq doesn't have nuclear weapons. It's the same history.
Your Excellency, my final question. The United States does not also want Iran to have any capabilities of enriching uranium. Is that a problem?
Of course, this is our right, because we are using the nuclear power for our medicine. There are a lot of people are using the medicine of and these nuclear powers. We need it for our electricity, for our power. We need it for our hospitals, but never we want it for weapons. And you know, we had agreement with Obama administration, and we were agreed that we don't want to have it. But finally, also at that time, 2015, when President Trump came to the power, and he turned it off and said, no, this agreement is not good. But never we want it, never we want to have it, but at the same time, we want to have it for peaceful activities.
My final question to you, Your Excellency, I know that you're running out of time. Your Excellency, what role do you see New Delhi playing now in this very important confidence-building stage?
Yes, you know, Iran several times said we don't have any problem with our neighbors. We don't want to have any problem with any countries. And we are ready to have very good relationship, friendship with all countries. We are ready to provide all type of support for oils, gas, and everything. But finally, they created and initiated such war against Iran, and due to that war, everyone was suffered, and we hope that they got their lessons, and they understood that Iran is not a weak country, and Iran is ready to sacrifice itself for humanity and for its independence.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon, and it has been one of those very, very difficult times. I hope that Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini is in good health, sir. Can you confirm that to us?
Yes, of course. I'm sure, and I can assure you that yes, and I have very good evidences for his good health, and I send salam to him and through some friends, and I got my response. He's very in good condition. His health is very good. He's doing his responsibility and his job. I'm sure, 100%.
Well, please do communicate our well wishes to the Ayatollah. Thank you very much, Supreme Leader's Envoy to India, His Excellency. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Viewers, that was the Supreme Leader's Envoy to India speaking to CNN News 18 exclusively. This is a big interview where he made 3 or 4 important points. That number 1, Iran has a right to enrich uranium. Number 2, very importantly, that Iran, for it non-negotiable, is of course the Strait of Hormuz and having some amount of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, and that most importantly, Mujtaba Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah, is actually in great health and has also been communicating with his envoy here in India. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to hand you straight back now to my colleague Kritsween.
Well, thank you for staying with us. We are here on CNN News 18 tracking every development. That was a huge interview that Rahul Shivshankar has just done with the India envoy to the Supreme Leader of Iran. Big statements that have come to fore as far as that is concerned. He, on record, has confirmed that Mujtaba Ali Khamenei is in good spirits. He's doing well. And that is a big claim that's coming in from Iran. We're also, in fact, looking at every development right after that ceasefire has been announced, with the U.S. President really taking the lead and talking about mediations that have come in from Pakistan. He's mentioned about Shehbaz Sharif. He's mentioned about the Field Marshal of Pakistan, Asim Munir, in that statement of his. And remember, viewers, this was just an hour that was left before his own deadline was about to end, and that's when the US President Donald Trump pulled back from the brink. Now, announcing this 2-week ceasefire with Iran, this decision followed direct appeals from Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and also the Field Marshal Asim Munir, who urged Washington to hold back the plans of striking Iran further. This was moments after the announcement. Trump struck an optimistic note, calling it a big day for world peace. He's back to that favorite word of his, peace. He's also said that Iran has had enough and wants the conflict to end. Iran says otherwise. Trump has said that the pause is military action, and all of that pause in stopping of that military action is rather conditional. It's subject to Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz for safe and immediate passage. Now, Tehran has agreed to the ceasefire, but with a clear warning: this is not the end of the war. Iran says that any violation will trigger a sharp response. For now, there is a tense pause in this conflict in West Asia that has come dangerously close to escalation. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we really do not know what happens after the next 14 to 15 days, whether this ceasefire is going to hold on, whether there is going to be that opening of the Strait of Hormuz, because that is the criticality here. If Iran does go ahead and open the Strait of Hormuz, is it going to levy that fee that it's talking about, is also the big question, because that will go completely against the international norms. It will go completely against the UNCLOS. So all of that is in consideration. But before we take a look at all of that, let's take a look at the war scorecard. What is it that the Iranian side really has had as far as this war? What has been achieved on the 40th day of this big, massive escalation? So let's first take a look at the gainers, the survival. If we take a look at the survival and strategic win for Iran in particular, they have retained the leverage via the Strait of Hormuz. And that's a very important point that we have to, in fact, look at in detail, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, UNCLOS really says that you cannot have any hold on passage when it is about international waters. Strait of Hormuz is international waters. Iran does have a leverage. It has decided to close the Strait of Hormuz, and that has resulted in a massive uproar. Global economy is in a state of tizzy, and that's something that we have to, in fact, understand here. If we take a look at Russia, that's another player, ladies and gentlemen, and we cannot really, in fact, not talk about Russia. There are huge energy gains that Russia really, in fact, ended up getting, because US was distracted globally, and they in fact, did not know what to do once the Strait of Hormuz was closed. So they eventually lifted the sanctions against Russia that they had imposed because of the war against Ukraine. So Russia becomes one of the key gainers as far as this entire conflict is concerned. Remember, 28th of February, all hell broke loose. Despite the mediations that were going on with Oman pretty much on the table, talking between US and Iran, US and Israel together decided to go ahead and attack Iran. And they did not think possibly, and that has been brought to fore by many of those tweets and those posts that have been put out by the US President on Truth Social. He did not think that Iran will go ahead and close the Strait of Hormuz, because remember, they did not do that in the 12-day war. Let's look at China, because China has also been spoken about a lot, particularly today after this big announcement came in from the US President. This is a strategic space that China is in, and that space only is expanding. We are saying that because there will be a meeting that the US president is going to be having with Xi Jinping, but the US credibility is rather down. There is a China leverage that Iran has. We already know that Iran, Russia, China have this entire separate bloc, which is the anti-West bloc. And China was this one country, because of its shadow fleets, that was gaining the maximum amount of access as far as the blocked Strait of Hormuz is concerned. So they also have come out as big gainers. There's also this entire chatter that Iran is going to be charging on for the passage of vessels, and they will be charging in the Chinese currency yuan. So that becomes important. But let's look at Pakistan. Pakistan has egg on its face definitely because of that tweet that's going viral, which read that this is a draft for the Pakistani Prime Minister, but they did speak about mediation. It has been asserted by the US President as he announced the ceasefire, at least for these 2 weeks. This is a diplomatic profile that has been up in a decade for Pakistan. Probably it did not really look at such a pedestal, but that has come to Pakistan, and this country is the one that has been asserted by many quarters. Iran to some extent, and US in particular, they are talking about how these mediations have happened because of Pakistan, and this has granted that vantage to Pakistan, that pedestal to Pakistan. UAE, we have to now look at the Gulf countries. Trade infrastructure risk has been really major. UAE is one country in the Gulf region that has been majorly pounded because of counter retaliation by Iran, and they in fact have suffered the most when it is about this entire attack. Further, taking a look at the United States of America, what did America really gain from this 39-40-day war? Military dominance, no decisive end. They would have us believe that they have had everything under control. They would have us believe that Iran's military infrastructure, Iran's defense capabilities, Iran's missile infrastructure has been decimated, or probably it's down by 80 to 89%, and that is true. But what did America really gain out of it? Because they began the war claiming that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, something that the IAEA had already confirmed that they are not close to weapons-grade uranium. Despite that, they did go ahead attack Iran while the negotiations were happening via Oman. Then they said they cannot even have a missile infrastructure. They started pounding every infrastructure as far as Iran is concerned. What did it come to? Because Iran has cheap weaponry. It has the asymmetric warfare. For every $200 million that was spent on smart weaponry from the United States of America, it was met with the asymmetric warfare of Iran. So that cost really was not adding up. So what did America really gain out of that war is also the big question. Israel, the second player in this big story, tactical gains that have been met or not, it's rather incomplete. This is what we are learning. The outcome is incomplete. It's not too happy with this entire ceasefire conversation because it's not gone ahead and in as definite terms said that we are going to abide with this ceasefire. Because remember, right after the announcement, we do see how Hezbollah infrastructure, how Lebanon continues to be attacked by the Israeli forces. So on ground, that entire cessation of hostilities, at least attacking the proxies or the axis of resistance of Iran, that has not stopped from the Israeli side. They do not want this ceasefire to happen unless and until their objectives are met. And that's why they possibly are not even there at the table. Saudi Arabia, it has been rather weakened by Iran. Remember, this is one player other than Israel that wanted this war to continue because they want a regional change. They want a regional dominance. They want a stake, they want a key stake in that entire Gulf region, which Iran so far has because of the kind of geography that it also commands. That's why the coaxing also came in from the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia for the United States president. Now, what has happened to Saudi Arabia? They have not really gained that kind of a strategic advantage. If you take a look at Qatar and Oman, they have also been weakened by Iran. There are security risks that remain. Iran has told the United States and in that process the entire Gulf region that if you attack us, we cannot really reach you because of the geography, but we definitely can reach the US-led infrastructure in the Gulf region, and we definitely can go after each and every country in the Gulf region. So all of that becomes rather significant. Remember, Qatar, Oman, all of these countries together have signed the Abraham Accords, they definitely have something to lose because Iran's wrath is upon them. Iran is not going to stand back. If we particularly take a look at Qatar, right after Israel attacked the South Pars energy infrastructure, the gas field there, it is the same gas field that Qatar, in fact, shares with Iran, not Dome. And that was the reason why Qatar received the maximum amount of pounding right after that Israeli attack happened on South Pars. We will constantly look at all of these key players. Despite the Gulf region not wanting that involvement, barring Saudi Arabia, they've had to bear the brunt of this big war. So all of these things continue. But let's now bring in my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who's also now with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, I've just, put out all of these factors that, of course, need to be spoken about at length on who have been the big gainers. Are there any gainers from this conflict that has expanded onto its 40th day? And it took the 40th day for Trump to go ahead and announce the ceasefire. Iran is still saying things differently. We do not know whether this will last these 2 weeks.
Well, that's right. So the ceasefire seems fragile given Pakistan's track record, Greha, to be very honest. 2 weeks of temporary ceasefire, perhaps this is what we are looking at this point in time. Both sides agreed for the ceasefire. But, given the terms and conditions, US 15 points peace plan perhaps has been accepted by Iran, and Iran's 10-point peace plan has been accepted by United States, calling it workable. Now, there are a lot of sticking points, Greha. In fact, we have been discussing this all throughout, that how, Iran's plan, talks about enrichment. Perhaps US, if not US, then Israel will never be, comfortable with that term in Iran's peace plan. Then withdrawal of the US forces from GCC, that is next to impossible, because this US security umbrella covers whole of the GCC. Control over the Hormuz. Perhaps now we're looking at a possibility where there could be some middle ground which can be created, and all sides can agree to that after President Trump's tweeting about Hormuz that we'll do the traffic build-up at the Hormuz and we'll make money, golden age for Middle East, so on and so forth. So we could expect US allies and Iran to be controlling it jointly. I don't know. Perhaps that's what we could understand from President Trump's tweet. So there are a lot of sticking points. Conflict in Lebanon. Israel is not going to stop before it fully achieves the objective of expanding the buffer zone, so that that buffer zone act as a security guarantee for the Israel. So there are a lot of sticking points, and as you see that why I'm saying that, because Israel is also one of the main stakeholders not only in the region but one of the players in this conflict, Greha. The ceasefire has been announced by the United States. Now, White House says that President Trump remained in touch with Prime Minister Netanyahu before announcing the ceasefire, but I have not heard or read anywhere the encouraging statements coming from the Israeli side so far. In fact, Pakistanis say that cessation of hostilities in Lebanon is very much part of the US proposal, Iran's proposal, and has been accepted. But Israel says that except the war in Lebanon, the cessation of hostilities on rest places are only accepted. So again, there is a difference in what Israel is saying, what mediator Pakistan is saying. So as I said, there are a lot of sticking points. Things are not clear. Details are sketchy. All we could understand is that there was immense pressure on Iran from the United States to come to the tables. There were repeated warnings being given by President Trump.
We have to precisely talk about the possible end game. Is there any that is in sight? What happens after those 14 days, after those 2 weeks? The announcement definitely has come in from the United States of America. There's something else that has been said by Iran. What happens next? Let's take a look at those possibilities also by and by. So what really is being achieved as far as this 40-day war is concerned? Ceasefire deal has been sealed, definitely. There's a 10-point deal that has shaped this final pact. That announcement has come in by the US president, also been seconded by Iran. But if we take a look further and in fact see what else has come about as far as this entire peace plan is concerned, the key aspect that has been mentioned as far as this very peace pact is the Strait of Hormuz. That entire Strait of Hormuz that has so far been blocked, that will be reopened. That is what has been mentioned. Hormuz reopens, oil flow should be restored, and that is on the premise of which the US president, he says, has allowed the ceasefire to happen. It will go on for these 2 weeks. They will see, they will assess what is really going on, and then only they go forward. What happens next? Iran-US lock long-term understanding. Whether or not this is going to happen, and that's why I go back to the question, what really has been achieved? They started this war on the premise that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. IAEA said it differently, and now they're talking about long-term understanding. Now, deadlock diplomacy is something that we also must look at because the talks have dragged. There has been no decisive deal. What happened on this entire chokehold that US really wanted to have Iran in, when it is about not procuring any kind of uranium further, not enriching the uranium, not even having any missile capability. They wanted Iran to have something like what Japan is now, probably using any kind of military prowess only for defensive purposes. Iran obviously did not listen to that aspect. They did not stand down with that. No capitulation that happened. Nuclear flashpoint stalls the progress. Remember, this point remains. Enriching uranium, Iran is going on doing that, and this has not really seen any clarity so far. So this is one deadlock that we have to in fact talk about. Ceasefire holds, but uncertainty grows. Uncertain times, we are continuously talking about how we do not know what happens in the next 2 weeks, how much of this is really going to proceed. So this is where the countdown to conflict really comes in, because these ceasefire terms, once they are violated, if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened up, if despite going against UNCLOS, US does agree that Iran can levy charges for the passage of vessels, and probably that doesn't go down well with the other players, then again, things will be back to where we are. Hormuz is still choked. The global jitters are spiking. Remember, after the announcement, of course, the markets did react positively, but how much of that is going to stay is the big question. US-Israel has in fact struck back with force. All of these are the countdown to conflict. If at all the ceasefire does not really achieve the purpose, this is what we will see happening again. We've seen this happen during the 12-day war as well, and this is the same template that we see happening right now. What does the 2-week ceasefire really entail? Will it really last? Continues to remain the uncertain question. We're now getting some breaking news on the broadcast. Let's take a look at that. In fact, we're learning that in accordance with the directives from the political echelon, the IDF has ceased fire in the operation against Iran. And this is a big development because remember, we were talking about how Iran continues attacking, particularly Lebanon. Now, this is a high preparation to respond defensively against any violation. Overnight, the IDF conducted wide-scale wave of strikes targeting missile launch sites and also launchers across Iran in order to significantly degrade its launching capabilities. And simultaneously, in Lebanon too, the IDF is continuing to conduct targeted ground operations against the Hezbollah infrastructure. We are also learning that the IDF will continue to operate across all fronts to defend Israel. This is the version that's coming in from Israel, and this is despite that ceasefire, but in accordance with the directives, they are talking about how IDF will be ceasing fire in this operation against Iran, but only to an extent. Let's get in Siddhant back on the broadcast to help us dissect this version that is coming now from Israel. Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Greha. So this is coming from Israel, that Israel military has issued an evacuation warning for 7 neighborhoods of Beirut's southern suburbs ahead of possible attack. In fact, there are more reports telling us that urgent alert to residents of the southern suburbs, especially in the following neighborhoods of perhaps the places are mentioned. Now, this report says the Defense Army continues its operations and attacks on military infrastructure belonging to the terrorist Hezbollah in various parts of the southern suburbs. The Defense Army does not intend to harm you, and therefore to ensure your safety, you must evacuate immediately, which means that there is no ceasefire as far as Israel war against Hezbollah in Lebanon is concerned. There is no cessation of hostilities as far as this one conflict is concerned. As we were discussing before, Greha, the objectives are yet not achieved, and perhaps Israel is not going to stop. In fact, Israeli side has to say that the Lebanon invasion in Lebanon is not the part of the deal accepted by the United States. Pakistanis say that Lebanon is very much the part of deal. Iranians say Lebanon is the part of deal, but the proposal put forth. But Israeli said that there is no discussion at all on the Lebanon front. So now, it means that the war continues. More ground invasion. In fact, there are reports of people getting displaced because repeated warnings are being given by the Israeli side to vacate homes and residential complexes, because on a daily basis, Hezbollah hideouts, their camps, etc., are being targeted by the IDF.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Siddhant. So there is a great amount of time between the order and the implementation, and while that implementation really comes into play, Israel is using every opportunity that it can to do what it had already set out to do, whether it is targeting the missile infrastructure in Iran or going after the Iranian proxies, in this case in Lebanon, against the Hezbollah. So that continues, but they definitely are putting this out in black and white, that because of the decision that's been taken by the political leadership, they will stand back. Whether or not on the ground that is true, we'd have to wait and watch out for that. We're going to a very short break with that.
All right, let's begin with that big update that we're getting. The face-off between the Election Commission and the TMC has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint. Sources say TMC delegation led by Derek O'Brien that met the Election Commission. The meeting lasted only less than 10 minutes and quickly turned heated as Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar began to respond to TMC's concern. Derek O'Brien reportedly interrupted, saying the delegation was not there to listen.
We're also learning about what followed. It turned out to be a rather ugly exchange with both the sides allegedly losing their cool, and sharp remarks that were being traded before the TMC delegation walked out eventually. Election Commission has since issued a strong message promising that West Bengal polls will be free and fair, and also fear-free, violence-free as well. Are they preempting something disastrous? That also is something that is doing a lot of and generating a lot of chatter. But TMC leaders are pushing back. Saket Gokhale has called the Election Commission's version a lie, claiming that the Chief Election Commission told them to get lost. And he's also challenged the Commission to release the meeting transcript. For now, all we see is claims and counterclaims and a fresh political confrontation ahead of the crucial polls in the state of West Bengal.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner, Chief Election Commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the Chief Election Commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. Nikal jao yahan se. निकल जाओ यहाँ से, ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में, तो हम निकल जाए, हम लोग निकल आए.
Let's go across to our colleagues joining us. Joining me is Arunima, tracking what is happening as far as that meeting claims are concerned. Arunima, this has become he said, she said. But what is it that you are learning? What actually transpired? And if that meeting ended on such a bad note, what led to it? Who's to be held responsible for, the meeting transcending to a point where allegedly the election commissioner said, get lost?
See,
one thing is very clear, whichever side you want to believe, either TMC or Election Commission, what is very clear is that even basic civility, basic cordial behavior that is extended to either opposition MPs or to constitutional functionaries like election commissioners, that seems to be a thing of the past. It is very clear that TMC wanted to press forward with their point. The sequence of event, as we have been told by sources within
Welcome back and good afternoon. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Kritzween Valia. Top focus story continues to be the ongoing developments taking place as far as the West Asia conflict is concerned. Do remember the 11th hour ceasefire which has been struck between Washington and Tehran is our sharp focus through the day, and whether or not the ceasefire, most importantly, will hold. What is it that different indications at the moment coming in from Tehran, Washington and Israel indicate? We'll be breaking that down. But what you see on your screens is another important story, because Pakistan, remember, is said to have played this key mediation role, and Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif seems to have now embarrassed himself yet again. He has unintentionally spotlighted what is being called as behind-the-scenes nature of the diplomatic push for a temporary Iran ceasefire. An early version of his social media post supporting the extension of Trump's deadline, urging a ceasefire, was briefly published with a visible draft label. So before the official version was posted was this edited post which leaked, which the world now has access to, and that's heavily being cited by netizens on social media. This, in fact, has exposed that the message may have actually been written or heavily guided by others, some external agency, before actually being posted and later edited. So the edited post has now become this big talking point and really left the world wondering on what kind of an actual role did Pakistan really play in striking this deal between Washington and Tehran. And we're going to quickly draw that contrast out for you, this copy-paste diplomacy which currently is being criticized. So what you need to pay attention to is this edit version. This is the first version. Now pay attention to the first line which says draft Pakistan's Prime Minister's message on X. This one line is what is heavily being cited by several critics, several observers who say it appears that this was not the Pakistani Prime Minister himself, possibly some external agency, some other country was prompting him to type this. So this was a drafted message which was sent to him. Later, this one line was removed and the entire message as is made it to social media for the world to see what really transpired as far as those negotiations are concerned. So diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing. When the conversations behind the scenes were still unfolding, this is the quote-unquote draft message which was found in the edits of Shahbaz Sharif's X handle. And this, viewers, has now been caught, which is exactly why the world is asking what happens to all that posturing which was pulled off by Pakistan all this while. Remember, Pakistan for the longest time has been claiming that it has been the only country playing the lead role in taking these conversations forward. But it appears, just going by the language here, which has caught the attention of everyone online, that this was being dictated to him before that final version was put out there for everyone when the ceasefire was announced. So that's one talking point. The other is, of course, what happens to the ceasefire? How long will it hold? Let's talk about more information coming in. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive. There's global silence which has exposed Pakistan's mediation efforts. Sources say only narrative management, not credible diplomacy, to take this point forward. We're now picking up more news on what top sources are maintaining. This is Investigations editor Manoj Gupta talking to us about some of these intel-based inputs. Islamabad Accord framed as US-driven time by and Pakistan's broker role seen as domestic propaganda. Do remember, the West Asia conflict was directly impacting Pakistan in ways more than one, and now top intel sources maintaining that this was more for their own domestic end game, to also reach out to their own voters, to reach out to their own people who remember who have been bearing the brunt not just of the West Asia conflict, but also the ongoing conflict between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I do want to bring in CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan into the conversation. Anand, what do you make of this? As Pakistan stands exposed, to what extent did it actually play the mediator's role, going by Pakistan Prime Minister's edit note on X? But take the story forward for us and tell us what this means.
Well, there's a difference between mediation and brokering. There is a difference between being a messenger and having a stakeholder and also getting both sides to agree on something. So far, Pakistan has not been able to do anything but be the proxy for both US and Iran to try and look for an off-ramp or from somebody's shoulder that they would shoot off messages to each other where they would say, all right, you are bringing this message from them, now take this message from me. What Pakistan has done is taken one proposal and given to the other, and taken the other proposal and given to a third person. This is not mediation, this is actually brokering and in some way playing the messenger service. The other thing, that Pakistan's credibility itself is being questioned because the world is not crediting Pakistan. So except for Antonio Guterres, who's largely a defunct entity and has played no role in trying to de-escalate this conflict so far, and is not even given credence so far by a lot of the world leaders, because UN is largely seen as a toothless body today. Other than that, nobody else has openly come out and lavished huge amount or heaped huge amount of praise on Pakistan, etc. Yes, this whole narrative building effort is all right, but it's an irony that a Shehbaz Sharif, who supposedly has brokered this conversation and this 15-day truce, was not even called upon by President Trump, whereas they say it was Field Marshal Asim Munir who was spoken with. So at different times, at different points, this entire narrative itself seems to be falling flat. The other thing is that they have not been able to come out, and as a mediator, you would come out and say these are fixed objectives that need to be met in this 12-day mediation term or brokerage during the ceasefire. The other thing is that if they've indeed brokered the ceasefire, why is it that the Strait of Hormuz is still shut? Why is it that there is no traffic at all? Why is it that the Israelis are still not convinced that the Hezbollah will not be firing rockets at them? Why is it that Iran's proxies haven't said that we cease and desist with immediate effect? So all of these questions also remain. So hence, a lot of domestic and internal propaganda that the Pakistanis will be using, perhaps to try and quiet the Shia population, which was increasingly getting restive, while also trying to seize the advantage and deflect attention from the amount of civil strife that they've been witnessing across all their provinces.
Oh yes, absolutely. While the world and many global powers have come out to say that the 2-week ceasefire indeed is a positive development, very few have credited Pakistan for same, and hence these murmurs. Thank you so much, Anand, for joining us with that detailed analysis. That's all for now. We head into a very quick break. News and updates continue. We'll be right back in just a bit.
All right, let's begin with that big update that we're getting. The face-off between the Election Commission and the TMC has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint. Sources say TMC delegation led by Derek O'Brien that met the Election Commission. The meeting lasted only less than 10 minutes and quickly turned heated as Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar began to respond to TMC's concern. Derek O'Brien reportedly interrupted, saying the delegation was not there to listen.
We're also learning about what followed. It turned out to be a rather ugly exchange with both the sides allegedly losing their cool and sharp remarks that were being traded before the TMC delegation walked out eventually. Election Commission has since issued a strong message promising that West Bengal polls will be free and fair and also fear-free, violence-free as well. Are they preempting something disastrous? That also is something that is doing a lot of and generating a lot of chatter. But TMC leaders are pushing back. Saket Gokhale has called the Election Commission's version a lie, claiming that the Chief Election Commission told them to get lost. And he's also challenged the Commission to release the meeting transcript. For now, all we see is claims and counterclaims and a fresh political confrontation ahead of the crucial polls in the state of West Bengal.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner, chief election commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the chief election commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. Nikal jao yahan se. Nikal jao yahan se. ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में तो हम निकल जाए हम लोग निकल आए
Let's go across to our colleagues joining us. Joining me is Arunima, tracking what is happening as far as that meeting claims are concerned. Arunima, this has become he said, she said. But what is it that you are learning? What actually transpired? And if that meeting ended on such a bad note, what led to it? Who is to be held responsible for, the meeting transcending to a point where allegedly the election commissioner said, get lost?
See, one thing is very clear, whichever side you want to believe, either TMC or Election Commission, what is very clear is that even basic civility, basic cordial behavior that is extended to either opposition MPs or to constitutional functionaries like election commissioners, that seems to be a thing of the past. It is very clear that TMC wanted to press forward with their point. The sequence of event, as we have been told by sources within the Election Commission, is this, that once the meeting began, Derek O'Brien, who was leading the TMC delegation, he pressed forward the issues that they had. These issues were pertaining to, the election CEO, the CEO of West Bengal. There are allegations that he's hobnobbing with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that was the primary accusation that was leveled by TMC. There were other allegations that we have been communicating, writing letters to EC. They're not being responded to. And third was their overall concern about the manner in which SIR and election process is being conducted. So when we are told Ganesh Kumar, CEC, after taking down notes, tried to respond to what Derek had said, the allegation is that Derek O'Brien turned around and said that we are not here to listen to you. We don't want to hear what you have to say.
While the conditional ceasefire between Washington and Tehran has been the biggest talking point today, that, remember, is going to hold for the next 2 weeks, at least if one were to go by the books and what the leaders from both these nations have confirmed. Several questions remain, though, on what happens to the Strait of Hormuz. How soon could ships transit through the strait without any external threats? Whose conditions really were given into and by which nation? Who really had the upper hand in negotiations? So CNN News 18 spoke exclusively to Dr. Abdul Majid Hakim Elahi, India representative of Supreme Leader of Iran, over the latest developments. Here's how he answered all our questions.
I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help of Pakistan. What are your thoughts, sir, on the terms of the agreement?
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to congratulate all of you for having such very big victory. When they started and created this aggression against Iran, they said within 3 days they finalize everything, they pressure Iran, they damage Iran, and they will bring big regime change, as they mentioned. And also they announced that after the war, the map of Iran will be different, and the map of Iran will not stay at the same was before. And they claim a lot. Then finally they said they are going to kill the 7,000 civilization of Iran. And they tried as much as possible for them, but finally they understood that this was a big mistake from them, and they were defeated. They couldn't win anything. They didn't have any achievement, but they lost a lot of their general and soldiers, and they lost a lot of their weapons. They spent more than $30 billion without any reason, without any achievement. So they understood if they continue this war, their damage will be more, and it will be more shameful for them. Because of that, they accepted the conditions of Iran, and now we have ceasefire.
Your Excellency, when you say they accepted the conditions of Iran, what are some of these conditions, Your Excellency? And what brought Trump to bow, as you're saying, before Iran's demands?
Actually, do you know, till yesterday night, Iran didn't accept anything, although America offered some conditions for ceasefire, but Iran rejected and wasn't agree with the American ceasefire and American conditions. Yesterday at night, America was ready to damage all Iran or civilization of Iran, and all Iranians gathered to the street and to our historical places, in our universities, hospitals, mosques, and some other places, which they announced that they are going to damage it and attack it, but the people are gathered there, and they realized that they cannot do anything, and they accepted the conditions of Iran.
Your Excellency, Iran has effectively made the Strait of Hormuz the pivot of this ceasefire understanding. What really is the way forward on the Strait of Hormuz?
As you know, before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. No one got any problems through the Strait of Hormuz, and we hope that the Strait of Hormuz also will be open forever, and everyone, any country benefits from the Strait of Hormuz. But due to this war, we got a lot of problems and crises to this Strait of Hormuz, and because of the security, for some countries this strait was closed, but some other countries like India were benefited from this Strait of Hormuz. We hope that in the future also they will benefit from it, and there is no any final decision for controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Your Excellency, Iran will be now imposing a toll on passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Will India also be included in that, or does this toll only apply to countries that have aligned with the United States or are enemies of the Iranian regime?
Actually, Iran wants to have very, very, very good relationship with and friendship with all countries. And as before he has this relationship, Iran also will continue the same relationship. We hope that by leaving America from this region, everything will be okay, and no one will be suffered more.
Your Excellency, is the control now over the Strait of Hormuz the principal part of this agreement? Is it integral to the agreement?
Actually, yes, some conditions of this agreement is having some new conditions for controlling this Hormuz, but this is negotiate. This is the first negotiation between Iran and some other countries. Is not the final decision.
Your Excellency, if I could ask you, and this is an important question, Israel has said that it is under no obligations to halt attacks against the Hezbollah or other forces that are aligned to Iran, even though one of Iran's principal conditions is that its allies and friends, there should be a cessation of hostilities towards that. Is this now a condition which is absolutely insurmountable as far as Iran is concerned?
Yes, actually, you know, and everyone knows that this regime is not under control of any international law and is not under any commitment. This country will do whatever it wants to do, but the time is over and it cannot do whatever it wants to do more. The time is different completely. And I think maybe 2 days ago, a professor from one Indian university said something which is interesting. He said, the world will be different after this war.
How do you see the region changing, Your Excellency, after this war? And what role will Iran play in the region?
I'm sure that the region will be more safe, more peace, and more relationship and friendship between Iran and its neighbors, and between even in Middle East, including all countries. Because the conflict was created since United States of America came to this region and wanted to sell its weapons to our neighbors, and created a lot of problems for getting more benefit and interest from these countries. But they understood that America didn't bring for them security, didn't bring for them peace, and just only they spend billions of dollars.
Your Excellency, the administration in Tehran had earlier said that there was no mediation, that Pakistan was not playing a mediatory role. So who actually bridged the gap between Tehran and Washington?
There are some countries, they have come together and they put their voice together and they want to try to stop this war. And they tried several times. And finally, yesterday at night, as we heard, that America accepted our conditions.
Your Excellency.
All right, let's begin with that big update that we're getting. The face-off between the Election Commission and the TMC has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint. Sources say TMC delegation led by Derek O'Brien that met the Election Commission. The meeting lasted only less than 10 minutes and quickly turned heated as Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar began to respond to TMC's concern. Derek O'Brien reportedly interrupted, saying the delegation was not there to listen.
We're also learning about what followed. It turned out to be a rather ugly exchange with both the sides allegedly losing their cool, and sharp remarks that were being traded before the TMC delegation walked out eventually. Election Commission has since issued a strong message promising that West Bengal polls will be free and fair and also fear-free, violence-free as well. Are they preempting something disastrous? That also is something that is doing a lot of and generating a lot of chatter. But TMC leaders are pushing back. Saket Gokhale has called the Election Commission's version a lie, claiming that the Chief Election Commission told them to get lost. And he's also challenged the Commission to release the meeting transcript. For now, all we see is claims and counterclaims and a fresh political confrontation ahead of the crucial polls in the state of West Bengal.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner, Chief Election Commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the Chief Election Commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. Nikal jao yahan se. निकल जाओ यहाँ से, ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में, तो हम निकल जाए, हम लोग निकल आए.
Let's go across to our colleagues joining us. Joining me is Arunima, tracking what is happening as far as that meeting claims are concerned. Arunima, this has become he said, she said. But what is it that you are learning? What actually transpired? And if that meeting ended on such a bad note, What led to it? Who's to be held responsible for, the meeting transcending to a point where allegedly the election commissioner said, get lost?
See, one thing is very clear, whichever side you want to believe, either TMC or Election Commission, what is very clear is that even basic civility, basic cordial behavior that is extended to either opposition MPs or to constitutional functionaries like election commissioners, that seems to be a thing of the past. It is very clear that TMC wanted to press forward with their point. The sequence of event, as we have been told by sources within the Election Commission, is this, that once the meeting began, Derek O'Brien, who was leading the TMC delegation, he pressed forward the issues that they had. These issues were pertaining to, the election CEO, the CEO of West Bengal. There are allegations that he's hobnobbing with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So that was the primary accusation that was leveled by TMC. There were other allegations that we have been communicating, writing letters to EC. They're not being responded to. And third was their overall concern about the manner in which SIR and election process is being conducted. So when we are told Ganesh Kumar, CEC, after taking down notes, tried to respond to what Derek had said, the allegation is that Derek O'Brien turned around and said that we are not here to listen to you. We don't want to hear what you have to say. To this, it seems, and this is an allegation from TMC, CEC lost his cool and the get lost jibe was made. And that is when the TMC delegation stormed out of the room.
Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. Firm focus on the conditional ceasefire that has been announced between the warring parties.
I'm Poonam Burde. We'll get you all of the details as they are transpiring in West Asia. But first up, the headlines. After warning civilizational end, Iran and United States reach conditional ceasefire for 2 weeks. Strait of Hormuz to open up. Formalization soon.
Iran sets a 10-condition plan for ending conflict, claims US has agreed on lifting of sanctions, no attacks on axis of resistance.
Iran claims they reserve control over Hormuz to levy fee with Oman to ensure safe passage of ships. Donald Trump says US will help with traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz.
The jitters around the Strait of Hormuz continue as shipping companies seek guarantees. US claims free passage, Iran cites passage toll. Meanwhile, German Chancellor says appropriate measures will be taken to ensure freedom of navigation.
Israel opposition leader calls ceasefire a political disaster, issues evacuation warning to residents of a city in southern Lebanon, says it will launch strikes against them.
Meanwhile, Nifty tops 24,000, Sensex surges 2,900 points on US-Iran ceasefire. European gas prices drop as much as 20%.
Hours after Donald Trump announces ceasefire, Indian embassy in Iran releases an advisory, asks Indian nationals to expeditiously exit the war-hit country.
India welcomes the ceasefire between United States and Iran, says hope truce leads to a lasting peace.
Back home, the political storm is brewing between TMC and the Election Commission over Bengal elections. Get lost versus shouting claims transpire in a key meeting.
So with just over an hour left before Donald Trump's line was expiring, the US president pulled back from the brink, announcing a 2-week conditional ceasefire with Iran. The decision followed direct appeals from Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir, who urged Washington to hold back planned strikes. Moments after the announcement, Trump struck an optimistic note, calling it, quote, big day for world peace, and saying that Iran has had enough, the world has had enough, and everybody wants this conflict to end. Trump said the pause in military action is conditional, subject to Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz for safe and immediate passage. Tehran has agreed to the ceasefire, but with a clear warning, this is not the end of the war. Iran says any violation will trigger a sharp response. For now, there's a tense pause in the conflict that came dangerously close to escalation.
In fact, updates are trickling in thick and fast. Donald Trump, the US president, has told Sky News that fully negotiated on. They are not the maximalist demands that Iran seems to be claiming. At least that's what Donald Trump is suggesting. If it isn't good, we will go right back to what we were very easily.
So a threat there coming in from Donald Trump as well, going on to say that if this truce does not hold, if Iran does not hold to the end of the bargain as far as these negotiations go, then United States and Israel can continue raining fire on Iran as they have been over the last 40 days in this particular war. Siddhant, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Siddhant, as far as the strikes are concerned, for now, there is a pause. We are going to be seeing after this conditional negotiation, after this conditional ceasefire, there are going to be formalized talks, one-on-one talks happening in 2 days from now. That is perhaps when we'll know whether this lasts or no.
Well, that's right. Look, there are a lot of sticking point. In fact, that is exactly what we are discussing here at CNN News 18. There's going to be blockade, lot of challenges as well, Poonam, when it comes to who controls Hormuz, perhaps the compensation which Iran is demanding. Iran also wants assurance that U.S. and Israeli forces will not be attacking Iran again, then nuclear enrichment, so on and so forth. So these are some terms and conditions which United States will never be accepting. And in case United States find a middle ground, perhaps where both sides come to the tables and agree on these points, then Israel will definitely be having problem with enrichment, with controlling Hormuz, etc., etc. So it's going to be the long journey. It's not that on 10th. Parties will meet in Islamabad and there's going to be some big announcement taking place, permanent ceasefire, or the war will stop. It's not going to be that. It's not going to happen that way. It's the first time all parties will be meeting, and also given the credibility of Pakistan, it seems very unlikely that this ceasefire will last for a longer time. This ceasefire is fragile. This is how many experts have.
That has come in from Donald Trump is not one that is one of backing down. He, in fact, has set the tone very clear that if Iran does not hold its end of the bargain, then there will be hell to pay. Something that he has said before this particular ceasefire came into effect as well. Siddhant, do stay on with us. We have more news coming in. Yes, and now we've got more reactions now pouring in from other Gulf countries that had been pulled into this conflict. Qatar's foreign ministry is now saying that Iran must compensate Qatar for all of the damages that have been caused by Iranian attacks. Qatar's not the only country, of course, that has suffered those missile and drone attacks coming in from Iran. There are, of course, other countries in the Gulf as well. UAE prominently, most of the barrage was targeting UAE. Iran says it was targeting all of those American bases, but several civilian casualties have also taken place, plus infrastructure, including oil and gas infrastructure, has been attacked. Even as Iran wants compensation to rebuild from America and Israel, now the Gulf partners are also saying that they also want some compensation from Iran. Poonam, this is, of course, building up some pressure on Iran by the Gulf countries.
But this also comes at a time, and it's important to put that in perspective, that Iran wants compensation and repatriation from United States. It is one of the points, Siddhant, in their proposal that all of the damage that has been felt needs to be paid by the United States. Now, Qatar is saying that it is Iran that needs to pay them up.
Yeah, how will Iran be compensating Qatar, Poonam? This is next to impossible. Not that Qatar's demand is illegit, but the fact is that Iran is asking for the seeking damage and the compensation for the damage caused by United States and Israel. More than 2,000 people have lost their lives in Iran. Many of their civilian areas have been destroyed. More than 30 of their provinces have been affected because of this conflict. Their energy infrastructure, supply infrastructure, so on and so forth. So Iran is not in a position to compensate Qatar. Now, this demand perhaps coming from Qatar is because their key energy infrastructure were targeted by Iran. Ras Laffan particularly, 17% of their capacity to produce gas has been wiped out for 5 years, Poonam. So there is definitely going to be the loss to the exchequer in Qatar. Then building that infrastructure altogether, perhaps this could be the reason. Now, not only Qatar, Poonam, going by that logic, then all of these Gulf states can seek compensation because at the end of the day, it's Iran which was firing at them and targeted their key energy infrastructure, civilian area. In fact, UAE, the worst impacted Gulf country was UAE.
Correct.
In the initial days, if you remember, first and the second week, Dubai Airport, Palm Jumeirah, downtown Dubai, all these areas, civilian areas, were targeted.
Absolutely, which is why Qatar now says that Iran must pay up. Whether Iran will actually agree to this, it doesn't look likely because Iran themselves are seeking damages. In fact, we have more information that's now trickling in that we want to grab our viewers' attention to. And this is information that's now coming in as far as Oman is concerned. A minister in Oman has now gone on to say that there is a pact that stipulates that there is no fee on Hormuz passage. As far as Iran was concerned, remember they had said that a fee will be levied for safe passage via the Strait of Hormuz, a fee which will be divided between Iran and Oman. Oman has now said that all maritime transport pacts have been signed, but none of those pacts have any provision for a fee to be levied. Siddhant continues to be with us, getting us more details. Now, Siddhant, how exactly should we read this? Is there a fee? Is there not a fee? And if there is a fee, is Oman getting any of it at all?
Well, Poonam, honestly, I've never heard this from Oman, that Oman has any ambitions of controlling the Hormuz Strait jointly with Iran. All we know about Oman being partnered with Iran to control the Hormuz is through the Iranian media and quoting the senior Iranian officials. Point number one. Point number two, also the strategy of Iran could be behind pulling Oman into the picture, that given Oman's close and strategic partnership with the United States, also Oman is the neutral player in Gulf. They have close relationship with Iran as well. They were the mediators in Geneva, neutral players. Perhaps that could be one of the reasons that Iran decided to make Oman as a partner to control the Hormuz. And also, as far as the Hormuz international waters is concerned, perhaps it falls in the Omanese water and the Iranian waters as well. So that could also be one of the reasons. As I said, that I've never heard this from any of the Omanian official or leaders saying that we have ambitions to control Hormuz.
Which is why now there is a denial coming in that no such fee is being levied. For the moment, Siddhant, thank you so much for getting us the latest. More news, in fact, trickling in. Over to you, Shivani. Yes, we're hearing from the Iranian president now for the first time since this ceasefire has been announced. He says the ceasefire, with the acceptance of the general principles desired by Iran, was the fruit of the blood of our great martyred leader Khamenei and the achievement of the presence of all the people on the scene. From today onward, we will also remain together, whether in the field of diplomacy, whether in the field of defense, whether on the street scene, whether in the arena of service provision. So, Iranian president's big message to its public. Remember, earlier there were some differences of opinion emerging as far as the Iranian president, or quote-unquote the civilian government and the IRGC is concerned. Things have changed dramatically because now a conditional ceasefire has been announced. The president now says this has been the result of our blood, and especially of our great leader Khamenei. But he's saying the public will stay together. The message is to the public that stay together, come together. There were appeals to surround their nuclear facilities, their bridges, others, if there was a plan to blow them up. Siddhant.
Well, that's right, Shivani. In fact, you have to give it to the Iranians. In fact, they not only survived this conflict, but till the very end, till the ceasefire, they could manage to target places in GCC and perhaps dominate this entire conflict in their way. So definitely it is perhaps all about the unity of the Iranian people. They were standing behind their government. In fact, yesterday, Shivani, the way the human shields were formed around the critical energy infrastructure, supply infrastructure, so on and so forth, perhaps shows that the resilience of the Iranian people and Iranian regime. And this is the reason that now President Pezeshkian is saying that this credit goes to the credit for the ceasefire goes to Iranian people. And ultimately, Shivani, if we go by the narrative also, President Trump may say that we have a 15-point peace plan accepted by Iran, but also the fact is that Americans have accepted the Iranian 10-point peace plan, which talks about enrichment, sovereignty over Hormuz, compensation, so on and so forth. Perhaps all those things which Iranians have been talking about in last 1 month. So if President Trump says that it's United States victory, then it is also the victory of Iran.
In many parts, Iran's victory. But interestingly, in all of this, Siddhant, the question that emerges in a lot of people's mind, one neither with US or Iran, is what happened to that ambition or that hope that there will be quote-unquote regime change, right? That somehow there would be a more a moderate version of Iranian leadership that would take over, or the civilians who were being asked to take over the governance in Iran? I mean, it's put paid to all of those hopes.
Well, that's right. So, in fact, in the very beginning, Shivani, the messaging from the Trump administration and from the Israel was that there's going to be the regime change in Iran. Perhaps that was their initial assessment, but regime change couldn't be possible despite the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, their senior IRGC commanders, Security Council leaders, so on and so forth. Regime remained intact all throughout, and perhaps that is a big setback for United States and Israel. And in fact, now they say that regime change was never the objective. Objective was to end the nuclear program, to end the missile stockpile, so on and so forth. So they may be saying this now, but obviously initially the messaging was that there's going to be the regime change.
They hoped for it.
They hoped for it, and not only now, Shivani. In fact, in January, in December, when protests were taking place in Iran, at that time also, I very clearly remember the statements from President Trump on Truth Social and in interviews that is going to be the regime change. Raza Pahlavi, meeting senior officials there in the United States, perhaps pitching his name as the next Ayatollah, next president of Iran. So all those things did take place in the month of December and January.
I also remember that even during the war, American president, or at least parts of his administration, were on record to say that, we are not going to go from one Ayatollah to another. We're not going to allow for that. But they have, in the end, succumbed to the will and the might of not just the IRGC framework, but also of the top leadership, which certainly continues to be with another Ayatollah at the helm, the son of the former Ayatollah, in fact. Poonam.
Right, we have more information that's now trickling in, and Iranian media now seems to be saying that Amir Hatimi, the commander of the Islamic Republic's army, has now written a message which says that any aggression will be met with a crushing and regret-inducing response. So a ceasefire that is extremely fragile at the moment, Shivani, and that's key because Donald Trump says that if this breaks, then there will be hell to pay. Iran too saying if there's any aggression, then we will retaliate.
Absolutely. There is no end to as far as these, statements from either side is concerned. Just a short while back, we brought you the statement of Donald Trump to a news agency saying that as of now, the conditions look good. You don't know what I know. And if the conditions are not good, or if Iran doesn't comply to what we need, then we'll go right back to it. Now the message coming in from the Iranian, system as well, that if there are any transgressions, that there will be, of course, a very stiff response as well. So on that, both sides are aligned that they're not going to allow for any kind of deviation. And if hostilities continue, then it's going to be a problem. Let me go across to my colleague Siddhant, who continues to be with us from our newsroom. Siddhant, in the midst of all of this, what is also happening is that Israel is supposedly still wanting to continue with their strikes. That Lebanon question comes in. They have issued a warning to certain parts of Beirut in Lebanon that evacuate this area because they're planning to mount strikes. So what happens to the conditional ceasefire if that happens?
Well, that's right, Shivani. In fact, this is exactly what we have been reporting since morning, that Pakistan is saying that Lebanon is very much the part of the Iranian proposal. In fact, the Iranian proposal, which we have read, posted by Iranian embassy here in New Delhi, perhaps talks about Lebanon conflict as well. But Israelis are saying that it's not the part of the proposal, and it has not been accepted by the United States. And in fact, they are continuing with the ground invasion. There have been warnings also from the IDF to vacate places in southern Lebanon near Beirut. In fact, Israel is going to achieve its objective as far as war against Hezbollah is concerned. They are still targeting Hezbollah hideouts. The idea is to create buffer zone, they expand buffer zone so that buffer zone can act as a guarantee for Israel's security. So they are going to continue with war on this front.
So many conditions that don't quite align as of now. We don't quite know if conditions will prevail so that this conditional ceasefire can prevail. Back to you, Poonam.
Did come up with freeing up of the Strait of Hormuz, but there are several cautionary tales that are coming out, and that's the latest piece of information that we're now gathering. Shipping giant has now signaled caution over the Strait of Hormuz. Whether or not there is going to be any respite for that, we don't know just yet. But J.D. Vance, I believe, is addressing the media. Let's cut across.
Rather other than through the policy choices of the President of the United States. It is not magical that the United States has lower energy costs than the United Kingdom. It's because we've made smart decisions and their leadership has not. They could change course, and we hope that they will.
I have the opportunity now to ask you about Iran. There are latest developments, I think very positive developments during the night that we received, that there is a ceasefire. What can we know more about the latest developments in the Middle East?
Yes, that's why I was a little late this morning. I was up very late last night and talking about that. Look, I do think there are good developments here. And let me just say a few things. First of all, what the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And not just the United States, but also our allies have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old. Now, here's what I'll say about this. I've learned a lot about the Iranian system and a lot about the way the Iranians negotiate. As the president told me last night, the Iranians are better negotiators than they are fighters. I'm sure they don't like to hear that, but it's true. But here's a couple things. So, one, just in the response that we've seen from various segments of Iran, you have on the one hand people within Iran who have responded very favorably. The foreign minister who said, look, we agreed to the United States' terms. We'll do a ceasefire, we'll do a negotiation, we'll open the Straits of Hormuz, and then we'll see if we can come to more agreement down the road. So some of the people have responded favorably and have said the right things. And then you have some people on social media within their system who are basically lying about what we've accomplished militarily. They're lying about the nature of the agreement. They're lying about the nature of the ceasefire. And so you have just, even within their system, and this is why I say this is a fragile truce, you have people who clearly want to come to the negotiating table and work with us to find a good deal. And then you have people who are lying about even the fragile truce that we've already struck. And that's just an interesting thing about their system. And the final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing, in good faith, to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
We are here with a lot of talented Hungarian students. You talk a lot about education.
Yes.
How do you see the future of education? In which direction should it be developed? And do you know a bit the Hungarian education system, especially the tertiary education system, our university system? What is your opinion about this and how we...
All right, that's American Vice President J.D. Vance really talking about what he himself is calling a fragile truce, saying he hopes the message has gone to Iran plain and simple, that they will have to uphold their part of the bargain properly. He's saying that the message has been very clear from America and he hopes that Iran will understand that message. My colleague Poonam is also bringing you more from our newsroom. Absolutely, and we're trying to decode what it is exactly that is the fine print of the ceasefire. Siddhant is joining us as well. Siddhant, as far as the fine print is concerned, there is no agreement on that, and that is something that J.D. Vance also pointed to. He claimed that some people seem to be lying about what the ceasefire really stands for. What do you think he's alluding to?
Well, that's right. So, Trump administration is in a damage control mode, Poonam. So, they are happy about the fact that Iran has finally agreed to come to the tables. But also the criticism in United States is, in fact, the Democrats and people in the Republican Party are also perhaps questioning the administration about the terms and conditions which Iran has put forth. And perhaps this was the reason this morning, Poonam, that President Trump, did that Truth Social post saying that we are going to do traffic build-up at the Hormuz, Middle East's golden age begins, so on and so forth. And perhaps the same, what I could understand from what J.D. Vance has said in this interview in Budapest, where he says that there are God developments. We have decimated Iran military and we achieved it. Iran has agreed to open Strait of Hormuz, and U.S. and Israel have agreed to stop bombing Iran. We have achieved the goals in Iran. Iranian officials have responded positively when ceasefire talks were going on. President Trump told us, go and work in good faith. If Iran is not going to work in true spirits, we are not going to go ahead with the fragile truce. So the fragile ceasefire is something which even we here at CNN News 18 discussing since morning. In fact, Vice President Vance is also not very sure about the future of this ceasefire. In fact, he also says Trump cannot be trifled with, his patience is running out, and I hope the Iranians make the right decision. So again, a warning coming from Vice President J.D. Vance, a key negotiator. Perhaps we could expect him also to be in Islamabad on 10th of April, along with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff.
And that's really when these fault lines will come out in the open, isn't it? I mean, that's when Iran and United States sit down face to face for those in-person talks. That's when we'll get details of what exactly has been agreed upon and what's not.
Well, that's right, Poonam. A lot of sticking points, and it's not that easy the way they are projecting. And you know, Pakistanis, given their credibility, Poonam, their track record, it seems that ceasefire is fragile and perhaps can collapse. And also, since there was a lot of pressure on President Trump, surely he was desperate to get the ceasefire. In fact, there was dual messaging being done by the Trump administration, Poonam. If you observe things carefully, minutely, on one end, President Trump was saying that I will destroy the civilization, I'll destroy the railway bridges, train tracks, so on and so forth. But on the other end, there was a change in tone as well. Now, he said that the new Ayatollah is less radical. Once he was asked that who will control Hormuz, he said that I and the new Ayatollah will control the Hormuz. So he was, I wouldn't say sympathetic towards the new regime, but at least he never had those radical things to say for the new leadership in Iran. The way his outlook was for the previous leadership, Ayatollah Khamenei's leadership. So there's change in tone. Then the change in tone of the NATO countries. Macron speaking directly with Pezeshkian. Germany calling Iranian government instead of Iranian regime. So those were, the message, the signals which were being sent by the West and the United States. So there were dual messaging being done. On the face, they were saying, we'll bombard you.
There is a lot to be read in between the lines as well, and that's really what seems to be the key here. Siddhant, do stay on with us. We have more information that's now trickling in. Well, the prominent leadership in Iran is certainly rubbing it in after the message from the president. Now, Iranian Vice President Mohammad Reza Aref has posted a message saying, "Good morning to victory. Today, history has turned a new page. The world has welcomed a new center of power, and the era of Iran has begun." So certainly, Iran is not leaving any opportunity to rub it in, to also project it as their massive victory. But this is interesting choice of words from them, saying the world is now welcoming a new center of power. The era of Iran has begun. Is this a message also to Gulf countries, many of whom may be smarting from what has happened, because Iran is emerging as the country that is holding the upper hand in the Gulf region right now? My colleague Siddhant also continues to be with us. So Siddhant, interesting message now coming in from the Vice President of Iran, saying Iran's era is beginning and there is a new center of power now, clearly talking about Iran itself.
Well, that's Well, that's right, Shivani. So J.D. Vance is the key negotiator. In fact, many say that United States Trump administration was playing good cop, bad cop with the Iranians as far as this conflict is concerned. So President Trump was warning Iran, kept saying that I'll bombard Iran, railway bridges, supply, bridges, energy infrastructure, power plants, so on and so forth. But J.D. Vance, largely was silent all throughout. In fact, I don't remember even posts coming from his ex handle. All I remember is once he posted about the fallen U.S. Soldiers in this conflict. So that was a strategic silence on J.D. Vance's side. Then suddenly, one day, it was announced that J.D. Vance is the key negotiator along with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. And in fact, as I was discussing this with Poonam earlier, that he could be in Islamabad on 10th of April to
J.D.
represent
Vance's
the
role,
US
Siddhant,
side.
certainly very critical, but a new message that is emerging, Poonam, from Iran now saying, oh, this is the era of Iran, and Iran is the new power center.
Because it looks like Iran has a lot more to gain than anyone else in this entire conflict. Many would say that Donald Trump has finally blinked, and he was the first one to blink. So Iran does come out looking like it has not only sustained this war for as long as it did, but actually managed to get Donald Trump and America to kneel, to yield to what they wanted. We'll of course have to wait and watch to what transpires there. But and we'll keep a track of all of that. But for now, it's time for a quick break on this edition.
National ambitions, regional pride, high-stakes alliances, and leaders battling for every vote. CNN News 18 brings you the ultimate election battleground. Battle for the states. The road to power begins here.
Well, let me go straight across to Iran's supreme leader, envoy to India, Abdul Majid Hakim Ilahi Sahab. Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help of Pakistan. What are your thoughts, sir, on the terms of the agreement?
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to congratulate all of you for having such very big victory. When they started and created this aggression against Iran, they said within 3 days they finalize everything, they pressure Iran, they damage Iran, and they will bring big regime change, as they mentioned. And also they announced that after the war, the map of Iran will be different, and the map of Iran will not stay at the same was before. And they claim a lot. Then finally they said they are going to kill the 7,000 civilization of Iran. And they tried as much as possible for them, but finally they understood that this was big mistake from them, and they were defeated. They couldn't win anything. They didn't have any achievement, but they lost a lot of their general and soldiers, and they lost a lot of their weapons. They spent more than 30 billion US dollars without any reason, without any achievement. So they understood if they continue this war, their damage will be more, and it will be more shameful for them. Because of that, they accepted the conditions of Iran, and now we have ceasefire.
Your Excellency, when you say they accepted the conditions of Iran, what are some of these conditions, Your Excellency? And what brought Trump to bow, as you're saying, before Iran's demands?
Actually, do you know, till yesterday night, Iran didn't accept anything, although America offered some conditions for ceasefire, but Iran rejected and wasn't agree with the American ceasefire and American conditions. Yesterday at night, America was ready to damage all Iran or civilization of Iran, and all Iranians gathered to the street and to our historical places in our universities, hospitals, mosques, and some other places, which they announced that they are going to damage it and attack it, but the people are gathered there, and they realized that they cannot do anything, and they accepted the conditions of Iran.
Your Excellency, Iran has effectively made the Strait of Hormuz the pivot of this ceasefire understanding. What really is the way forward on the Strait of Hormuz?
As you know, before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. No one got any problems through the Strait of Hormuz, and we hope that the Strait of Hormuz also will be open forever, and everyone, any country benefits from the Strait of Hormuz. But due to this war, we got a lot of problems and crises to this Strait of Hormuz, and because of the security, for some countries this strait was closed, but some other countries like India were benefited from this.
And welcome back as we decode the reverberations of the two-week ceasefire that has been put in place in West Asia. This is significant victory for Iran as the levers of power are firmly in its favor, even though Donald Trump is scrambling for a face saver. I'm Ayushman Singh Jamwal.
And I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's get started with what's happening on the war front. As the United States and Iran have announced a two-week ceasefire, crude oil, equities, gold, Bitcoin and the rupee have reacted sharply, triggering a broad risk on rally across asset classes. While the rupee surged by 50 paise to below the 92 level, the domestic equity market and cryptocurrencies have seen a sharp rally. This as gold and silver prices also jumped, while crude oil prices saw a sharp correction. The domestic equities market has surged more than 3% as crude oil prices fell around 15% after the US and Iran agreed to a ceasefire.
Meanwhile, the BSE Sensex surged 2,690 points or 3.6% to trade at 77,320 in the morning trade, while the NSE Nifty was trading higher by 785 points or 3.4% at 23,903. So that is the big update that's coming in from the markets, ladies and gentlemen. Clearly, the reverberations of the two-week ceasefire being felt in the global markets across the world, given the fact that the oil markets were in a complete state of flux, and the economies across the globe, primarily the Asian economies dependent on oil imports, were pretty much in the red, seeing a lot of volatility for over a month. But ever since Donald Trump has announced this two-week ceasefire, while compliance messages are coming in from the Iranian regime, even though it is being very cagey about about the details of the deal it has agreed to, primarily with the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, a lot of caution also emerging from the markets, given the fact that the entire peace situation currently in West Asia, it all depends on Donald Trump's temperament. The whole market can change based on a Truth Social post, which is why the markets are also wary while they are rallying at the same time. Akanksha, so clearly the markets extremely cautious given the fact that this could all change on a dime in the days to come.
Absolutely, Ayushman. Let's not forget that the primary driver of today's rallying of the market has been this big news, which is the ceasefire. Remember, the ceasefire implies that for 14 days, there's going to be a truce. Whether or not that truce holds, it's immaterial at the moment because the markets have just responded to that big announcement that's come in. As we can see, there's green back on the Dalal Street. We've also seen how the gold started looking up, the silver started looking up. More importantly, it is the Nifty which has rallied up, jumped by over 3%, which in fact was not seen in the days gone by. This development is significant because it also comes just hours before this US deadline was to approach. Now, markets have been bracing for an escalation instead, but they got a pause because of this conflict now reaching a point of a ceasefire. Even though many have highlighted this is a temporary truce, it certainly has meant good news for not just Indian markets, but across the globe. Look at the way Brent, in fact, also dived sharply. There was a decline by 20% is what we are being told in global crude, because remember, we've seen how from $90 a barrel, it's gone all the way up to $118 to $120 a barrel as well. So to bring the focus back onto what this means for stock markets, it certainly is good news as far as the Indian stock markets are concerned.
Absolutely, but at the same time, as you were pointing out, Akanksha, this is all speculation driven because even though the markets are off the ventilator, they're quite nearby when it comes to the ICU, because as you were pointing out, nothing is clear when it comes to any stable kind of ceasefire coming in from West Asia, given the fact that Donald Trump has always maintained that the entire Iranian regime has been completely obliterated. Contrary to the fact, Iran continues to fight back against American as well as Israeli assets. You can't even discount the Israeli factor over here because there has been a stunned silence coming in from the power corridors in Israel over a sustained ceasefire in the region over the next couple of weeks. So while the markets look at a long-term strategy, the players in the entire West Asia conflict are holding their breaths because the entire security situation could change immediately. Israel has made it extremely clear that it will continue its security operations. Will Israel be that factor that could break the camel's back when it comes to this calm before the storm that we are seeing currently in West Asia? Even though Donald Trump wants to clearly wash his hands of the entire conflict, if the escalation restarts in West Asia, we could see the markets in the red once again, primarily the Asian economies, the oil importing economies. Let's get a view on the impact on the markets and what is the sense on Dalal Street. I'm joined by Surbhi Upadhyay of Moneycontrol. So Surbhi, wary markets but breathing a sigh of relief?
More than a sigh of relief, Ayushman. I mean, it was a monster rally. It was a mega rally. And it's not just India. You know, markets around the world have surged. I'll just give you an example. The Japanese market, which is a huge, large liquid market, the Nikkei was also up 5%. The South Korean market was up 6-7%. European markets were surging. The DAX, which is a German index, that was up almost 3-4%. So it's been a global party, and India has definitely participated in it big time.
But at the same time, given the fact that everything rests, on a dime pretty much, given the fact that the entire situation is so precarious in West Asia, that wariness coming in from the markets because still no clarity about the Strait of Hormuz and the movement of tankers.
No, that's a very valid point, but I'll tell you why, at least for now, the markets have taken this with a lot more credibility than all the earlier, instances where Mr. Trump indicated that there could be some thaw, that he's willing to negotiate, because this was very official. We heard those statements from the Iranian side as well. And it also seems that beyond the 2-week ceasefire, there will be these talks. And at least, I mean, up until last count, Mr. Trump was indicating that a lot of the, points of disagreement, they are being ironed out. So the market seems to believe that the worst in terms of at least the military war is over, and gradually those ships will start sailing through Hormuz. Now, the market knows that it's not going to be a switch off and switch on situation. It's not like we'll go back to the same kind of movement of oil and commodities that we had before the war started. But it's, it's a step closer towards normalization, and markets always price the future. So they know that gradually this gets better from here on, and that is the possibility or the near reality that got priced in today with these monster moves. I mean, the Nifty up 4%. The Bank Nifty, by the way, was surging over 5.5% today. Also, it got help from the Reserve Bank of India, which had its policy. So it was an all-round move, mid-cap surging, large-cap surging, phenomenal day on the Halts Street.
And Surabhi, this is also leading to a sharp strengthening also of the rupee. What could this mean, say, for investor confidence or even macro stability in the market?
So the RBI had some very interesting observations, and I think the RBI was prepared that it will get questions around the currency and the recent measures it has taken to stem what it called was perhaps undue speculation on the rupee. And the governor alluded to this in his speech today, where he said that the RBI, while it doesn't believe in defending any particular level, it felt that this excessive speculation was almost removing the balance from the market. It was stopping genuine price discovery. Now that as a regulator, the RBI cannot allow, so therefore it had to intervene, and therefore it put those caps. The net open position limit of $100 million on banks, the restrictions on non-deliverable forwards, which essentially, I mean, the RBI saw was an instrument that was being used for speculation, and therefore the RBI said we had to come in and stop this one-way speculation. But the Reserve Bank today also assured the market that these are not permanent measures. They're not cast in stone, and there will be a review at an appropriate time. But I think the RBI has made its intent very, very clear to all the traders in the market that you cannot go on a one-way speculation. It cannot become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Sure.
And I think that message has been heard and taken loud and clear by the currency markets.
Let's hope the sentiment actually remains for some time. For now, many thanks to you, Surabhi, for breaking it down for us. It was a pleasure having you on the broadcast. Now, let's also shift focus over to the Strait of Hormuz, which is on an edge, even as US and Iran announced a 2-week-long pause to the ongoing war, with conditions, of course, placed on both sides. The United States insists that the waterway remains open and free for navigation. Why? Because it's international waters. They're pushing back against any restrictions by Iran. Meanwhile, Iran is hinting at control over passage and even a toll mechanism in place. Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump has also said that Washington can even step in to manage congestion and secure traffic flow. What has that led to? Is that also an indication that there's going to be greater traffic in the Strait of Hormuz? Let's quickly go across to Ayushmal, who will actually break it down for us.
Thank you for that, Akanksha. But clearly, it seems to be a mixed bag for the oil markets, because not much clarity coming in over the movement of all tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, given the fact that Iran has even said that it will levy a toll on several tankers, almost up to $2 million per tanker, for movement through this narrow strait, which is still under Iranian control. Despite the assurances coming in from the United States that it is an open and free waterway, it is pretty much under Iranian control. One of the big strategic victories, even after the announcement of the 2-week ceasefire. Iran will charge for the strait passage is what is coming in, given the fact that strategically, Iran still controls this entire passage, and something that it has gained through the entire gambit surrounding the West Asia conflict. Iran will use the funds for reconstruction, and even part of its deal with the United States so far that's been chalked out is that the United States will also pay for the reconstruction after the bombing run inside Iran. If we look at the map graphic as well coming in from the Strait of Hormuz, we can see there is almost no traffic coming in through this narrow pass. You can see it's a complete lack of movement of several ships. They're all gathered around the Bandar Abbas port, and you can see that they're gathered around the different smaller ports also, as well as the sluice areas in the Strait of Hormuz. But clearly, when it comes to the majority of the ships which are based on this side, they are not moving actively through the Strait of Hormuz, which shows that Iran still has control over this narrow stretch that controls 20% of the world's oil traffic. Big breaking news also coming in, ladies and gentlemen, to get more updates on the situation that is emerging from the war zone. What we are learning is that when it comes to the entire West Asia theater, India has welcomed the ceasefire, is what the MEA has put out, welcoming the entire ceasefire agreement between the United States and Iran. The MEA has said our highest priority is the safety of Indian nationals. The free passage of LPG and diesel are available in sufficient quantities, given the fact that the entire push has come in from India to ensure the movement of fuel through the Strait of Hormuz. And at the same time, India has the strategic reserves to ensure the quantities across the country are maintained and normal supply is continuing. Now, as you know, due to the war, LPG supplies were affected, and as a result, domestic consumers were prioritized. And to ensure 100% supply to households, the supply of commercial LPG was regulated. Let's listen in to the MEA press conference that is taking place as India welcomes the entire ceasefire pact.
Of other countries, it is best left for them to speak about it. प्रदीप, आपका भी सवाल यही था, तो इसको मैं हिंदी में कहना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ तक भारत का पक्ष है, मैं यहाँ पर भारत का पक्ष रखने आया हूँ। इस मुद्दे पर पश्चिम एशिया में जो गतिविधि चल रही है उस पर हम लोगों ने जो वहाँ युद्ध विराम हुआ है उसका हम लोगों ने स्वागत किया है। मैंने ये भी कहा है कि हमेशा से हम शांति के पक्ष में रहे हैं और हम लोग का ये मानना है कि संवाद से, कूटनीति से वहाँ पर शांति का पहल बन सकता है। जहाँ तक और देशों का उनका पक्ष है, उनका पोजीशन है, ये बेहतर होगा कि इन सब चीज़ का खुलासा वो खुद करें। Gauri, to your question on ships, transit of ships, look, we are closely following the developments. We have been in touch with Iran and several other countries and stakeholders to ensure unimpeded transit of our ships. As a result of our efforts, we have had several of our ships which have crossed the Straits of Hormuz. In our statement today that we issued, we have conveyed our expectation that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. So we continue to be, this is an evolving situation, and we remain in touch with all our partners, stakeholders and countries to serve our interest.
Thank you, Randirji. Now we'll quickly take questions from the fifth row onwards. Yeah. So regarding refinery production, yes. So I have already said, when I said our refineries are running at optimum capacity, means that they are running at 100 and plus. So we have the refineries which are working at 110% also, 112% also. So I will again reiterate that our refineries are operating at optimum capacities. Somebody also asked me about the LPG production data. I have already said it is in the range of 46 to 47 TFT.
Friends, I have a humble request to make. We have a cabinet briefing at 4, so we will quickly take one question each, starting from the fifth row, 250. He will add to the answers up finally.
Okay. So I think the portion of that question has already been replied by Shri Randirji. So you asked two questions: when our ships are likely to come back, and then when we are sending back our ships. So again, I'll say that we are in coordination with MEA and our missions, as well as our owners of the ships. We are trying our level best to bring our ships as early as possible, as well as sending vessels again to bring the cargo from that region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take questions 256, 270. We start with the fifth row and all the questions behind that. And please be brief and quick.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. I'm Tuesh Mishra from...
And on that note, getting in a CNN News 18 exclusive. These are inputs brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. We are being told that the sustainability of the ceasefire is doubtful, and Indian government wants its citizens to come back from Iran in the first available window. The Indian embassy in Tehran has already issued an updated advisory requesting all remaining Indian national students, pilgrims, business persons and others to leave Iran. This is the second advisory after yesterday that asked citizens to stay indoors for 48 hours. Remember, whether or not the ceasefire holds is the big moot question. Let's quickly go across to Anand, who's joining us live from the newsroom. Yes, Anand, what else can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Ayushman and Akanksha. Just even as we speak, there are 2-3 developments which perhaps add weight to Bharat's assessment that this ceasefire may not hold. It's too fragile. We have had J.D. Vance come out and say this is a fragile ceasefire and it all depends on how Iran behaves. On the other hand, Israel continues to pound Lebanon while Iranian missiles continue to rain on Kuwait, where Kuwait has said since 8 a.m. local time there have been continuous barrage of attacks that have come through. There are other Gulf nations, Arab nations who are saying they are still facing attacks from the Iranians. On the other hand, only 2 ships between 8 a.m. this morning and now have actually passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So uneasy lies this truce, and that's why the government is saying that Bharat and Prime Minister Narendra Modi are committed towards the safety of all Indians, especially who are in the conflict area or in Iran. But the advisory is very, very clear that don't use the air route. Don't try and travel by air because the airspace is still not safe even if it is deemed open. Use the land route to move out of Iran, move to other places from where you can be extracted, and follow the indications or the advisory issued by the local embassy, the Bharatiya embassy. Work in consonance with them. Don't take rash decisions, because the assessment is that this ceasefire is very fragile. It may not hold even the length of 12 days.
Right, but Anand, at the same time, clearly we were hearing from the MEA as well, while safety of Indian nationals is the government's top priority, the energy shocks as well are far from over.
The energy shocks are far from over, but as of now, Bharat has shown the resilience to mitigate the shortfalls and also look at alternative sources. If the Strait of Hormuz does open, then Bharat has about 20-odd ships which are still stuck inside. They will come in, and that would give further relief. And there will be alternative sources of trying to find out how they can mitigate the shortfalls, especially with gas. When it comes to crude oil, petrol and diesel, etc., there seems to be enough ability to try and compensate. But the long-term impact or the knock-on impact on the economy and on the GDP has also been hinted by the RBI, where they said at least 0.5 to 0.7% of the GDP could be shaved off if this conflict continues. But these 15 days allow nations to recalibrate. But all that recalibration, all that reassessment can happen only once passage or traffic is regular and flow of traffic is increases via the Strait of Hormuz. As of now, only 2 ships have passed, and we've lost out of the 12 or 14 days of ceasefire, valuable 6 or 8 hours have already been lost.
Absolutely, and the traffic is still very minimal through the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Anand, for decoding that for us, as we are witnessing that even though this is a major diplomatic victory that is being touted by both the United States and Iran, peace rests on a razor's edge in West Asia. We will continue to track all those developments coming in from the war zone. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Well, let me go straight across to Iran's supreme leader, envoy to India, Abdul Majid Hakim Ilahi Sahab. Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help of Pakistan. What are your thoughts, sir, on the terms of the agreement?
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to congratulate all of you for having such very big victory. When they started and created this aggression against Iran, they said within 3 days they finalize everything, they pressure Iran, they damage Iran, and they will bring big regime change, as they mentioned. And also they announced that after the war, the map of Iran will be different, and the map of Iran will not stay at the same was before. And they claim a lot. Then finally they said they are going to kill the 7,000 civilization of Iran. And they tried as much as possible for them, but finally they understood that this was a big mistake from them, and they were defeated. They couldn't win anything. They didn't have any achievement, but they lost a lot of their general and soldiers, and they lost a lot of their weapons. They spent more than 30 billion US dollars without any reason, without any achievement. So they understood if they continue this war, their damage will be more and it will be more shameful for them. Because of that, they accepted the conditions of Iran, and now we have ceasefire.
Your Excellency, when you say they accepted the conditions of Iran, what are some of these conditions, Your Excellency? And what brought Trump to bow, as you're saying, before Iran's demands?
Actually, do you know, till yesterday night, Iran didn't accept anything, although America offered some conditions for ceasefire, but Iran rejected and wasn't agree with the American ceasefire and American conditions. Yesterday at night, America was ready to damage all Iran or civilization of Iran, and all Iranians gathered to the street and to our historical places in our universities, hospitals, mosques, and some other places, which they announced that they are going to damage it and attack it, but the people are gathered there. And they realized that they cannot do anything, and they accepted the conditions of Iran.
Your Excellency, Iran has effectively made the Strait of Hormuz the pivot of this ceasefire understanding. What really is the way forward on the Strait of Hormuz?
As you know, before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. No one got any problems through the Strait of Hormuz, and we hope that the Strait of Hormuz also will be open forever, and everyone, any country benefits from the Strait of Hormuz. But due to this war, we got a lot of problems and crises to this Strait of Hormuz, and because of the security, for some countries this strait was closed, but some other countries like India were benefited from this.
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha Atul. Let's now take a look at the headlines. After warning civilization end, Iran and United States reach conditional ceasefire for 2 weeks. Strait of Hormuz to open up, formalization soon. Iran sets 10 conditions for ending the conflict, claims US has agreed on lifting the sanctions against Iran. No attack on the axis of resistance. Iran claims they reserve control over Hormuz to levy fee with Oman to ensure safe passage of the ships. Trump says US will help with traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz jitters as shipping companies seek guarantees. US claims free passage, Iran cites passage toll. Meanwhile, the German Chancellor says appropriate measures will be taken to ensure freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Israel opposition leader calls ceasefire political disaster. IDF issues evacuation warnings to residents in the city of Tyre in southern Lebanon and says it will launch strikes. Nifty tops 24,000. Sensex surges 2,900 points on US-Iran ceasefire. European gas prices drop 20% after US-Iran 2-week ceasefire has been announced. As after Trump announces the ceasefire, Indian embassy in Iran releases advisory, asks Indian nationals to expeditiously exit the war-hit country. India welcomes the ceasefire between United States and Iran, stressing diplomacy and calling for uninterrupted navigation and global trade through the Strait of Hormuz. Also back home, political storm between Trinamool Congress and the Election Commission of India in West Bengal over the get lost versus shouting claims. So remember, big claims are being made by both sides, but the biggest one is coming in from Iran, claiming that they reserve absolute control over passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And now we are learning through marine traffic that the vessel movement has resumed in the Strait of Hormuz following the ceasefire announcement. These are early signs, remember, of vessel activity that is emerging from the Strait of Hormuz following the announcement of the ceasefire, which includes a temporary reopening of the strategic waterway to, in fact, allow for these negotiations to continue. So this is what has been put out by Marine Traffic. Vessel movement resuming. This is what it talks about. And these are early signs, it says, right after the announcement. It includes the temporary reopening of the strategic waterway. So let's take a look at this very visual here that we have for our viewers. I'll just play it out for us so that you understand. And there you see, this is the Bandar Abbas port there, and there you see that passage along the Strait of Hormuz. So this is early signs that we are still looking at. Let me take this across to Rahul Shivshankar, who is also with us on the broadcast. Rahul, Marine Traffic is suggesting that the movement has started with or without fee is the big question, because Oman has gone on record and said that they will in fact go ahead with the UN clause, not really charge that levy that Iran is talking about. Iran says differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, this is a problem because international law prohibits expressively, in fact, any country from imposing any form of tolls on what is international waterways. This is not a man-made structure. This is a natural structure. The strait is a natural formation. It is not man-made. And in law, only man-made canals like the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, and countries that have invested in actually digging those canals to boost connectivity can charge a kind of toll, because it is a concessioner's fee. Here, there is no precedent in law. There are, of course, services that can be, of course, charged that the Turkish government does, but those are usually carriage, etc. But let's have a quick look at this map. If you just come to me, here is Siddhant, who has been working on this, and you can see a lot of movement, isn't there?
Well, yes, Rahul, a lot of movement could be seen, but it's still going by the maps, perhaps on both sides, on east and the west side of the Hormuz, we could still see a lot of vessels stranded. So even Iranians...
So it's not back to that level of 130 ships a day or even 135 ships a day. There are a few tentative movers, you're saying.
Yeah. So they, what we have been given to understand, Rahul, is from the Iranians that there are only two passages for the passing of the vessels. And there are logistical issues as well, because today is the first day, or rather, it's only few hours after the announcement of ceasefire was not expected. So all those vessels which are passing through the Hormuz, Rahul, are passing in coordination with the IRGC, the Iranian Armed Forces.
So basically what happens is that there are two channels, as you were saying, to go through. So there is one which is close to the Omani's waterway, and there's one which is closer to the Iranian waterway. Now you're seeing this is Bandar Khamir, Bandar Abbas. This is a very important, but this is on that side. Here we are looking at certain islands here. There's Kish and others. Now we are also hearing that there has been some activity on some of these islands.
This is Hormuz.
In fact, yes, there is Hormuz. That's the exact, that's where you are. There's Larak Shahri, there's all of this area, and you have to basically come through here and then go down. And that's where the IRGC basically exerts a lot of control over the maritime movement. Now, we also know, viewers, that at one time, thanks indeed, Siddhant, at one time, of course, about 130 to 135 vessels would pass through. So quite clearly, that's not the case right now. And Griha, of course, these are early days. But remember, there are many, many charges, because if there is a toll that is imposed, you are looking at obviously premiums. And then there is also the insurance companies who are extremely worried about the eventuality of a strike. Because this, as J.D. Vance, the Vice President of America, has said, this is really a very fragile truce. So there are still actors who might even be non-state, who might want to complicate issues. They may not, in fact, even be in favor of this particular pause in hostilities. So there are many things to be looking at, and there is clarity that is being sought now by a large number of shipping companies. So that's where things stand with regards to that, Griya.
Right, absolutely. And in fact, Rahul, we do feel that we do not even have to begin looking at the non-state actors, because there's a version that has now come in from the Israeli Prime Minister that Lebanon is out of this entire peace plan, because Israeli strikes, and this is what we are breaking for our viewers, those airstrikes by the IDF continue. They are targeting a building now and in Abbasiyeh and a vehicle in Qasimiyeh area in southern Lebanon. This is what the IDF is just reporting for us. There is no ceasefire in Lebanon. They're reiterating, Rahul.
Absolutely, absolutely. Look, this is really where the suspense will be, because I'm going to just get Siddhant to open a map of that particular area of Lebanon, of Israel. Now, what has Israel been doing over the last few days, viewers, specifically? Yeah, and those are the pictures. Why don't we just come across and let me just talk through the pictures first with Griha. Those are the pictures. That's Lebanon, and it is being struck. I think this is Tyre, I'm being told, or a place close to it. Yeah. Possibly. I can't confirm that, viewers, but here are the strikes, and they're continuing. What is exactly happening here, viewers? What the Israelis want is an insurance against attacks by proxies of Iran on its own geography. And I'll just take you straight across to Siddhant, who's got this map, and we can really trace the geography of this area, and I can explain to you why this is so crucial for Israel, because Israel feels that it is under an existential threat. And here is the geography, and this is what we are talking about. Here is Beirut. This is the area, and this is, of course, Israel. This is all of Israel. Here, of course, you have the West Bank, and then you have, this is Beirut and Lebanon. Now, basically, viewers, what has been happening is that those basic groups that are sympathetic to Iran, right, they are in this geography.
Hezbollah and like-minded groups, Rahul, they operate here and they target Israel from this part of Lebanon.
And they target these areas near the border, northern Israel.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a traditional problem. And in fact, this conflict has been going on from a very long time. What in last 2 years Israel did, that after finishing the senior leadership of Hamas, the next goalpost was Hezbollah.
Yes.
So this battle is going on from last 2 years. In fact, there have been a ceasefire also, Rahul, many times. But Israel continues to target Hezbollah hideouts in these areas of Lebanon. Interestingly,
and we are being told that it is this area that has been targeted, the city of Tyre. That's what we've been told.
That's right.
And as you can see, it's very close to Haifa. Haifa is a very sensitive installation.
Very critical.
In fact, very critical for Israel, because it is a port. It is also a port where, of course, there are Indian interests involved. And this is not just a port, but it is also an electronic city. There's a lot happening here, and connects Israel to the Mediterranean. In fact, the Eastern Mediterranean, where it connects Israel to, and it's a direct connect, in fact, across the Atlantic into also Europe.
Part of IMAC project.
Absolutely, and part of the IMEC, which is very, very important. So this particular geography is very, very sensitive where Israel is concerned, and they want to push back. In fact, the Hezbollah and other agents
expand the buffer zone.
They want to create really a buffer zone here. They want to keep all this empty and probably even occupy it. And that's really what is happening. So till Israel actually believes that the path to peace runs through Tel Aviv, you're going to have a problem, isn't it? You're not going to have lasting peace.
Very interestingly, Rahul, also this time it's Hezbollah which drew Israel into the battle. And in fact, the political leadership in Lebanon condemned Hezbollah because they drew Israel into the battle, because it was Hezbollah which fired on Israel for the first time. So in fact, the political leadership has also gone against Hezbollah this time around. And this is also, Rahul, very last point I would like to make here is that that Israel says that Lebanon is not part of the proposal. Pakistani says Lebanon is the part of the proposal. So
in fact, the 10-point proposal that, the 10 terms of agreement that Iran wants this conversation to continue also mentions that it is proxies, its friends, so to speak, should not be targeted by Israel. There should be a ceasefire all around. And that, of course, is something that the Israelis, thanks indeed, Siddhant, that's something that the Israelis are not very keen on delivering, because it would mean that the end of the war, their own war mission, would remain unaccomplished. Back to you.
Absolutely. And Rahul, we are now learning that it's not just Lebanon. It is also places inside Iran where there are explosions that have been reported despite the ceasefire announcement. And this one's coming in from Iran's Lavan refinery, even after the cessation of hostilities that has been announced by both sides, particularly the US president. This is the Iran oil ministry saying that this attack on the Lavan Island refinery did not result in any injuries, but it did happen, and that has been confirmed by the oil ministry in Iran. Rahul, I have got this map opened here on marine traffic to help our viewers understand where is this place exactly. And this is in the Persian Gulf at the very port area right here, Lavan, very, very close to the water body that has now choked, because this entire choke point of Strait of Hormuz has so far been blocked by Iran. And this is the place where this refinery stood, and that's where the attack happened, Rahul.
Yes, so this is worrying signs, because the United States, that Israel also is in lockstep with this particular campaign of peace, and that if the Israelis decide that their objectives have not been met and that they have been rushed into something that they don't agree with, then you're going to have a problem, because the war will continue. At least Israel will remain a belligerent, and that will mean that there will be, of course, a threat to peace. And it will only take for the Iranians to then respond, and we'll be back where we began. And that's perhaps one of the reasons also, Griha, that the Indian Foreign Ministry has put out an advisory asking citizens, their Indian citizens, to quickly contact the embassy and expedite their movement out of Iran. And they said they do it on the double. This is exactly opposite of what was advised yesterday, Griha, when they said that, look, you've got to be in secure places, don't move out of your secure places. So they're doing exactly the opposite, because they think there's a very narrow window, and we just broke that story with Anand, and those inputs were brought to us by Manoj Gupta, because there is an appreciation of the reality of the situation here in New Delhi. They don't think this ceasefire is going to hold, and we could be back to square one very, very quickly. Back to you, Griha.
Absolutely, and more details emerging now, Rahul. This one is again by the IDF. They claim that they have eliminated Mohammed Dawa. Now, who is he? He's a Hamas operative. Israel says he was responsible for the production of explosive devices in the execution of terrorist attacks against Israel. The terrorist posed, and this is an IDF version, this is what IDF is saying, that he posed an immediate threat to the IDF troops and was eliminated in a targeted strike in northern Gaza. And this happened on Monday, Rahul.
Absolutely. Northern Gaza, as I said, there is restlessness in Israel. Now, I've been looking at a lot of reactions that have been coming through, Griha, and you've been reporting them. Yair Lapid, who is from the opposition, has come out and criticized Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that, look, as far as Benjamin Netanyahu is concerned, he sold Israel's interests out to the United States, that he seconded Israel's interests to the United States. In fact, Israel has had to swallow humiliation, according to him, because he claims that Israel was not even part of the conversation between Tehran and DC, and that it didn't even have a seat on the table on a very, very consequential war, which actually was being prosecuted only because there was an existential threat to Israel. So how could Israel be kept out of this? And I believe that you've opened up a new graphic right behind you. So let's go back to those pictures. There you can
Yes.
see those. Griha, yes, what are we looking at here?
So this is the area in Lebanon that has been attacked so far, and this is the Litani River, which is the exact point where UNIFIL was posted. But despite that, there is a breach that has constantly been happening in Lebanon. Strikes from the Israeli side. Hezbollah is striking back at Israel. That continues to happen, and this is what Iran wants protected, Rahul, because this particular place in Lebanon is turning out to be a fast-growing humanitarian crisis as well, and that is the problem area. But Israel doesn't seem to be agreeing on the exclusion of Lebanon from the peace plan.
So this is precisely what we were talking about, and Siddhant was here with me. Siddhant, why don't you just come across? This is the Litani River. Now, this is the part of Lebanon which is where the Israelis want to create this cordon sanitaire, because as we told you, viewers, this is the part of Israel which is very, very vulnerable, isn't it? This is somewhere right there is Haifa.
That's Haifa, very critical for Israel's industry, infra needs, and a gateway to the Mediterranean, Rahul. And in fact, this conflict, as we were discussing before, that it was Hezbollah which started conflict with Israel. There was a ceasefire, temporary ceasefire, but this time Hezbollah broke the ceasefire and drew Israel into the conflict.
So all these bridges are being targeted so that these militia can't come across, can't come close to this border and launch attacks into Israel. The idea is to create this buffer, push them behind the Litani River. Exactly. Yeah. So Israel actually wants command over this entire geography, which means pretty much half of Lebanon.
That's right.
Is what they really want to control.
These bridges, Rahul, are very critical for defense supplies, for equipments, etc., of the Hezbollah and like-minded militia groups. Now, in fact, Rahul, also the other side of the story is that Israel is repeatedly issuing warnings for those who are living here, civilians, to evacuate this area. In fact, there are many who have been displaced. And in fact, despite the ceasefire announcement today, there have been multiple such warnings issued by Israel. So Israel is very clear that they want to achieve this objective of creating and expanding the buffer zone for their security in future.
There you go, viewers. And this is a show called Periscope 360 because we've got our eye on all developments. I'm going to hand you back straight to Griya. Griya, yes, more inputs coming in. This is very, very big.
There is a version now coming in from Hezbollah. Hezbollah is saying, and they have put out the statement that they will now pause attacks under the US-Iran ceasefire. And they say that they have called for not heading to the targeted towns in south, in Bekaa, and also the suburbs before the announcement of this ceasefire. So Israel is doing things differently, Rahul, but Hezbollah really putting out the statement that they are not going to be attacking Israel further on behalf of Iran. This is another development that's coming to fore.
Well, see, this is where there is now obviously on ground many contradictions. There are contradictions in what Trump has been saying. Now there is this contradiction where Lebanon and the militia that is active in Lebanon, the Hezbollah, Griha, they are saying that, look, we are holding fire. The Israelis say that, look, they are not part of the equation and that we will continue to target them because this is not part of the agreement that we have signed on. I don't know how this is going to end at one level, but it does look that like there are many, many contradictions emerging. And what has it been? It's been about 12 hours since we've had this sort of pause in war. And you can see that some of these terrorists are being taken out. This, I think, is visuals from yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, viewers. But we were just using this as illustrative of what Israel is trying to do. Israel scopes out these individuals. It spots them through its drones and then goes after them. On which side of the fence, viewers? On the Lebanese side of the fence. So this is where the problem is. And this is, if this continues, viewers, then the Iranians will say that this was just an attempt to pause the war, to regroup, to continue hostilities, to use this ceasefire to do things that are undercover.
But Rahul, do you also think, and because of this latest piece of breaking news that we also put out of the Hamas terrorists being taken out, and that announcement came in from the IDF, they're also planning to now shift the narrative, bring in a fourth front here, so that they use it as an impetus to continue those strikes, not against Hezbollah, because that seems to be seems to be heavily contested, but this time against Hamas. So that also is a development that one must talk about. But we are getting some breaking news now. The Strait of Hormuz reopens after the ceasefire. Big announcement. In the latest, we are learning that the Norway ships are not yet ready to resume the Hormuz transit. Now, why is that happening? This is what has been put out by the Norwegian Ship Owners Association. They are still rather wary of taking that route around the contested waters, Rahul.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, it will take time for confidence to rebuild. There's a premium right now, and no one wants to charge or pay that premium. That premium is not just the insurance companies that are charging those premiums. Remember in the very beginning, Trump threatened some of these insurance companies, these global insurance companies, saying that if you don't get on board, if you don't underwrite the cargoes that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and you can see some of those ships there very, very undecidedly sort of moving, very, very cautiously moving across that strait. Why? Because the insurers themselves are not willing to underwrite the risk. And there is a premium that is being placed on risk. And the cargo companies don't want to pay that premium. So the insurance might have actually only charged, let's say, 50 rupees. I'm just being hypothetical, for providing insurance cover, now are charging 150 rupees, which means that the cost of moving cargo has gone up, margins will reduce, and that's where the problem is. So those are those issues also. There is very interesting, Spanish foreign minister has come out, and while we are talking about the Israeli opening a second front, the Spanish foreign minister, Gria, has come out and said the ceasefire agreement reached today in Middle East must include Lebanon. And this is Al Jazeera that is breaking this news. It is very, very intriguing that there are now European countries that are pitching in to say that Israel needs to stand behind the American-Iranian ceasefire. So this is very interesting, isn't it, Gria?
Right, absolutely. And remember, Rahul, Spain was one of the first countries that decided not to partake in any kind of military offensive against Iran. And that's where this all started, with NATO and Trump being miffed with all the NATO allies. And all of that came to fore. And now Spain also going on record and talking about how Lebanon must be included. Big development there, but there's more that we have for our viewers. More breaking news coming in. UAE air defenses are engaging in a missile attack. So that attack still continues, Rahul, probably from the Iranian side. UAE has been bearing the maximum amount of brunt.
Yeah, these are visuals from March 13th, viewers. So visuals which tell their own story. Now, we are, of course, in April, but this is how the UAE has been constantly harried by drones that have come across from, in fact, Iran, flying across the Hormuz Strait, and of course, harrying a large number of areas. This is all representative visuals, but this is the kind of scene that you will be seeing today once again. And this is what I'm saying, that if the Israelis keep pushing the envelope, then the Iranians will respond. And they will respond by punishing not the United States in the very beginning, but they will punish those who are allied to the United States. And that will mean that this gradually, this particular confidence and this ceasefire will erode. Dmitry Medvedev, for example, has come out and he said he's, of course, the deputy chair of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. And he's come out and said it's not clear how the truce between Washington and Tehran will play out. But one thing is certain. Iran has tested its nuclear weapons. It's called the Strait of Hormuz. Its potential is inexhaustible. So basically, the suggestion is that Iran has the upper hand even today, even as we speak.
And absolutely, and look at who's saying that, Rahul. It's Russia, of course. Russia has, in fact, gained strategic advantage. Also, every blockage has helped Russia, which started with U.S. lifting sanctions against it.
Absolutely, and we're getting more news. In fact, U.S.-Iran ceasefire narratives clash, exposing fragile pause and deep strategic mistrust. India faces rising energy security risk as Hormuz dependency meets China and Pakistan maneuvering an uncertain Gulf stability. So this is being put out by Manoj Gupta, who has been reporting this entire story. But I just want to come back to also what the Turkish president is saying. So as I said, the Spanish foreign minister and now the Turkish president. Turkish president says we hope the agreement will be fully implemented on the ground without allowing any provocations or acts of sabotage. So again, the danger is from all these other stakeholders like Israel who are not still reconciled with the outcome. And that's where things could get very, very complicated, even as, of course, Bangladesh has welcomed the temporary ceasefire, a 10 years fragile truce, as J.D. Vance, the Vice President of America, calls it. Now, why is he calling it that, viewers? Because there are many variables, and one doesn't know which one will change and lead to a sort of, again, a return to hostilities. Yes, Griya.
Absolutely, and talking about fragile truce, there is more attack that continues. Kuwait Army, we are learning, Rahul, that the air defenses there are still dealing with Iranian drone attacks, and this is happening since 8 in the morning. It's also said that it has intercepted drones, some of which targeted vital oil facilities, power stations in the south of the country, which caused major infrastructural damage.
Absolutely. This is a very, very unfortunate development because it tells you just how fragile this is. Now, why is this happening? Is it happening because, again, these are all representative visuals, viewers, on your screens. We are not for a moment alluding that these are the pictures of this particular incident. Kuwait is reporting these attacks despite Iran-U.S. ceasefire. So it's UAE, Kuwait, it's that entire littoral area which overlooks really the Strait of Hormuz and, of course, the Gulf. And you're having a situation where there are actors who are restive on the ground, perhaps some who are not even aligned to the regime, or maybe are hardliners who don't want peace on anyone's terms except for Iran's terms. As you know, viewers, the discussion, the dialogue will take place on two tracks. One is the United States that has set down 15 terms, and of course Iran that has set down 10 of its own. So there has to be a meeting ground. And maybe there are these elements who don't want peace to prevail because they have a different agenda, they're more hardline, and they see all these conversations as a sellout. And we know that there are instances of people who have questioned their own governments, for example, in Israel. So it could be quite possible that this is also happening in Iran.
Right, absolutely, Rahul. Many a slip between the cup and the lip, and before that announcement and implementation, there is a huge gap, and probably leveraging that entire gap are both sides. And this is an Iranian attack allegedly on vital oil facilities and also power stations. That's what Kuwait is reporting. We'll continue with telling you every development that is to do with the ceasefire announcement, what is happening after that, and what is happening right here in the country. Right now, we are taking a very short break.
Well, let me go straight across to Iran's supreme leader, envoy to India, Abdul Majid Hakim Ilahi Sahab. Your Excellency, thank you very much for speaking to CNN News 18. I would like to begin by asking you a few of your thoughts on this particular ceasefire that has been now brokered, albeit by the help of Pakistan. What are your thoughts, sir, on the terms of the agreement?
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to congratulate all of you for having such very big victory. When they started and created this aggression against Iran, they said within 3 days they finalize everything, they pressure Iran, they damage Iran, and they will bring big regime change, as they mentioned. And also they announced that after the war, the map of Iran will be different, and the map of Iran will not stay at the same was before. And they claim a lot. Then finally they said they are going to kill this 7,000 civilization of Iran, and they tried as much as possible for them, but finally they understood that this was big mistake from them, and they were defeated. They couldn't win anything. They didn't have any achievement, but they lost a lot of their general and soldiers, and they lost a lot of their weapons. They spent more than 30 billion US dollars without any reason, without any achievement. So they understood if they continue this war, their damage will be more and it will be more shameful for them. Because of that, they accepted the conditions of Iran, and now we have ceasefire.
Your Excellency, when you say they accepted the conditions of Iran, what are some of these conditions, Your Excellency? And what brought Trump to bow, as you're saying, before Iran's demands?
Actually, do you know, till yesterday night, Iran didn't accept anything, although America offered some conditions for ceasefire, but Iran rejected and wasn't agree with the American ceasefire and American conditions. Yesterday at night, America was ready to damage all Iran, or civilization of Iran, and all Iranians gathered to the street and to our historical places, in our universities, hospitals, mosques, and some other places, which they announced that they are going to damage it and attack it, but the people are gathered there. And they realized that they cannot do anything, and they accepted the conditions of Iran.
Your Excellency, Iran has effectively made the Strait of Hormuz the pivot of this ceasefire understanding. What really is the way forward on the Strait of Hormuz?
As you know, before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. No one got any problems through the Strait of Hormuz, and we hope that the Strait of Hormuz also will be open forever, and everyone, any country benefits from the Strait of Hormuz. But due to this war, we got a lot of problems and crises to this Strait of Hormuz, and because of the security, for some countries this strait was closed, but some other countries like India were benefited from this Strait of Hormuz. We hope that in the future also they will benefit from it, and there is no any final decision for controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Your Excellency, Iran will be now imposing a toll on passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Will India also be included in that, or does this toll only apply to countries that have aligned with the United States or are enemies of the Iranian regime?
Actually, Iran wants to have very, very, very good relationship with and friendship with all countries. And as before he has this relationship, Iran also will continue the same relationship. We hope that by leaving America from this region, everything will be okay, and no one will be suffered more.
Your Excellency, is the control now over the Strait of Hormuz the principal part of this agreement? Is it integral to the agreement?
Actually, yes, some conditions of this agreement is having some new conditions for controlling this Hormuz, but this is negotiate. This is the first negotiation between Iran and some other countries. Is not the final decision.
Your Excellency, if I could ask you, and this is an important question, Israel has said that it is under no obligations to halt attacks against the Hezbollah.
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal, talking about a major face-off when it comes to poll-bound West Bengal. The clash between the Election Commission and the TMC has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint. Sources say a TMC delegation led by Derek O'Brien met the Election Commission, but the meeting lasted less than 10 minutes and quickly turned heated. As Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar began to respond to the TMC's concerns, Derek O'Brien reportedly interrupted, saying the delegation was not there to listen. What followed was an ugly exchange, with both sides allegedly losing their cool and sharp remarks being traded before the TMC delegation walked out of the meeting. Now the Election Commission has since issued a strong message promising that West Bengal elections will be fear-free and violence-free. But the TMC leaders are pushing back. Saket Gokhale of the TMC has called the Election Commission's version a lie, claiming that the Chief Election Commissioner told them to get lost, and has now challenged the Election Commission to release the meeting transcript. For now, all we see is claims versus counterclaims and a fresh political confrontation ahead of the crucial elections in West Bengal.
I want to tell you what the election commissioner, Chief Election Commissioner told us within 7 minutes of the meeting. Get lost. This is what the Chief Election Commissioner told the Trinamool Congress delegation. निकल जाओ यहाँ से, निकल जाओ यहाँ से. ये इलेक्शन कमिश्नर बोला लास्ट में, तो हम निकल जाए. हम लोग निकल आए.
And the counters continue from the Trinamool Congress. The TMC escalating its attack in a post. It has said, and I quote, the BJP and the Election Commission have turned Indian democracy into a cruel joke. They are selectively targeting and deleting genuine voters in a shameless bid to rig the elections. If the BJP believes that by disenfranchising honest citizens, they can snatch victory, they are in for a rude awakening. Even if only one genuine voter remains in Bengal, that single vote will go to Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. End quote is the pitch coming in from the Trinamool Congress. So I'm joined by my colleague Kamalka Sen Gupta. Kamalka, the escalation of a very ugly fight between the TMC and the Election Commission, but both sides digging in their heels. But it's a storm of charges and it's pretty much a case of he said, she said.
You know, this was expected. Like, from the time this SIR process started, there was a very strong undercurrent in both the camps. Now, this time, according to the TMC insiders, they started saying that this time it is not TMC versus BJP, but it is TMC versus Election Commission. On the other hand, the repeated attack of Trinamool Congress on Gyanesh Kumar and the Election Commission, which is a constitutional body, really forced the Election Commission to also react. Today it was an official declaration of war that we saw, that such a strong tweet from Election Commission and then the Trinamool Congress reacting to it strongly. And what happened? So there are two versions. Derek O'Brien is saying that Gyanesh Kumar has said nikal jao within 7 minutes. On the other hand, the version which we are getting from the sources in Election Commission is that the Trinamool Congress completed their version, and then when Gyanesh Kumar, the CEC, he started speaking, then at that point of time he was interrupted. And then Gyanesh Kumar stated that why are you interrupting while you were talking, I was listening to it. So something like this happened. That's what I'm getting from my sources. And then it was an open war. The tweet by Election Commission and the reactions that is coming from the Trinamool Congress. We know Mamata Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee has launched scathing attack on the Election Commission from the very first day, and also also the other Trinamool leaders. On the other hand, we have seen that in bureaucracy also, since there is a lot of changes, there too there are a lot of things coming up and a lot of changes has taken place. Some of the officers also of the camera, they are showing their annoyance. So all these things are happening because this is a Kurukshetra. But the point is, a constitutional body, they wants to do a free and fair election. That is their point, for which legally whatever steps are to be taken, they are taking that. That is Election Commission's version. Election Commission is not going into anything else. If the names are deleted, there is a tribunal. they can apply there. This is the version of election commission that is coming in. No intimidation will be out. This will be a fearless election, and that is why they have come up with Vote Parv, Vote Utsav and all these things. Their main motive is to have free and fair election. Election West Bengal will see which will not have violence. On the other hand, the Trinamool Congress has launched a scathing attack, and their point is election commission is deleting